Some people earn more than others. Who is that? Usually the people who get more education. In this way, we have to invest in ourselves and we have to keep learning, right? Last week I took a copywriting course. Last month I hired a coach to work with me. Like we always have to invest in ourselves to keep growing and building and skilling up, right? We all know we have to do that. So as like any other career, we have to invest in ourselves, we have to educate ourselves, and we have to get around other people who we see doing it, who give us examples. And we go, oh, look at her, look at him, look at how they're doing that. And instead of comparing yourself to them, you notice what somebody else is doing and say, I recognize that strategy. What would be authentic for me? How would I do that in a way that I would enjoy? Because you don't have to do it the way that I enjoy it. And also, what you don't enjoy today is just something that's probably outside of your comfort zone. And I always tell influencers, stop worrying about what you're comfortable with and ask, how do you want to be of service? Who do you want to serve? And then rise up your skill sets to be able to serve there even better. That's my dominant philosophy in life, is that mastery mindset. Knowing that I'm going to suck at everything at first. I've never done anything. You know how some people have natural abilities? I'm always like, wow. You know, I read about them in psychology, these people who have natural abilities. And I was like, wow, they can just do that? They can naturally talk with people. They were a naturally good writer. They were naturally good on the field. I don't think I was ever naturally good at anything like that I can imagine. Nope. Nothing's coming to mind. Sorry. Really had to take it. I wasn't smart. I wasn't a good writer. I was a terrible communicator. I wasn't good in relationships. I wasn't healthy. And now I think of my life now, and I was able to architect the person that I wanted to become. Build the skill sets. None of them was I ever in a hurry for. I always had that patient persistence of building up who I am, of building my products, of building my services, of building my audience. I was never that person who ever put up a video and said, I did that video thing you talked about, and there was only 100 people who watched it. And when people do that, if you've ever been to my seminars, I break on that hard because, wait, you got 100 people to watch something you did? That's amazing. How many people were in your high school? And they're like, what? There's 200, 300 people maybe? I'm like, well, wow. So your first thing, you've already got 100 people to watch something? Yeah, but that's not many. These people have millions. I'm like, yeah, but they've been doing it longer than you. Why are you measuring against that? Measure is, did you put something out that you enjoyed making? Was it fun? And if it wasn't fun, is it developing a skill set that will serve and earn? There's a lot of things, when I put those lamps against my face that day and got the IKEA lamp sunburn on my face, Denise came home, she's like, why is your face all red? I was like, honey, I pointed the IKEA lamps at my face all day. She's like, you did? I said, yeah, I shot 30 videos. She said, that's amazing. And I said, do you want to see them? She goes, sure. And I went to show her, and I was so excited to show her, right? Not because they were good, but because I did them. I shipped. I got the work done. I did it. So I showed it to her, and she's watching it like this. And she didn't, if a noise could have come out of my wife's mouth, it would have been like, oh. Kind of like when I was growing up, my sister in high school and college, she would tell people, she was always trying to set me up on dates, my sister. She's younger than me. And I'm like the brother. She always looked up to me, and she was always like, we're like great friends. And so she would always try to hook me up on a blind date. But she would tell the other girls, she would say, oh, you have to go out with my brother. He looks like Tom Cruise. And then they would show up at the door, and they'd kind of look at me like, oh. Okay, can we have some fun today, ladies and gentlemen? I'm having some fun. And so listen, you have to learn to make fun of yourself. You have to learn to be okay not being good at it. You have to not take yourself so seriously. Most of your misery is because you take yourself so seriously. Write it down. Most of your misery is because you take yourself so seriously. Most of your misery is because you take yourself seriously, because you measure yourself against other people, or You're still in that high school mindset where you get hooked when people make fun of you, like you can't handle the online hate, which, by the way, most of it, like 60% of the online hate is just bots. So chill out, really. You're getting upset about a bunch of bots. They're not even people who know you, right? And so also, whenever people judge you, they're judging a segment in time based on where they're at in their emotional state. If they were in a state of compassion, love, understanding, empathy, and humanity, they would never say something mean and trolling and hateful. Can I get an amen on a weekday, ladies and gentlemen? You know what I'm saying? Please. I'm like any person who is hating, especially someone who's putting something out there for free for the world. You showed up, you delivered, you created content, you tried. You're trying to improve your life and your family's life, and they're hating on you, and you're taking that seriously? Someone who hates on someone isn't coming from a place of compassion, understanding, and love. If it's not constructive feedback that you can go, oh, that's useful, that's thoughtful, then why are you giving it so much credibility and credence? Like, most people are so scared to be seen starting small or failing or being upset. I was so excited to show my girlfriend, like, hey, look at these videos I shot. And by the way, like I said, I knew they sucked. I knew all 32 of those videos I was going to have to shoot again. I knew it. The next day, I was going to have to go back in front of the IKEA lamps. It was like torture. I knew I was going to have to revisit the IKEA lamps. And I knew I'd have to set it all up again because I had to break it all down because Denise was going to have that in her apartment, right? So then I had to put everything back and reset it up every day. I had to do that every single day. And you know what? Didn't bother me at all. Maybe because I came from blue collar. Maybe because where I grew up, people had this, you'd better earn it kid mentality. Like, oh, you want success? Earn it. You want a job? Earn it. You want a good job? Outwork everybody at work. You want to help other people? Be the best servant there. You want to be a person of service and compassion in church? Have the person of deepest faith. Earn it. I love that. Earn it. If you heard me tell my car accident story, that was the message I got. Life is short. Earn it. Earn it. So I had no problem starting small. I had no problem feeling embarrassed. I had no problem doing it again and again and again. Because you know what? Here's what I never understood. Why is it, and people get in our industry, and they try something, it doesn't go well, they're going to have to do it again, they get discouraged, I don't want to have to do it again. And I go, forgive me, let me ask you this question, because that's what I would ask me, and this is not judgment to anybody. But you're broke. You don't have anything else to do today. Why not redo it? Why not shoot it again? And again, I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to, that's what I would say to my younger self. If I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, well, that didn't work. I'm not going to do it again. I'm like, what else are you going to do? What do you mean you're not going to do it again because it didn't turn out well? You're broke. What else do you have to do? You're going to watch some shows? I'm confused. Troll around on the internet? You're going to go play social media? Most people, when we talked about time management yesterday, I didn't share, but most people lose 4 hours to television and social media consumption. Not counting creation, not output, but just consumption a day. 4 hours a day. That's 28 hours a week. 28 hours a week. I mean, that's more than a part-time job. They're blowing on TV and social media, but I don't have time to make a web page in Kajabi that takes 5 minutes. Maybe if you're not any good, an hour just using the templates. I don't have time to write an email. I'm like, you probably wrote 20 emails yesterday. You can't write one sales email today? You probably looked through 100 different swipes yesterday, right before bed. 100 swipes. You can't make one post today? People tell me, I don't have the time. I go, then we better revisit how you're managing life. What's important to you? And by the way, I recognize I'm talking to this audience of influencers. This is, maybe the rest of the world would not resonate. And maybe you don't even consider yourself a person of influence yet. Well, then start running the laps. Start putting it out there. Start creating it. Start building it. Start believing in yourself, because I'm here to tell you, everyone you saw here yesterday, everyone you follow online, who you really care about or who you think or you admire, and you see them earning money, they started in some of their own type of story with the IKEA lamps. You know, they started and they sucked, and then they kept trying. Then they kept building. Then they kept earning. Then they kept serving. Then they learned to get out of their own way. Then they automated it. Then they got team. And then one day it's like, holy cow, honey, look at us in our new dream house. Whoa, look, we can send the kids to school. Whoa, look, we've got followers over here. Wow, look, we can send this thing out, send an email and make money. Wow, well, look, we can do this post and these lives and pick up clients. But financial freedom has to come from the breaking free of the fear, like we talked about yesterday. Fear of freedom leads to financial freedom. Commitment to service, helping other people, actually giving a damn about other people, caring enough to get out of your own, for me, again, not language for everybody. I recognize sometimes what I say to myself as a younger man would be inappropriate to other people, perhaps. But getting out of my own ego, having the commitment to get out of the comfort, even if my comfort wasn't, as I shared yesterday, I had comfort in squalor. I was a person who's very comfortable being broke. I could have been broke the rest of my life if all I did is care about myself. But once I cared about actually helping other people, that requires skill set. Once I cared about serving the woman in my life, that required developing a business, earning money. Once I cared about serving more people, that required more skill set, more building. Once I cared about paying my team's mortgages and bills and hospital stuff and healthcare and employee benefits, I better keep learning to build. Better keep learning to get better. Not out of some like blind desire to be a certain amount of success, but rather like I want to do something that I enjoy. I want to have the freedom to be who I really am, to unlock. I want you all to learn how to unlock during this experience. Unlock that part of you that does have joy, that does come in place from a love, does come from a place of service, because that's how you're going to ultimately succeed at the mass scale. The people who succeed at the highest levels, there's a deeper amount of compassion and caring in their hearts. That's what has them show up over and over and over again. Because you only show up for so many dollars. It's after you get the dollars you realize what kind of person you are. Like none of us speaking here or yesterday doing a free summit for the world 4 years in a row, we don't have to do this. But we recognize that when we do this, we help other people like us who might have been in that spot. And you heard that from everybody yesterday. Yesterday was unbelievable. Lisa Bilyeu's story. Oh my gosh. If you don't listen to the Women of Impact, it's an awesome podcast on the Growth Day Podcast Network. She crushed it yesterday. Amy crushed it yesterday. Natalie crushed it yesterday. These 3 women came on here yesterday, and you heard all of them start from nothing, struggle through the confidence stuff, struggle through the first iterations that sucked, and then break through. And I can tell you, everybody in our industry who breaks through the highest levels, they're just doing this little marketing triangle I taught you yesterday, right? They have a regular content rhythm, usually a long-form piece of content at least every week, and on whatever platform they're trying to dominate on or win on or grow on, maybe 4 posts per day. Usually only 2 new posts, and the other 2 posts are from either the library of content they had that worked well, or from sharing somebody else's stuff that they resonate with and giving them credit. Then the live campaigns, going live. I shared yesterday at the end of the day, I said, if I started all over again, all I would do is I get 2 things. I would get Kajabi, I would get Zoom. And here's what I would do. I would spend all week on social media just posting, going live, adding value. I'd link to a page. I'd build a page on Kajabi. I'd collect emails there. And I'd have people register to attend my Zoom at the end of the week. At the end of the week, I would go live on Zoom, whether it was one person who showed up, 200 people, 10 people. I'd deliver value. I'd take Q&A. I'd coach. I'd help. I'd try to be of service. I'd connect them. And then I'd sell my thing, whatever it is I have to sell. If it's coaching, I'd offer the coaching. If it's a course, I'd offer the course. If it's an event, I'd offer the event, whatever it is. And I would do that. I would do that unbroken every week of my life until I became a millionaire. It's the difference between me and other people. I wouldn't care. Well, what if only one person shows up? I'm like, then do an awesome job for them. But that week, you finally ran the laps. You did the laps. You did the work. You got people to show up, right? You showed up, just like many of you showed up today. You got to give yourselves a round of applause for showing up, ladies and gentlemen. You're here. You're here. I see you. You're here. You showed up. Danielle says we're here. You got to show up. You got to show up. I appreciate you guys showing up. You know, you got to show up. So I would do that. Then when I was ready to go to the next level, I'd create evergreen sequences. Evergreen sequence. Have people opt in, drive them through a value sequence, which means you send them multiple emails, direct them to web pages with valuable videos and content on it. Then make an offer. Then add a bonus, show some testimonials, have a deadline, take the sale. I would just do that really good. I'd focus on my growth and my time management. Developing my skill sets, managing my time well. Developing my skill sets, managing my time well. Developing my skill sets, managing my time well. Okay, so let's talk through a new framework today, this morning. I'm going to give you a little model here that might serve. I'm just going to call it the CRUSH model because I need an acronym for you to remember it. I hope this will serve, even if it's a little bit corny. But I think what happens is sometimes the basics are eluding us. We forget to do the basics, so we keep struggling and struggling and struggling. So let me help you with that. Very basic, simple things. If you want to know why you're not earning more in the industry, you heard everyone talk about it yesterday, you'll hear everyone talk about it today, and the first thing is we need to have a core offer. You got to have your core offer. What's the main thing you are going to sell? What's the main thing you are selling? And what's the process you've set up to sell that over and over and over and over and over again? A core offer, right? The one main thing, not 5 things. What's the one main thing? You heard Amy talk about this yesterday. When she finally realized that she had lots of things going on, but she was going to focus on this one course. And she was going to build the whole business for 1 year around promoting one course. How is she going to promote that course? Shocking! With the content rhythm, live campaigns, evergreen funnel. Better time management with the team, more growth for her. Not too hard. You need your core offer. So what's your main thing you're going to sell? And if you are new to this world, then beware of saying, I don't know, which one first? I want to do a live event. You're going to want to do 50 things. I don't care how many you want to do. What's the first thing? What's the first thing you want to build and grow on to your level of financial freedom? What is it? For me, it was a book and a course. Like the core offer was the book, the course was the upsell, and that was the thing that kicked off my career into financial freedom. That was my emphasis. Because remember, I told you, I want to be a writer. So it started there. Okay, core offer. Next up, if you really want to break through, you're going to develop recurring revenue. Recurring revenue. This means, especially today, if I had to start anything, if I was thinking about starting something, I would make sure I had a monthly membership program, aka subscription, aka continuity. It's all the same thing. It means you charge people money every month for something new. You charge people money every month for something new. That could be a newsletter. right? A paid newsletter, $7 to get my newsletter every week. Okay, cool. $7 a month, newsletter every week. That's a huge business. Okay, no, my thing is going to be $50 a month where you get to go live with me every Monday. And I teach you to be productive or set your goals for the week. Okay, cool. That might be, you just unlock another course or another program or another audio that you have every month in a membership area. Cool. What is it for you? What's that monthly recurring revenue? That becomes the base. I really think that people just, if you had one of these, this is something you sell singularly, maybe a course, maybe a book, a product, a PDF, a class. And then if your upsell, like we talked about yesterday, was like recurring revenue, where now they're paying you every month, that's where this whole game really changes. That's where you really break through. That's where you really break through. Okay, then what do we need to have? Well, we need to have urgency. And I think of urgency as twofold. One, you need more urgency in your life if you're not crushing it yet. You got too comfortable. It's too easy. There's no demand on you. No demand internally, psychologically, to elevate your game, to manifest your potential, to activate your divinity, whatever you want to call it. Life is short. The greatest gift I ever got in my life was that car accident. And that car accident taught me about mortality motivation. Life is short, babe. Get to work. I was a question one of the speakers asked yesterday. What if that dream you have, or that goal you has, or that thing you're going to start next month never comes to be? I think that was powerful. What that means is you need an internal psychological necessity to get going. Too many people can be like, well, I'll start tomorrow. And they say that every night as they consume another bottle of wine, 4 more bags of popcorn, and 7 more seasons on Netflix. I'm like, hey, at some point, you got to take life seriously and get back in the game. I know it was a hard couple years, but if you need help, get a therapist. If you need help, ask for help. If you're not moving, if you're not progressing in life, get a therapist, get a coach, get a new peer group, raise your hand, but get moving. Life is short. We need internal psychological necessity. If you read my book on high performance habits, that is one of the most appreciated chapters out of all 6 habits that are the highest correlate habits to long-term success that there are in all of research. That idea of psychological necessity. High performers lift up their psychological necessity, that internal hunger, desire, or drive. They don't have it, they generate it. That means they get up, they look at their goals, they visualize it, they think about it, they internalize it, they make it emotional. They get hyped, they get excited, they stir their enthusiasm or activate their discipline to do the thing. Again and again and again, even when they don't, quote unquote, feel like it, even when they don't feel, quote unquote, inspired, because it's necessary for them to be their best internally. It's necessary for them to serve. So that's psychological necessity. You develop that. No one gives you that. Yes, people can demand it. Yes, a mentor can inspire you. But at the end of the day, that's your choice every day. Are you going to make it necessary for you to show up? Are you going to make it necessary for you to win? Are you going to make it necessary for you to earn? When I saw my lady sleeping under my bills, you better believe psychologically said, I'm going to show up tomorrow in a different way. Matter of fact, that night I got to work. I started writing. 18 days later, I'd pumped out that book. It was necessary now for me to serve something beyond my own comfort zone. I got to work. But the second part of urgency is good news for you, which is urgency for the customer. Most of you think your last campaign sucked, but most of what sucked about your last campaign is you had no compelling deadline. People always say, Brendon, no one's buying my stuff. You know what the first question I ask? I never even ask people. Listen to this. When someone says, I did this promotion, it didn't work. I never even ask them, what'd you sell? I never ask them, what's your price point? I never even ask them the medium. Was it a webinar? Was it a sales video? Did you do email? Did you do live? Did you do social media? I don't even ask any of that. Do you have a team? I don't ask any of that. When someone says, I had a promotion, Brendon, it didn't work, I go, first thing I'm like, tell me about your deadline sequence. Like, what? Guess what? No one buys anything without a deadline anymore. No one. And you're discouraged because of your sales? No one buys without a deadline. Maybe you do because you tend to be the high achiever in the group like this. If you show up for your education like this is a group of those who are usually higher performing or willing to serve more or willing to put themselves out there, have higher levels of courage. Like I'm speaking to a unique audience. But many people, oh, my campaign didn't work. I'm like, your deadline was absent. So your campaign didn't work. There is no thing that works. Even in every launch that I do, did you know, every launch that I do in the last 2 years, every launch that I do or participate in, which is dozens a year, every one throughout all our business and all our everything, I have so much data on this. It's all the sales come in the last 48 or 72 hours. Yes, you get the early activators, especially if you're giving them a bonus. A bonus, last night, if you signed up for Kajabi, I'd give a special bonus. That's still on this page, by the way, different style. But it's like, without a deadline, people just go, maybe someday. You remember the old infomercials? They had to count down the time for an offer. Why? Because it's human behavior. Humans, everyone thinks it's not our industry. Humans are lazy until given a deadline, even at work, even high performers at work. If they have a big project and there's no deadline, they'll do everything else except the main thing. Everyone understand? You need a deadline sequence. There is no promotion unless it ends with, hey, 72 hours left. Hey, 48 hours. Hey, 24 hours. Hey, last call. Hey, ends at midnight. If you don't have that and you aren't making sales, don't question you. Most of you question yourself when you don't make sales versus the sales psychology that you're putting out there versus the sales sequencing. Stop getting down on yourself. Start getting hyped to develop the skill to do better marketing. Okay, urgency for the customer. Next, you need to have social proof. This is examples of students or people using your product, service, testimonials, people who are happy. Right? It's so simple. You got to tell the story. Yesterday, Amy shared stories of people who did well with their courses. Today, Danielle will talk about the power of their influencer school program. All of them will talk about their core offers and their recurring revenues and the urgency. So we all have to do the same things. Right? We all have to do the same things. And so it's important for you. I know for those who are watching and you're new, you're like, I don't have any testimonials. I'm like, then that's the job. Go get some. It is the stupidest mindset that I've ever heard when someone says, but I don't have testimonials, I can't do it. I'm like, wait, in life, when you don't have something, the job is to go get it. That when you don't have something, not having something is not a reason to stop, just like doubt is not a reason to start. Doubt is a reason to go learn. Doubt is a reason to get better. Doubt is a reason to understand, right? Doubt is never meant to be a signal to stop. It says, I don't know how. I guess I should go learn. Oh, I'm inefficient or unworthy of this or unskilled at this because I don't know how. I better go skill up. I didn't say, I don't have communication skills so I can't make money on the internet. I said, I don't have communication skills. So I'm not making money on the internet. I better go get me some communication skills. Y'all follow? The job is to take the things that are preventing you from serving and earning more and go learn, build, acquire those skill sets. Well, the same thing in this case. If you don't have any examples of people doing your thing, succeeding from your thing, then go give your thing to a beta group, friends, family, your neighbor, free people on the internets. Serve them, ask them for a testimonial. That's the job. Hey, I'm glad you used this. Could you send me a photo and tell me why you loved it? Could I use it on my website to tell people about my program? And 9 out of 10 go, yeah, sure, that's amazing, great. 9 out of 10 say yes. Now you got to follow up with people because, 5 out of 10 will actually do it until you follow up with them. You got to get over. But I don't know, Brendon, if I can ask them to do that. I'm like, why not? Are you married? Oh, you're married. So you asked somebody to marry you? You've asked someone to marry you? Or you ask God for a child and you can't ask a human being for 2 sentences to support you? What are we in high school? We got to get over this. And I'm teasing you a little bit. But so many people, their mentality is like high school. I'm like, you're too old to be thinking like that. I only say that because you got to be 16 years of age to be in this room. So I imagine that you're old enough to recognize that you not asking for support in your life is a very teenage thing to do. You're too mature. You come too far. You survive too much. You're stronger than you think. It's time to ask for something of yourself. So take whatever you got, give it to people for free if you have to, or I don't know, learn marketing and sell it, and then ask your buyers or ask the people in the beta group, could you give me some feedback about this? I need some testimonials. Because sharing social proof is important. It shares that says that you've tried. You care. Last big idea. I know many of you think the H, you think this is going to be high ticket. He's going to say, I gotta have a high ticket offer. Well, you do, but that could be your core offer. That could even be your recurring revenue, right? So I got a high ticket, like for example, I'm a coach now, and I charge 7 figures a year to coach people. So, I'm blessed with 4 billionaires on my client roster now. And don't worry, I didn't start that way. My first clients were people I coached for free for years before I realized how dumb that was. I should charge people money. The only reason I wasn't charging people money was because of my money mindset, not theirs. Your internal fears should never be confused for market reality. Whatever you want to charge money for, you should, and there are people who pay for it. You just have to learn marketing. You have to learn how to be an influencer. You got to go to school on all this marketing stuff we're talking about. Get Boss Babe's Influencer School program, right? It's like, learn. So this is not high ticket, though that's very powerful, and it's great. One of my most lucrative things is my high ticket offers. Awesome. We can all have that. But no, this one you wouldn't think about. This one is all about happiness. That even looks better. You got to have happiness. This next stage of your life has to be happier. Can we all agree, ladies and gentlemen? Can we have some more fun? Can we be happy again? I mean, look at these beautiful faces up here. Let's have some more fun this next stage of our life. Let's enjoy it again. Let's come back to life. Let's come back to center. Let's come back to the joyous feeling of experience in life. At some point, we got to teach ourselves to be happy. I see you, Joan. I see you, Russ. I see you, Darlene. Hi, Donna. Hi, Nancy. I see these happy people up in here. We got to learn to bring the joy, to have fun. If you can't find that passion and joy inside for yourself, find it for other people, of service, of value, of faith, of changing the world. I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. Listen, it's time for you to find the happiness in your life again. And as I've taught all these years, happiness is not something that you have. Happiness is something you generate. You generate it. You say, you know what? I'm going to restructure my life a little bit here to focus on what matters again. I'm going to restructure my life here a little bit. Maybe change some habits so I feel better. I live better. I express better. Listen, happiness is important. I want to let you know something. If you watch the replay of yesterday, you will see a lot of happy people. Now you might say, oh, they're all confident. Oh yeah, they're confident. but they're confident because they learned to be happy in of themselves, to generate a happiness, a compassion, a love, a joy of self, of honoring that unique divinity and personality that you have. None of the speakers yesterday were trying to be somebody else. They were doing their thing. They literally were just doing their thing. And you could tell that they're happy people, even though some of them, just like all of us, they're struggling maybe with a child at home. Maybe they're struggling with that team member. Maybe listen, happiness, a happy life is not a life devoid of struggle. If you think the struggle is going to go away, you landed on the wrong planet. I don't know what happened. Your soul dropped into a body on Earth and you haven't figured that out yet. Welcome, aliens. I got the aliens in the room. It's like, no. In this planet, part of the deal is the dichotomy of happiness and suffering. You can have it on the same day. Good news in the morning, feel good. Bad news at night, feel bad. But on a consistent basis, when an audience sees you living your truth, when an audience sees you taking joy in sharing your message and having fun, when you can dork out and geek out in any way that is authentic for you, I promise it changes the game. You got to find your own way. You have to find your own way, and it will change throughout different times of your life. Some of you think, oh, I don't know, I'll never break through because, my background sucks. No, if you're not breaking through, it's because you're not showing up. It's not your background. It's your presence. It's your joy. It's your authentic connection with the audience. You got to learn to get out of your own way, follow the instruction, right? Learn the marketing. I mean, we're all doing this kind of stuff. This is not rocket science. What you need is a system. That's why I talk about Kajabi so much. We need a way to earn the money, to show the thing, to sell the thing, to have the membership site, to collect the emails, to deliver the coaching or the courses. That's Kajabi. Second, as I talked about yesterday, you need instruction. Take the course. Boss Babes have their influencer school. I asked Danielle to talk about it today. I've gone through the program. I love it. I'm going to offer bonuses to their program called Influencer School. They'll put that up today. And then you need a peer group of other people who are like you, striving in a community who you can learn from, stay inspired with, be accountable with. But the baseline of that we talked about yesterday, remember? Anyone remember what the baseline was? What was those common denominators? Anyone remember? Esteem and community. Esteem, caring of self, valuing of self, honoring oneself, building oneself, recognizing the potential in oneself, and the people around to support you there too. And that's the work. That's what we're here to do today. I'm so excited to bring you speakers and teachers today who are going to light this place up, who are going to bring so much joy and happiness in here, who are going to share what they learned on their own journey. Because we all learn different things along the way, but we're still similarly doing things that work. And so we're going to have some speakers here today. I want you to honor them, respect them, cheer them on, follow them. They're all showing up for you for free as well. Today we'll be offering a special incentive program if you want to join up Influencer School so that you can go a little deep diver. It's like a 12-week program. And I want you to have some fun in here. Share what you're learning. What are your ahas? What did you learn? What did you learn this morning? Maybe throw it up in the chat, whatever page you're on or Zoom you're in. What did you learn this morning? And share that. Today, we'll be blessed to be joined by Boss Babes Danielle Canty, Earn Your Happy Lori Harder, Straight Up with Trent Shelton. Trent's going to be in the house, in the studio. Oh my God. This day will end with so much fire. I don't know if we can hold it in the building. I mean, Trent Shelton's coming to deliver. If you haven't seen Trent, get ready for some happy. Woo! That kid's going to blow this up. I mean, whoa, you don't even know what you're going to see today. And of course, we'll end the day. I'll do another hour with our VIPs who also get some special access to the replays and a bonus course. All right, we have an amazing day today. I want to jump right in with our first guest. Our first guest today is Boss Babe co-founder Danielle Canty. You got to meet Natalie Ellis yesterday, the other part of the duo, Danielle Canty. She's going to talk about today about the boss babe story, but also her story of how she learned to get out there and what she's learned about this influencer or creator economy, about what works. And I know you're going to really enjoy the session. Danielle's one of my favorite people in the world because she really wants to do a good job. She really cares about you. She takes care of her students in a world-class way. And most importantly, I think that you always find the people who show up year after year after year when they don't have to and they're still doing it, they're doing it for the audience. They're doing it to give. They're doing it to serve. And I love that about Natalie and Danielle. So with that, could you all help me welcome an Influencer Summit welcome to Danielle Canty of Boston. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go!
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Have some
What a
Danielle Canty, ladies and gentlemen!
Hi everyone! Oh my goodness, Brendon.
Look, they're lighting up for you. Look at
Oh my god, I love this. I can see so many cool faces in here too. This is the most epic studio.
Danielle Canty, ladies and gentlemen.
I am so excited to be here. Thank you so much. I am. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to have fun. Woo! Oh my goodness. Thank you for such a warm welcome. Because I got to tell you, right? Brendon says that, he speaks on these stadiums. He spoke in front of 5,000, 10,000, 30,000 people. You guys, I am not a professional speaker. I am literally shaking right now. In fact, it was really funny. What I do know is how to show up on Instagram. And I was doing this story of a behind the scenes. And I posted it just earlier. If you go to my stories at Danielle Canty, I posted it. And I realized how much my hand is shaking on it. It's like the worst story. The whole frame is going around. And I was like, wow, yeah, I'm really nervous. But Brendon told me that I've got to have fun, right? He said, Danielle, go out there and have fun. So I'm here to bring the joy, I'm here to have fun, and I'm here to teach you why you should 100% be building an audience in today's economy. But before we do, I'm just going to grab my clicker, which I was told, here it is. I'm going to grab my clicker because I want to start off by sharing with you a little bit about my story. Because you see me here now, and you see me in this fancy studio, but this was not where I started. In fact, in 2017, I was actually a chiropractor. I trained for 5 years to be a chiropractor, and I'd done it. I was there, my doctor of chiropractic, and I was supposed to be living this life that I loved. But the truth was, I didn't really love it. I kind of felt unfulfilled. I felt like I was tied and chained to a room every single day. I hated that I basically had to ask for a pay rise whenever I wanted to earn more money. And I was actually really miserable. Didn't hate my life, but I didn't love it. Does anyone relate to that? Yeah, I can see some hands in the air, yeses in the chat. It's a really hard place to be, and I felt like I was on this hamster wheel of life, and I was like, wait, how did I get here? Like, is this it? And I just had this knowing in my heart that I was meant for something more, that I knew I had one life, and I wanted to make it worth it. All right, I can see some nods. Some of you are relating to that, right? And so what I did was I started looking. When someone, you realize that you're not quite where you want to be and you start looking for that next step? That's what I did. And so that next step for me was I found a woman online, okay? Note this, I found her on social. And I found a woman called Nick Pigeon. And she offered these things called breakthrough sessions, all right? I was like, you know what? I need a breakthrough session. I need to break out of this life that I'm in right now. I want to change this. I want to create change in my life. And so I jumped on a call with her and she said, Danielle, first of all, it's okay how you're feeling right now. And I want to just let you guys know at home that if you're feeling like I was, that's okay. Because sometimes we can feel a bit guilty for not being grateful for everything we have, but it's okay. And so I want you to know that wherever you're at right now, it's okay how you're feeling. And this is what she told me. She says, Danielle, on the other side of your fear is your potential. I was like, yeah, Nick, I get that. But I've been trying. I've been stuck in this situation for what feels like years now. And I don't know how to get out. She was like, Danielle, don't worry. Not everyone's able to do this on their own. Let me guide you, let me support you, and let me give you accountability. And so I decided that I would work with Nick. And at the time, I didn't have a lot of money. And to work with Nick was $10,000. This was about 2 months' salary for me at the time. And so I put 10K down and I thought, well, you know what? Something's got to change. It's not changed so far, so I'm going to bet on myself. And at the back of my head, I remembered this quote. I remember this quote from Warren Buffett. And he always says, the best investment that you can make is in yourself. And I thought, well, damn. Warren Buffett has made some pretty good investments, has he not, right? So if he's telling me the best investment that you can make is in yourself, then I really should take that aboard. And I also thought, I saw this, my friend Ash does these amazing visual growth graphics, and I saw this one too. It was like, don't buy the Lamborghini, be the Lamborghini. And in the back of my head when I was making this investment was, you know what, people can take material things away from me. People can take those things away. But no one can take away what is up here. No one can take away what is in my head. The lessons, the learning, the mentorship, no one's going to be able to take that away from me. So I should invest in myself. And so I started working with Nick. And I'm not going to lie, she did definitely push me to, through my fears and hold me accountable and told me to show up. And I was really trying. She said, Danielle, I really recommend that you come to an event in San Diego. A guy called Brendon Burchard is hosting an event in San Diego. Now, bear in mind, I was living in a small village in England, okay? I wasn't even in America. I was like, Nick, go to this event in San Diego? Like, I'd been to America once at that point. She's like, Danielle, if you are serious about creating the change in your life, you need to make sure you're surrounding yourself with people who are doing the same, people who are investing in themselves. And I was like, she's got a point. So I book vacation time. I tell my boss I'm going on holiday. We call it a holiday in the UK. I'm telling him I'm going on vacation. And I fly to San Diego. And I thought, you know what? If I'm investing this time, I'm going to throw everything at it. And so I started studying what Brendon was saying. I did not miss a beat that whole entire seminar. So much so, I was in awe of Brendon, and I want to show you guys this picture, all right? You're going to laugh. This is a picture that I found in my camera roll from 2017. What a creeper, you guys. Who takes a picture of the side of someone's head? Like, I was like so excited trying to get close to Brendon, like trying to get close to him so that I could, be in his proximity. And I took this photo. I was literally under a woman's arm, taking this photo. Must have looked like the biggest stalker ever. And if you had told me then, when I was taking this photo, that I would be here now in this studio, speaking on stage with Brendon Burchard, and I always say his full name, I don't know why, I would have been like, you are absolutely joking. And I share that story because if I can do it, you can do it. And now I get to count Brendon as one of my friends. Here we are, my co-founder, Natalie. We're sat in studying with him. He also takes me to these fancy wineries and vineyards and give me his posh wine, but I honestly don't tell him. You guys, I genuinely cannot tell the difference between his fancy wine and the wine I can buy from Ralph's. Oh, I'm so sorry, Brendon. I think in a taste test, I definitely would not know, right? But I share this because it sounds cliche, but so many of you overestimate what you can do a year, but you underestimate what you can do in 5. You are underestimating where you could be 5 years from now, because that was only 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was at a Brendon Burchard event in the audience. Just let that sink in. 5 years ago, I didn't have any of this. I never even would have imagined. So I want you to take a second right now. Where are you going to be 5 years from now? Are you going to be sat in the same position because you didn't take any action? Or are you actually going to use this as motivation? Damn, Danielle ain't special. If she can do it, I can do it. Because that's the truth. I'm going to be sharing with you some of the reasons that does set people apart who are on stage and speaking, because I've learned a lot, and I want to share that with you as well. But for now, I just want to say as well, you don't have to know every single step that is ahead of you. I know that can feel daunting. Because if I'm honest, I really would never have even said I would be here. But what you do need to understand is that my first step was working with Nick, was committing to creating a change. My second step was going to a Brendon Burchard event. And my third step was meeting this lady called Natalie. Now, Natalie Ellis, I met at the Brendon Burchard event. She spoke yesterday, and she shared a bit about this story too. And we bonded. And in September, listen to these dates, September 2017, we met. February 2018, we founded our company, Boss Babe. And in our first year, we made $1.4 million via selling from our social media accounts. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of having an audience. And that initial $10,000 investment that I made in Nick essentially went on to create this, all right? We now own a company together called Boss Babe. We have spoken on stages with about 150,000 students through our courses. We are a household name. We've got a podcast. We've got a membership. We've got courses. We've got all of these things. But also, none of these things, none of this would have been possible if I didn't take that first step, all right? And none of it would have been possible without actually having an audience either, having a social media following. And that's what I want to talk to you guys today, because now, more than ever, is a time where you need to create your own security and stability. And the number one way to do that is by creating ultimate security and stability and freedom is via building an audience. And get paid to do what you love. Like, this is what I'm calling work today. I am so blessed and honored because of that. All right? And so I want to just talk to you about the 3 types of currency that you have, okay? So Natalie touched on this yesterday. The types of currency, we're used to money being a currency, buying things that we want. Time is a currency. Time is precious, all right? It's not an infinite source. But the other one is audience. And now more than ever, when you have an audience, people are attracted to you. And that's one of the biggest reasons that I'm such a fan of building social media audiences, because I don't have to go and knock on doors, say, hey, Brendon, can I be friends? Hey, Brendon, can I come on your stage? Or whoever, X, Y, and Z. People come to me. You magnetize people towards you. And wherever you're starting on this journey, you'll start by magnetizing 1 person, 2 person, 3 person, and it will snowball. Do not underestimate the power of the compound effect, all right? And whereas previously, when people first started doing businesses, the way to do it was, okay, I'm going to start a business, I'm going to have this product, and now I'm going to market it, right? So we used to go to Yellow Pages or start that website, and we used to have to go and find our audience to bring people to us, to give our product, all right? So we're like, here, please buy my product, please buy my product. But the smarter way now is to build an audience and then go, hey, what problem do you all have? Oh, you have this problem? Here, let me give you a product for that. Oh, you have this problem? Here, I've got the solution for that. You see the difference in doing this? So whether you're sitting here right now and you're like, okay, Danielle, I don't know what my business is going to be. Don't worry. Just start building an audience on the things that you love. Or maybe you're like, oh, Danielle, I actually do already have this product. Then let's reverse engineer this. But the point is, it is never too late or too early to start building your audience. The only answer is today is why you should start building your audience. So a lot of you as well might be thinking, we're all on social media likely, but we're probably consumers. And some of you might be thinking, you know what, Danielle, that's great, but it's saturated. There's so many people creating content. And you heard Brendon share this earlier too, right? But that's a perception, because we see the people that are creating content. But the facts are, there's 3.7 billion users on social media right now, and only 2% of them are influencers. And what I mean by influencers is people who are intentional about the content that they're creating. So who here is ready to get intentional about the content that you're creating? Who is ready to build a business? Who is ready to create an audience and sell things to, right? Because you here in the 1% now, you might think, oh my goodness, everyone knows this stuff. They don't. And that puts every single one of us at an advantage that I want you to understand today and take advantage of it, because you can. This stuff isn't rocket science, okay? It really isn't. But I do want you to ask yourself, what stood in your way before now, all right? Because I know you're here wanting to grow on social media. You signed up to Influencer Summit, so you obviously realize the potential in this. But I'm going to take a guess that it's been one of two reasons that stood in your way. First reason is that you don't know actually the science behind building an audience. So you might not know the formulas and the frameworks to create viral reels, and they do exist. Reels under 7 seconds always do really well, and if you put extra text in them, they actually get more views because people watch them over and over again, which serves it to the algorithm, okay? There's tricks to this stuff. You also might not know how to ask for the sell, how to ask for the engagement. But I can teach you all that. That's actually the easy stuff. The biggest challenge is, number 2, the second reason you might not be where you want to be right now. And that's because of peer. Mindset. And I have a lot of sympathy for that, honestly, because that was me. That girl that you saw in that picture in 2017, she was petrified, you guys. Absolutely petrified. I remember doing my first live on Facebook. And you know how Brendon was joking about the first video that they did? Mine was similar. I was like, hi, my name is Danielle Canty, and I really want to teach you how to build a business. Okay, bye. I was on and off before anyone came on, all right? I am not joking. I really need to find that video and show you guys, because you would be like, wait, this is the same person, right? But a lot of us stand in our way. The mindset gets in our way because we go, I'm not sure I'm worthy of this. But just give me 2 seconds, right? On this picture here, you will see some phenomenal people that I've had the pleasure of interviewing. But I just wanted to take you, I'm just going to rewind a second. You know those kids that ask in like questions and they're really annoying and they're like, but why is the sky blue? But why, Mum? Why can't I do this? Like, why is the grass green? And I'm seeing some nods, so I'm assuming some of you have kids like that or have come into contact with a niece or a nephew that's like that. Well, luckily for you, you didn't know me as a child because I was like that, but also I'm like that as an adult. But now I get to disguise it and call it my incessant ask of questions, call it a podcast. So when people come on and I get to be really nosy, I'm like, oh, it's an interview. I get to ask these questions. Didn't you realize that? So that childhood trait has actually really helped me now into the future. And I have had the pleasure of interviewing some billionaires, some millionaires, some people who built the most incredible brand. Who listens to the Boss Babe podcast? Put your hand. Right, who listens to the Boss Babe podcast? We just joined Brendon's network, and I literally love my job, the fact that I get to ask these questions. And I've had done about 300 interviews now. And when I first started, I used to think that when I was going to ask all of these questions, that there would be this like, you know, when I'm asking Jamie Kern-Lima, founder of It Cosmetics, I'm asking Lewis Howes, I'm asking Jay Shetty, like, oh, they're going to tell me this like one thing that they did, like this magic bean. They're going to give me the answers to how I can be as successful as them, how I can build wealth like they have. It's going to be this one little piece of information that I need. And so I would sit there patiently waiting, like, oh, this is the thing. This is going to tell me it now. But after 300 interviews, you guys, I've realized there is not one magic strategy. We're all different. We'll have our own genius zones. But what I did notice, the common denominator in every single one of those people is their ability to feel fear and do it anyway. You see, the goal isn't not to feel fear. Fear is healthy. Fear keeps us safe. But the goal is to acknowledge it and be able to move through it. Remember that picture that I showed you at the beginning, which was like, you know, that leg crossing over? That courage getting to the other side of excellence, That's what they do well. They're not superhuman. They're not like abilities like that none of you have here. They're just like us. But just kind of like Brendon was saying, their ability to hone in and their ability to do it anyway, despite how they fear, is actually what allowed them to push through. And so when you're sat here and you're like, I want to build this. I want to build this. But you have two choices, the left or the right, okay? And I'm not good enough, allowing that to stop you in procrastination. Who recognizes right now that they've been choosing the left side at times? They might be taking an action and they might give it one go. They fall over, they graze their knees. But you're not getting back up again. I want that to change for you today. I want you to choose consciously the right road. And it doesn't even matter if you don't actually believe in yourself enough right now, because let me tell you, you can borrow the belief, right? I want you to just pick somebody that you admire right now. Just take a second with me. Pick someone that you admire in your life right now. It can be famous, you can know them, you can not know them. And I want you to think to yourself, when they come out on stage, or when they post on social media, or when they're starting on their podcast, what do you think they think? Do they allow them to go, oh, you're not good enough, don't do that? Or as Jay Shetty goes, oh yeah, I'm nervous when he first started. I'm a little bit nervous posting this on social media, but I'm going to do it anyway. And so I want you to borrow the right track from people around you, people you're watching. And when you catch yourself going, oh no, I don't want to do this, like, what would Danielle say to me right now? What would Brendon say to me right now? They would be like, borrow mine, I believe in you, try. You're only going to get better by trying, all right? Brendon has been speaking for 15 years on stages. I really had to do myself a lot of talking before coming on here and be like, Danielle, you have not been speaking for 15 years, okay? You're not a professional speaker, so just be okay with that. Try your best. Versus going, oh, Brendon, I can't possibly speak on your stage. I'm nowhere near as good as you. Do it anyway. My legs are still shaking. I've been up here nearly 30 minutes, all right? We do it anyway. So own your fear, embrace it, and allow that to fuel you forwards. And I want to ask you this question, all right? So when you're in this pattern, it's likely that you're stopping, right? That's why you're here. So when do you usually stop? How many events have you been to? How many seminars have you been to that you've got really amped up? You're like, yes, we're going to go. I'm going to do this thing. I listened to this amazing YouTube. I listened to this amazing podcast. And I'm going to do this thing. But you know what? I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait a minute. I might do this next week. Maybe I'll do this when the kids have gone back to school, or I'll do this when I'm less busy. And then I see you waving and see lots of people nodding their heads like, I'll do this when, right? But here at Influencer Summit, we are giving you guys all the tools that you need and the mentorship to keep moving forward so you don't just leave and nothing happens. I want that to change for you today. I want this to be the event where you're like, no, today is enough. I'm going to change this pattern. I'm choosing that track that allows me to get there. And so I feel in my heart that it's my responsibility to help you after this event. Because I know that if Nick had not helped me, if Brendon had not helped me, and I not had a structure, and I not had accountability, I wouldn't be here. Because we're not meant to do it alone. So if you are thinking, you know what, I'm tired. I'm tired of feeling like I'm doing this on my own. I'm tired of saying I'll do something and then being disappointed in myself because I wasn't actually able to do it. Make this decision. It changes today, all right? So who wants to hear about something that we have created to support you on that mentorship, to support you with that accountability, to surround you with people who are on the same mission to you, that when you fall over, you don't have to pick yourself back up. You've got other people giving you a hand. I'm coming to help you. Who wants to hear about that? Give me some yeses in the chat. I'm seeing hands in the air. Donna, Jana, oh my God, Sandra, yes, Dory, Marissa, oh my God. Thank you. Thank you. Let's hear about it. I want to introduce to you guys Influencer School, all right? This is our 12-week guided coaching and certification program, and is designed to help you gain full clarity, because I know it can be confusing, on your personal or your business brand, and learn how to create content easily, and that horrible word, consistently. We've all been saying it. You're going to be able to build a raving audience with followers that love you and create profit and a full-time income from social media. So, listen up, okay? Listen up. If you are an entrepreneur wanting to make sales consistently, this is for you, all right? If you are an employee looking to replace your full-time paycheck with your social media audience and sell products online, this is for you. If you are a budding content creator, maybe you're starting on YouTube, maybe you're starting on Instagram, you don't know where you want it to take you, but you want to make sure you get affiliate opportunities and you get to work with brands that you love, this is for you. Or maybe you're a thought leader. Your goal is to speak on stages like this. But how do you get noticed? How do you get people like Brendon and Tony to notice you? We're going to teach you how to do that in there, because it starts with an audience. Or maybe you're a freelancer. Maybe you're a copywriter, a designer, a social media person. You want to help. You want to actually be behind the stages. You want to be behind the scenes, but you want to learn from the best. You want to learn from people who've been there and done it, so you can put it on your CV, that you know what you're talking about and that you can get results and more opportunities. That is what Influencer School is about, all right? You can go to bossbabe.com/influencer. I know the team are going to drop it into the chat as well. And I also know that you might be thinking, yeah, Danielle, it's easy, right? You're like there now, and you're chapter 20, but I'm only on chapter 1. I'm on chapter 2. I'm on chapter 3. I'm on chapter 4. And I will tell you, don't compare your own chapter 1 to someone else's chapter 20. So let me show you some results of our amazing students that have been through Influencer School, all right? So if you are sat here and you want to learn how to completely sell out your programs via sharing it online, all right? Look what Anna did. Anna, she's a handle, Girl Boss Anna, she has a stationery company. When she started Influencer School, she was doing this as a bit of a side hustle. Went from working with us, she was able to quit her job, you guys. And she made $17,000 within the first 1.5 months, all right? And she didn't have 1 million followers. She had like 8,000. It's not even far away from you guys, all right? The same goes for Janina. She quit her job and had 1 million views on her reel. Michaela, I want to share this one. This is pretty cool. Michaela came to us, and she had less than 10,000 followers. Within 3 months, she'd grown by 93,000 followers, you guys, in 3 months. And she was actually able to make over $27,000. What would an extra $27,000 do for you guys within the next 3 months? And look, I'm going to say, I'm not saying join Influencer School, you can have all these results handed to you on a platter. No. It takes hard work, it takes dedication, it takes listening, it takes learning, it takes falling over and getting back up. But every time you fall over, you learn how to do it better the next time. Just like a child learns how to walk. We don't say to a child, hey, you fell over once, don't bother learning to walk, do we? No, we don't. We say we get back up again, and we try again. But maybe you're like, you know what, I don't even have a product to sell yet. I just literally want to start learning how to build an audience. That's okay too. We've got you, all right? That is exactly what Nelisa did. She went from no followers whatsoever, all right? 0 followers, you guys. She came in brand new, and she grew to 8,000 followers in 30 days by utilizing our frameworks. And I'm going to come to some of these frameworks, all right? I'm going to come to some of these frameworks in a minute. And like I said, I'm not saying that these results are guaranteed. I just want to show you what's possible for you if you apply these things, okay? Like, I don't want anyone thinking that they can't, like, oh, it's okay for them, right? I just want you to be each to be able to see yourselves, because when I was in 2017, it meant everything for me to, like, believe in myself and see people going ahead of me. That was my North Star. And so I want to give you as many stars that you can look at and go, I see myself a little bit in Alyssa. I see myself in Michaela. All right? Maria, she got 25,000 real views in 30 minutes with 150 followers. So again, just allowing you to see Reels. Natalie spoke about this yesterday. Reels, if you are not posting them right now, are an incredible way to reach new audiences, all right? It really is very, very powerful right now, and they are the fastest way that you can actually grow your followers, all right? But like I said, maybe you're like, you know what, want to sell a product, not sure about that yet, but I do want to grow my audience, but maybe what's on your heart is speaking on stages and being in magazines and having a podcast. And Ebony, one of our students, she actually leveraged her audience, which was 1,400 at the time, to get a magazine deal with a huge, huge magazine in the UK. We were so proud of her. It's completely changed her life. And the same with Chloe. I was so impressed by Chloe and what she was achieving. I actually invited her onto the Boss Babe podcast because she's sharing her story about diversity and inclusion. And I was so moved by what she was sharing about. She actually came on. And now she's left her job too, and she's consulting for companies to teach them how we can all do better in that realm. And I say this, I'm so proud of them. I am so proud of all of our students. They have literally smashed it, and I want to be proud of you guys, like taking this next step. And just a couple more, I just want to share about these two as well. Like, I know for some people, like, you know what? The biggest thing that gets me excited is getting free stuff delivered to my door, and I don't even have to pay for it. Or maybe it's like doing a brand partnership. Like, who would like to go to a hotel and be paid to be there? Like, I always get so excited when that happens to me. I'm like, oh, you mean this is work too? Love it. I'm also really easily pleased as well. So whether like you're able to work anywhere in the world, but I just want to share with you, like Stephanie here as well, she actually made 21,000 through partnerships, and Ariel as well. She actually got her first partnership with a hotel in St. Lucia. And again, a lot of you might be like, okay, but how, Danielle? We go through all of this in Influencer School. We hold your hand. And you know how some people, they're like, okay, yeah, like, we've got you. I'm going to teach you this. And it's a 24-stage framework. And you're like, no, I literally cannot. 24 stages to get there, I'm out. Peace out. I don't know about you guys. I have sometimes a very short attention span. And so we wanted to make this so, so easy for you. And we teach it all in 3 stages. All right? The first stage, it's called the MBA method. Isn't that clever? Natalie came up with that. I was like, Natalie, that's freaking genius, the MBA method. We don't need to spend hundreds of thousands going to the schools and getting an MBA. You can come get one here. All right? So the first stage is magnetize. This is where we actually teach you to attract people to you. You know how I told you that earlier? Like, you don't want to be chasing after, it's a very different energy, like chasing after the person versus receiving. We're going to get you into the mindset of when you put content out there, attracting the right people to you. Your content's not going to be for everybody, all right? I want you to actually understand that right now. The content that you are putting out there should not be for everybody, because if you're trying to be for everybody, you are going to be for nobody. 0, all right? So you want to magnetize those people, and we teach you this in this section. We call it our magnetizing brand framework. And if you have questions that are something like, okay, Danielle, I'm coming into this, I don't even know what I want to do, we're going to help you discover what your mission is. We're going to discover what your niche is, or niche, wherever you're from in this world, however you want to say it. We're going to teach you that. We're going to teach you, like, what's your edge? Like, how can you do it your own way versus feeling like you have to copy people? It's actually really interesting. Remember when Instagram was like, had to be really beautiful, you guys, and there was like the flat lays and like everything was gorgeous? That was not me. Natalie would be like, why? Your feed is so ugly, Danielle. Thank goodness we are now in the era where ugly feeds are okay. They're actually called authentic now, which I really love. So don't even worry if you haven't got a design eye, or you haven't really necessarily got like, oh my God, I know exactly what mine's going to look like. We're going to help you work through that, all right? We're going to help you understand your story and how you present that to the world. We've got you. So by the end of module 1, you're going to be magnetizing people towards you. And then the second year is all about builds. We're going to help you build upon that. Because now you've learned the basis, now you've got the foundations, it's the stepping stones, the layers that go on this. And Natalie touched on this a little bit yesterday. Remember she spoke about the growth system, the audience growth system? It's 4 pillars. Consistency is on there. Connection is on there. Remember how she spoke about collaborating with people yesterday? How do you find people to collaborate with? Guess what? They're in influencer school. Y'all are going to be there collaborating with each other. That is the beauty. And I just want to share a story. The other day, one of our students in there posted a reel. And it didn't take off. Like, it really got no views. And she was so, like, it hurts sometimes, doesn't it, right? When you kind of put effort into a reel and it doesn't do very well. Like, I felt like that with some of mine before when she posted. And she was really vulnerable, and I want to commend her for this. She went in there, she was like, guys, this reel was a flop, and I feel so sad. You know what happened next? Several other of the students in there dove in and was like, let me go and comment on it to give it a boost for you. And it pushed the reel further. And it wasn't the fact that then the reel went viral or anything like that. It was the fact that she was like, wow, people around me get it. I'm not alone anymore. Right? Because sometimes when we're trying to do this stuff with people around us, our family, our friends, and went to school with our friends from work, they don't actually get it. And so it's so nice to actually be surrounded with people who actually get what you're trying to do. And the next one is activate. This is where we want you to teach you how to sell, okay? How you need to actually be able to sell online. There's an art to it. We can teach it to you. How you can actually get people to be DMing you to buy the things, all right? And I just want to share, I'm a science girl, I really am, and I love graphs and I love charts. And where I think we're really in with the next business area is when we first started businesses, like I said, it was like ad traffic, it was paying on websites, SEO, all those things. Look at the growth and how much companies are spending on influencer marketing, guys. It is huge. And influencer marketing isn't like, oh, you have to be 100,000 followers to be paid to share something. No, it starts with the smaller ones. That's actually what businesses are targeting right now. Because when you have small audiences, they're actually more engaged, they're actually more dialed in. And that's what whose people are looking for, to grow. So like I started off by sharing, whether you have a business yet or not, you can actually get paid to be sharing things that you know and love. And I would always advise you to follow what's in your heart. Don't recommend companies that you don't actually love and don't agree with. But if it's something that you're utilizing anyway, why not get paid to share that? And there's not a company that I don't know now who doesn't actually have budget for this in their marketing. There's in the P&L, there is influencer marketing budgets on every single company that I'm seeing right now. So this is only going to grow even further. All right? And the same thing with revenue streams. Whether you want to activate it by sending to somebody else's company, whether you want to activate it by building your own, so you could do a membership. Kajabi is amazing for that. Thank you, our sponsors for this event. You've got Kajabi, you've got online courses, you've got high-touch coaching, affiliate revenue, display advertising. I'm looking down at my slide, listening to it all. Brand deals, paid speaking engagements, ebooks, downloadable products, all of these, so many different ways that you could be utilizing your audience and getting paid extra, whether it's a side hustle, whether you're leaving your job full time, or whether you actually just want to be growing the business that you already have. So you have 2 options, right? You can do it alone, or you can do it with a community and a mentor to help you, all right? Unlike the others, we take so much pride in this, guys, at Boss Babe, we really do. Influencer School is the most comprehensive and advanced social media certification program online, all right? We take you step by step. I'm not throwing a ton of content at you. In fact, I'm going to show you in a minute. I take you step by step through the whole process so that you don't feel overwhelmed. All right? So Influencer School Access, you can gain access for all of this for $997 is what the content is valued at. All right? Freshman year, we are talking everything from mindset to personal brand 101 to business fundamentals to content creation. And we did this really cool that you'll see when you get in there. Like, I'm dressed as a student too. And in sophomore year, we go through establishing how to promote on your Instagram. Instagram 101, all the basics that you need, but it also goes across other social media platforms as well, all right? The stuff that you're learning in freshman year and sophomore year actually can be applied across. This is the last investment you'll ever need to make in a social media growth program, online again, because we also update it. So when we hear to ourselves, oh, hang on a minute, Reels, they've just brought out tagging systems. We update it so that you guys are the first to know. We also teach you the growth tactics that you need. And if anyone, give me a yes in the chat, who has been overwhelmed? Who has been overwhelmed by all these like video settings on your phone? Like who even knew? I found out this. Like who even knew that Instagram did templates for everyone, right? We make sure we find out this stuff so we can help you, because I was actually not tech savvy whatsoever. Like I was terrible at tech. So we made sure that we also brought people in to show you the technical sides of things if you choose to go down that route. We also bring our best lawyers in, our best tax advisors, so you can make sure you are set up for success 360, not just on the front end, but also in the back end, because if you don't know, I'm a Virgo and I love systems and organization. So I got you there. Natalie is a Capricorn, so we're really, really freaking organized. And we make sure that you guys are too, and it isn't overwhelming. And I love this picture again from Ash, just like, you can do everything on your own, or you can find a wise mentor to fly you over the top, all right? And that's exactly what Maria did. She went from 1,000 followers to 10,000 in a week, and now she's at 97,000 after 3 months. So the total value of 3 months weekly coaching, we're going to add in there for 2,997, because we want to support you in this journey. We don't want you to do it alone. Just like professional athletes hire coaches, we want you to have a coach in your career that's going to help you to that next level. Let us teach you our mistakes. Let me teach you all the things that I messed up on so that you don't have to. Cherie did that. She took her business from consistent 10K to 20K. Again, these results, I'm not saying everyone joins are going to get these results. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying if you apply yourself and you learn, there's things in there that teach you that are going to help you on that journey. Also, if you don't necessarily, one thing I will say is you might want to be the content creator, but you also might be on the back end of a business. You might want to be the social media manager. You might want to be design, or you actually might just want to get better in business. If you want to get better in business, you have to understand social media marketing now. And we give a certification that if you want it for your CV, or even if you just want to come in here and learn so that you can tell your social media manager how to do it better, go for it. We've had people pay for their social media managers to take this as well, because you guys all, I don't want to get on my high horse about this, but everyone needs to know this stuff. If you want a business, if you want to grow, you have to understand social media and influencer marketing now. It is everything for how a business grows. It really, really is. And we give you a certification after this. Being certified by social media, the #1 business, we pride ourselves in really helping you dial in those skills that you need, and we give you a certificate at the end. And that's worth $297. We also have the student lounge. You're all invited. We call it our student lounge. It's where we all hang out and where it goes down, like I just said, where you can be like, that didn't really go down for me very well, and I really need a hug, and no one else in my life gets it. We get it. We'll come hug you. It also is where you get to ask your questions. You don't need to be waiting a week for the next call. You can be like, hey, someone else has already been there and done it. We have our alumni in there. Students have already been through this. They are so helpful. This is one of my favorite things. Boss Babe is all about collaboration over competition, and it really, really shows in there. And, you know, even our students, Nadia said, the best thing about it was actually the support. You're not doing this alone, and I cannot say that enough, because I do think that accountability was one of the things that really helped my progress the most, was feeling like I was on this journey with other people and being held accountable to that. What made the difference between just coming to an event like this and leaving and never doing anything about it, or being invested in it and actually making that progress and being able to be cheered on, that made a huge difference. So this next part, I always really want to make your life easier. And so that is the bulk of what Influencer School is. You've got the teachings, you've got the student lounge, you've got the curriculum. And at this point, most people just throw a ton of bonuses at you. And they're like, oh, we'll chuck some bonuses in and, like, you know, let you hope for the best. That's not how we do it here. in our curriculum, we thread these bonuses through to save you time and energy so you can plug and play. So not every single person in the whole of Influencer School is having to do the same thing over and over again. We bring it all together. And so one thing we teach you is when you're starting to grow, we don't want you to go and copy, but we want you to go and assess what other people are doing. And we create a really cool template for you to fill out on this. It's called the Social Competitor Matrix template. And that is worth $297. But one of my favorite things that I was so passionate about including was the 365 days of Instagram story prompts. Remember when Natalie was talking yesterday and she said, Reels are really great for growing your audience. Who was here yesterday in the chat for that? And what did she say? What did she say? I'm going to test you. What did she say about stories, right? She said stories is where you build know, like, and trust. And there is an art to getting people used to swiping up, okay? There is an art to it. You want to be giving them prompts on a regular basis that trains them to tap, right? It's not even swipe up anymore, tap, right? So that they get used to when you do your tap for your product, they know how to access it, right? And we teach you this, but we also recognize that sometimes you're just feeling creative and sometimes you're not. And for those days that you're not feeling creative, here you go. Here's 365 days, so now you can be consistent and show up on your stories every single day. Yes, Christelle, stories build connection with the followers. That's exactly what she said. That is worth 297 followers. And also, we want you to be doing Reels because we know that's how you're going to grow. So we're going to add in there 100 done for you Reel ideas. So again, you're not alone. We've done the hard work for you. We've found the trends, we've found the audios, and we're giving you concepts that you can actually apply, right? So again, this isn't a bonus to overwhelm you. This is a bonus that is actually going to make your life easier and help you achieve the results easier, all right? Now, 30 done for you captions. We all know we want to create with CTA, a call to action. I used to hate writing these. I was so bad at them. So we've given you 30 that you can use as a framework. So the next time you're posting, you don't have to be spending hours going, okay, what am I supposed to be writing again? And then, you know, we're all busy. We've all got things to be doing, and we want you to focus on the growth. So let us handle this bit for you. All right? Allow us to teach you how to get them to take action. That's worth $97. Okay. We have a creator economy database. This is one of my favorite things in there too. It's a complete database of tech resources, discounts, everything. All right? So even from the discounts, we're giving you like so many different things in there that are actually going to help you on your journey and save you money too. We've collated all of it. There's actually loads of tech that actually can support you in growing on social media right now. And so we didn't want you to have to, double check all of those and spend time vetting them all. We're giving you a list that we use at Boss Babe, and we know lots of our other friends use as well. And that's worth $997. Now, YouTube, giving you who is on YouTube actually? I'm curious. Give me a yes in the chats. Anyone could be a boss babe. I love that. Yes. Okay, I'm seeing YouTube. YouTube is amazing, right? It'll literally you can get paid. You can put something up that you did 2 years ago and still be getting paid from ad revenue right now. Like, it's insane. And I want you to understand the power of YouTube. Now, I am not the person to teach you YouTube, and I'm going to come to that in a second, but we also added in a YouTube content planner so that you can get organized and have a full production flow if you need it, and that is $297. All right? We're ensuring that we take the overwhelm out of that for you. Now, Violet Benson does memes. She actually grew to 5 million followers. And this is the one thing you'll learn about me, you guys, is I will never tell you I'm good at things that I'm not. So I'm like, I am not the best person at memes, but I know who is. And so we persuaded Violet to come in and to teach you guys exactly how she went viral with memes. And honestly, what's in there was really surprising. I thought it was going to be really complicated, and it was just like you were either good at it or you weren't. But she actually broke it down, and there's kind of a formula to it, which it just blew my mind when I realized. I was like, oh, that's how she do it. So we're going to include that in there as well. And then, like I said, I am not a YouTube person. I am not big on YouTube. I put the podcast on YouTube, but outside of that, I don't know how to play to all of the algorithms yet. But I will be joining you over the next few weeks because I'm going to dig into this one, and that is the YouTube course which is created by you, for you by Amy Sangster. She actually did 100 million views on YouTube. She knows how to create content that only helps you now, but it helps you in the future because like I said, with YouTube, it stays. Whereas Instagram will stay for like 24, 48 hours, you have this run with YouTube where people will keep searching it via the SEO features in it, and we want you to be able to leverage those. So you can see this social media influencer school isn't just about Instagram. It is about YouTube. It is about whether you do Reels and you repurpose them for TikTok or you repurpose them for YouTube Shorts or you put them on Instagram. But we have brought together the best teachers in the business and are bringing them to you. And Drea knows best, has 5 million followers on TikTok. And I was like, Drea, you need to come in. I don't even know how to work TikTok at this point. I'm like, I just stick with Instagram. Instagram, you know how Brendon said they will do the one thing well? I stick with Instagram. So we've brought her in to teach on TikTok, and that's worth $497. So you can see now, it's really starting. We not only have the course, but we have all of these bonuses threaded in to make your life easier. And for some of you who just want to be like, you know what, I already have followers and I want to start making money tomorrow, we're going to give you our brand deal template. Our brand deal template is going to help you reach out to brands and give you a document so that you can be able to know what brands actually work with a lot of influencers. All of that is in there worth $197, and that wasn't good enough. We're also giving you our media kit. So I've used this media kit to close 6-figure deals on our Instagram account. And so I wanted to give it to you guys. I put it in Canva. You don't need to be recreating the whole thing. You literally need to add in your branding, add in your pictures, and off to the races. You could switch this over and have this pressing button and emailing this out within 30 minutes, all right? I wanted to make it that easy for you because if there's anything I hate doing, it's a job, like doing a job twice or a job that someone's already done, and I can just leverage what they've done. So I'm allowing you to leverage Boss Babe and leverage what we know works so that you can cut that trial and error. You can get away. You don't have to do the failures that we went through to create this, and that's worth $197. And lastly, our growth and monetization roadmap, all right? I get it. This can be really confusing, all right? It can be really, really confusing when you're on this journey, and sometimes you can get lost. We didn't want that, all right? We didn't want you to feel lost in this journey at all, so guess what? We are making sure that we give you a roadmap. You literally just have to follow it. Did this? Yes. Did this? No. And just keep going forwards. We pride ourselves in making sure our courses are the best on the market. Not only is the production really high, not only is the information that we teach in there, we give the best bonuses, and we hold your hand all the way through. Give me some yeses in the chat. I know that some of you are actually in Influencer School on here, and so I really want to just make sure that I'm seeing, and yes, we can have boss dudes in there, all right? We have had many men in there who have also grown on social media, so you guys are welcome too. So like I said, all of that, you can go to bossbabe.com/influencer to sign up. We are starting our live calls very, very soon. Natalie and I are actually the ones teaching in that. We're also not giving you to other people. We are the ones that are teaching you. So if you've enjoyed what we've been teaching over the last couple of days, we take it in turns each week to support you in your journey. We hot seat, I get up your social media profiles. That's why I know so much about the women on here on the testimonials, because I've looked at every single one of their social media profiles and given them feedback in real time so that they can go on and create. And like I said, if you want to create a career, we also have a section. If you are like, wait, I need some guidance from my social media manager, or I am a social media manager and you want to know more, we literally give you a masterclass in there so you can understand how you can take that career path as well, because there's no right or wrong way. So if you've added up everything here, it's valued at $12,049. That's the value of everything we are providing you. And I've honestly bought courses that have been worth I paid $40,000 to, and they've not had half this stuff in here. But we really, really, really make sure that we guide you on all this. My reputation is on how well my students are doing. So I want you all to do absolutely phenomenal. And today, I actually have persuaded Mr. Brendon Burchard to give us some special bonuses. So whilst that's $12,000, we're actually going to be doing it for $1,997 today. And I said to Brendon before I came on here today, all right? I said to him, Brendon, how can we make this really, really, really special? I was like, I want you to give me something that you've never, ever done before. I know how amazing Influencer School is for just 19997. It's so, so amazing. But I really, really, really want it to be even special for those of you who are spending your 3 days with us. So I twisted his arm, and I was like, give me something you've never taught before. Give me something that, like, in 15 years, you've never, ever taught before. All right? So you're ready for this, you guys? You ready? I persuaded, and I'm really actually very pleased with myself. My powers of persuasion have still got it. I've persuaded Brendon to come in, and whoever purchases by midnight tonight, he is going to do 3 special live calls. The first call he's going to do is on his subscription model. He has $10 million in recurring revenue, and he is going to teach us on a call. I'm going to ask him questions, because you know I love questions, right? And you guys get to ask him questions too about how he did this. Who would like to wake up and make money while they're sleeping, right? That's the goal. That's what I'm going to do. Brendon is coming in to teach that to you guys. And I was like, okay, Brendon, that's going to be amazing, but maybe some people don't want a subscription. Maybe they also want to speak. And I know that you get paid multiple 6 figures to speak on stage right now. And I actually really want to be a better speaker because I could really do with not shaking and falling over my words. So we said, okay, Danielle, I'll come in. Why don't you ask me all the questions on how to become a better speaker and how I actually went and started being paid 6 figures in speaking. Who wants to know that, right? He is going to be coming on a call so you can ask him all of these questions. He's never taught this stuff before. He comes in and teaches here, but he's not taught this nitty-gritty behind his business, so I'm so, so excited. And I call him the godfather of Boss Babe, and I literally guilt-tripped him into this. And then lastly, you guys don't know this, but I do have a very strong obsession with Usher. And Brendon coaches Usher. And I was like, well, you know what? If he's good enough for Usher, he's good enough for me. And I want to know how you, like, I want to see him in action, right? He's coached presidents, he's coached Oprah. I want to see Brendon in action. Who wants to see Brendon in action and actually also wants to have the chance of being coached by Brendon? Who would love that? Because if you join by midnight tonight, Influencer School, he is going to come in and coach a few of you live on calls. So you go in to the hat to win a chance to be coached by Brendon himself. He charges, what did he say, 7 figures for a year's worth of coaching? I was like, what price do I put on this? I mean, I put $997, but really I'm like, this is kind of priceless. Like, I don't really know what number to put on this. I should have put like $1 million or something. But I am just so, so blessed. He is absolutely amazing. So honored to be here today. And like I said, to be able to include not only Influencer School to you guys, that coaching, that support to help you create the change in your life, but to add in Brendon's expertise as well. I'm honored and I am blessed to be here, and I am so, so grateful and just really, really appreciating every single one of you in here. So Brendon, come on in.
Go! Danielle Candy, ladies and gentlemen, let's go! So good. So good.
Did you like it?
I love it.
Proud?
I'm so proud of you. Let's go, Danielle Candy!
I'm going to leave
so
the
good.
clicker.
Okay.
And I just want to say,
oh, look at this.
I know, I have my notes here too.
Oh my gosh.
And I didn't get a chance to tell them just yet that we're
What?
also, not only are we doing the extra special stuff from you, but we're also doing a payment plan for this as well.
Awesome.
So if
You'll
anyone,
have to check this out. Go to bossbabe.com/influencer, because at the end of the day, I said this morning, you know, you need the system for how to actually set up your pages, do checkout, capture email, make money online, and you need the school. You need to learn what to do. And that framework, I think I was teaching this morning, I don't know if it's still up here, but it was all about how do you get that content rhythm going. And this is probably the best program in the world that just helps you figure out content rhythm, social media that works, but then how to translate that into business. Because a lot of you have an audience already, and you just think, oh, well, I only have 100 people. What am I going to do with that? It's like, oh, that's the base. This is about building that into thousands and tens of thousands, and then understanding that process of when do you offer, what do you offer, how do you do that? And so we'll be teaching that together. Influencer School is 12 weeks deep dive training, but as she shared, I think she explained it really great. What I want to share is just a few years ago, she was in my audience at a seminar.
Wild.
Why am I sharing that? Because we want you here. Go do the work. Go learn. Yeah, look at that. Sandra's pumped. She's like, yes. David's pumped. Yes. Sherry's pumped. Yes, let's go. David's pumped. Let's go. Why not you? Why not you? Get fired up. At some point in your life, you go, why can't I do that? Because that's what she did. That's what Natalie did. She said, hey, why can't we do that? Why can't we be on the stage? Why can't we do social media? Why can't we sell a course? Why can't we learn how to monetize? You all can learn this. Influencer School will help you. One more round of applause for Danielle.
Thank
awesome.
you.
So good. So good. Oh my gosh. So good. Let's go, Influencer Summit. Who's having a good time today? Let's have a good time. Let's go, Influencer Summit. I see you. Light it up for Danielle, thanking her for being here. Oh, she was so good. So good. So good. Okay. I want to keep giving you more and more and more and more support and stories and helping you realize, listen, get out of your head. Get some education. Believe that you can do this. Push yourself. Yesterday, I gave you the framework and the model. Yesterday, we taught you about the marketing triangle. Yesterday, I taught you about payment flow. This morning, I taught you about the crush model. Develop that core offer. Get that recurring revenue. Make sure that you're having urgency, mental urgency to get in the game, right? Psychological necessity to win, show up, express yourself, be your best. Make sure that you understand, hey, what I have to do is really push myself at this stage of my life. But this time, having fun. Enjoying the process, teaching other people, getting social proof of other people who learn from me, who are inspired by me, who go to another level, get that social proof, and then the happiness. Enjoy this, bring the joy. Like this has to be something that you teach yourself to hold a smile for. I know that sounds so silly, but what happens is we get so serious about our lives. You know, and we take ourselves so seriously. You forgot marketing is just creative expression. Think about that for a minute. Marketing is creative expression. Marketing is not scary. Sales is not scary. Sales is just explaining what you have and how it helps people. Meaning, sales is teaching. You're teaching people what you got and how it helps them and how it serves them. You're just teaching. You're just sharing. You're expressing yourself. But at the end of the day, if you don't get through that sort of mindset that says, well, I can't, or I can't, or I can't on every single situation, then we keep struggling. Remember, as I talked about yesterday, most people are just embarrassed to be seen starting small. It's not real fear. It's just spinning in your head. Oh, what if this doesn't go right? What if they think I'm funny? What if they, make fun of me? What if they tell me I can't? What if they embarrass me? And at the end of the day, you got to stand on your own psychologically. Personal power is that personal freedom to be who you truly are, to express yourself in a way that you feel is authentic, and also to push yourself in a way that allows you to serve at the next level. You want a higher level of faith, you want a higher level of service in the world, you want a higher level of contribution or fulfillment, you're going to have to learn new skills. And be okay with the learning journey. Like I shared this morning, don't make fun of yourself or beat down on yourself or hate yourself because you have to start like me with a bunch of IKEA lamps pointing at your face and getting an IKEA sunburn from those stupid lamps and have to do the video 32 times just to introduce yourself well. It's okay if your spouse, your partner makes fun of you and says, well, you look kind of funny, or I don't know about that. You sure you're going to put that out? That's 100% of our journeys. We all start as a hot mess. The learning journey is supposed to be a hot mess journey. The importance is to commit to the learning path. Invest in yourself. Take care of yourself, get the education, the training, the mentorship that will help you go there. If we can support you with that, with Influencer School, make sure you check the link in the chat. 12 weeks deep dive training, followed by 3 exclusive classes for me that I've never done before, sharing our subscription model. my sales model, as well as doing a hot seat with you in Influencer School, the deal of the century. Check it out with the link down below. With this, and I would say the continuation here of just some goodness in Influencer Summit. I'm so excited about this next guest. Lori Harder is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Host of the Earn Your Happy podcast. Is she there? Hi, Lori.
Hi. Oh my God, I'm so excited to be here.
How cool is this?
I'm jealous I'm not there.
I'm so excited. Let me explain. Listen, for those who don't already know and love Lori like we do, Lori is the host of the Earn Your Happy podcast, the creator of the Bliss Project. She's somebody who has, like all of us, had to figure out, what do I do? what does it look like to pick my thing and to build my brand and to build an audience? And she's a real expert at building an audience. But what I love about her story, and we'll talk about it, and she'll introduce herself here a little bit, is just like I shared with you this morning, if I kind of had to figure it out, we all pivot, we all learn. 1 year, it's like, oh, this is my main thing. And next year, like, oh, wait, but this. But there's this consistency. Build the audience, add value, take care of them, make offers, earn for your family. Repeat, repeat, repeat. So, Lori, welcome to Influencer Summit. I'm so excited to have you here.
I'm so excited to be here. And I was just listening to all of Danielle's piece. And honestly, it really just brought me back to the beginning of my journey, because everything that she shared and everything that is in Influencer School is exactly how I've built my audience, which then I can plug and play everything into. So this has been so awesome. And you guys truly, I just want to say, like, that is probably one of the best courses that I still use things from, because we're all still learning. Like, Brendon, things pivot, things change, and then we're beginners again. Like, the people that people look to, we're beginners all over again. So it's like we're always looking to each other for how to grow next and what's working.
That's so true. That's so true. I love, here's something I know about Lori. I know about Natalie yesterday, Lisa yesterday, Amy yesterday. All of us, we're still learning. Like, you guys, just a minute ago, I'm off stage with Trent Shelton, who's up next, and we're talking, Lori, he and I are brainstorming like, oh, I got this new program. How do you think I would do this? And what do you think of that? Like, we're always learning together in this industry. That's why Influencer School is powerful. And it's also why I really believe Lori's success is so extraordinary, because she's always built an audience that respected learning and growing together, making it okay to start. So maybe, Lori, can you share your story of how you started in this space? Because like a lot of us, you've gone through different projects, different brands, different names. You sell physical products, you sell digital products, you have a podcast. Like, walk us through maybe a little bit of your journey for those who aren't familiar, but also sharing what were some of the key, like, breakthrough decisions that you had personally or professionally that you felt like kept, leveling you up along the way.
Oh, this is such a good question, Brendon. I'm so excited to be chatting with you about this, because I can definitely say I feel like I'm going to be able to relate to so many people on here, because even though maybe I've been doing this for a while, I've pivoted a lot. And you know what that means when you pivot a lot, you guys? It means that you're a beginner a lot. And so I feel like even right now, I'm in this beginner boat with some of you, and some of you are like way far down the lane right now, and that's amazing. But it all, when you ask that, Brendon, like, what are some of the things that have worked for me? It's really the willingness to show up in your mess and your anxiety, or feeling depressed, or feeling like you have nothing to say. Like, if you can just be willing to show up on those days, even if your post is really small, the one thing that I have always done is show up and just say what I'm actually going through, like show up in my vulnerability and share it. And I can tell you that that is when I relate to my audience the most, which is like astounding to me, because I'm like, this is the worst day that I'm having. And so I've always turned that into some form of a post or an email, or just put it out there, because I know that if I'm struggling in that someone else is, and that just me sharing it right? Just me sharing that is going to make one person not feel alone. So a lot of you are like trying to think of this amazing content right now when actually the struggle that you're in and the willingness to put that out there with the solution, we don't want to be like, I'm in my crap right now and this sucks and all of you suck too, the end. Like we want to say, here's where I'm at. Here's what I'm dealing with. Here's what I think I might do or I want to do to get out of it. I'm trying to make that plan right now, but I just wanted to share this in case anyone else is going through it as well. So I can tell you that even way back when, I actually followed Brendon years ago. I can't even remember how long. It's probably almost been like 13 or 14 years now, with Millionaire Messenger.
Wow.
And we would listen, right?
Wow.
We would listen to him, my husband and I, over and over because we wanted to get into the online space. And I wanted to do a fitness membership. And so we started listening to him and I started slowly implementing. You guys, this doesn't happen overnight. I didn't take everything he said and implement it. I took a couple things that he said and I started to integrate those things. And way back when I wanted to do that, I just started showing up on Facebook every day, you guys. I just started writing a post because I knew that I wanted to launch a fitness membership. I just started writing a post a day about the challenge that I was going through or what I was experiencing, and then how working out or leading a healthy lifestyle was helping that, or what I was trying to implement, or what I was overcoming at the time, or the different hacks that I was trying to figure out, or, hey guys, I just went on a run. I didn't want to go. Here's how I felt beforehand. And here's how I felt after. So as you can see, I started just talking to them from the place of, hey, here's the problem I want to solve. I'm solving it for myself. And I share it knowing that I was going to be launching a fitness membership in the future. And so that's really where my journey started, was just like swearing to myself that I would post one post a day on Facebook. That was it. And what happens is people start to, they start to rely on you. They start to know that you're the person to go to for that topic that you continue to talk about. It's not that I didn't talk about other things, because I did mix that in there. But at the same time, that was my main focus. And that's really how I started building everything, was this realization that consistency, no matter what, and no matter how messy it is, really at the end of the day is key, because they start to look to you as someone that they can count on. And I think that this is one of the most important topics that you can extract from, me chatting today, is people want to be able to count on you. And a lot of that is not about great content. We want to give great content, but a lot of it is about being reliable and knowing that you're going to show up through anything that you're going through for them.
That's so good. That's so good. It's like this simple reminder that, we talk about consistency here all the time. And often we think about it as like, oh, I have to be consistent. I have to do this. I have to. I'm like, you have a privilege to show up and reach people and connect with them and inspire them. And if you don't sense that as a blessing, my friends, then you're approaching this whole thing way wrong, because that consistency is actually a demonstration of caring. When you're consistent with them, it says, I care about you. I care. I'm checking in. I'm sharing this. It's not just the piece about us that I want to share everything going on in my life. And some people do that. But some people don't. Like me, I actually don't share that much about my personal life outside these live broadcasts sometimes. For me, I just love to share and teach what I'm learning in personal development. I love to share resources that I have. But it's that consistency. Like Lori's saying, she came up, one post a day on Facebook. I came up 4 posts per day on Facebook. And then now we're on Instagram and TikTok and everywhere else. But at the end of the day, it was that I'm going to be there daily for humans. Right? You have to, there is no momentum that's going to happen unless you're actually approaching this with a consistent thing. You'll be a mom. You can still have friends. You can still have a husband that likes you as you're doing this work. Everyone's so fearful. Oh, I'm going to have to do all these things. It's going to eat my life up. I'm like, No, what's eating up your life is 4 seasons on Netflix. You creating and connecting with people that will fill up your life, not eat up your life. Can I get an amen on a weekday? People's out in there. You know what I'm saying? I love it. I love it. Lori, you said that you were going to create a fitness membership.
Yes.
And so how did you actually launch that first one? Like, what did you charge for it? And how did you do it? And how did you decide it? Because a lot of people watching this, they're actually think of their very first core offer for the first time. They know they need to do it. They're excited to do it. They want to build, serve, and earn. But they're like, So tell us, like, did you take 5 years to think of it? Or you like to walk us through that first offer?
Okay, I'm so glad you're asking this because it was such a mess.
Hot messes allowed in Influencer Summit.
Oh my God, I'm so excited to share this because I am one of those people who I'm willing to take the action and then I take it and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is kind of a disaster. And then I go and honestly go and clean it up afterward. And it's just, I've learned that works really well for me because I get feedback right away on my disastrous mess. And I'm willing to look at it and say, where can I improve instead of taking it personal? And that took learning too, you guys. So I just want to share, like, when you're putting your stuff out there's a lot of vulnerability that goes into it. And just the willingness to say, okay, I am willing to not be good at this. I'm willing to fail. And the fact that you get it out there quickly is actually how you're going to get feedback faster and how it's going to get better faster. Does that make sense? Like, you trying to perfect something that you don't even know how it's going to be perceived. Like, if you're trying to perfect something in the dark, you're never going to actually know how this program is going to do out in the world. Like, you need people's feedback. So, I think there's like, for people who are successful, I think they wait to get 50 to 70% of the data. Sometimes it's less than 50, and they put it out there because that's all that they need in order to just launch it and then figure it out. Because if you're waiting for 100%, it will never, ever happen. So when I was launching this, what happened is I didn't even have a website at the time, guys. Do you remember flip cams that you could buy at Sam's Club? Remember those flip cams you could plug in?
I was telling them my story about my flip cam this morning.
Oh, great. Thank you. Okay. So Brendon already explained the flip cam, and I would have my husband who we'd be fighting the whole time because this was back in the day. I'd have him hold my flip cam and just record me doing these workout moves like, hey, everyone, this is a lunge. Here's how to do it. And it was so bad. And so what I would do is I was like, hey guys, I have this fitness membership. Here's what it looks like. I was just writing this in a post. I wasn't sending anyone to a website. I had just been the person that people had started to rely on. They were like, okay, this girl is consistent. She works out every day. She shares her workouts, and people started to say, hey, have you ever thought of doing a fitness program? Instead of waiting till it was perfect, I was like, yep, got one. Do you want to buy it? So I would have these people buy it before I had even created it, and would then film these different workouts saying, yes, you're going to get it next month, sign up. And all of this was being done, Brendon, in the DMs, because they would message me and I'd be like, yep, send me your email. I'm going to send you the workouts at the beginning of the month next month. And so I sent them individually in email all these different flip cam videos. So at the time, I think I had 8 people sign up in the beginning. Maybe. I think I probably had 4 free ones, honestly, Brendon. So I think I had 4 people that I was sending these videos to in their email individually. So one at a time, in email, and then charging them one at a time, entering the cards. Well, this ended up growing because I was talking about it all the time. And sometimes I'd post one video from the workouts and say, hey guys, here's one of the examples. If you want to join, you just DM me. So all of this was my business for the first year was happening in the DMs. And I think that it is so now it's underrated, the amount of businesses that you should be starting in your DMs rather than waiting to be perfect and waiting for your website. Looking back, that was the best way for me to launch test it out, be able to figure out how to perfect it and make it better. I didn't wait. And, if I would have waited, I think it would have been like 2 years before I did anything. And I would have missed out on all of that organic growth of really getting to know those initial people who became like brand ambassadors for me later. So that was initially how that program started. And honestly, that's how a lot of my stuff started. When I first hosted an event, I did have a website, so that was a big deal. And I did have a landing page, but I was DMing people about the event. I was inviting them personally. I probably sent like 200 personal invites to random people saying, hey, I see that you post about this. I really think you need to be in this room. This woman's going to be there, or I believe these people are going to be there. You should really connect with them. That's what this looks like. So, and I probably gave away 50 free tickets to that event, maybe even more than that. So I think a lot of the beginnings can happen through those relationships and in the DMs.
I love it. I love it. Listen, everyone, it's so easy to fool yourself and to overcomplicate yourself. Like I was sharing, Lori, this morning and yesterday, I said, if I was starting again, I would just decide to do a Zoom every Friday or Saturday. All week I'd be posting organically, emailing people if I have emails, DM if I have DMs, get people to register for that, free Zoom on a Friday or Saturday. Then I'd go there. I'd serve, whether it was 5 people or 10 people. I'd add value, take questions, coach, sell something. And I think that is undervalued, and just DM people, just guerrilla, just go. It's kind of like, I guess I would sum up, if I was writing notes on Lori's here, I would just write, I can film as I go and sell as I go, because she's literally creating the content, then DMing people and selling it. And she's not selling a program that's complete and done. It's, hey, I'm going to be releasing this every month. Why don't you pay me? And then she creates it and delivers it. And some of you think you have to have a whole program. Like, I got to have my 12-week program done, like Boss Babe, because they're amazing. And well, they've been doing this for years. When you're just starting, sell something. Add value, connect with people. And what do you think, Lori, from that next stage, as you were just like getting in and hustling and working, what was like the next maybe breakthrough that you had that leveled it up from there?
Then it was to follow some of your instruction, some other people's instruction, and really start building a list. And also like get my, websites together and different things like that. But it was really starting to learn how to build a list. And for me, I just want to say, like, I am not really linear. Like, I am the creative. And some of you might be in that position where you feel really overwhelmed by thinking of the technical end as well. So for me, what I did is I hustled in those DMs and got enough money to be able to pay somebody to help me build a list and to help me be able to build websites and things like that. But before that, I did not have the money for it. Like, my husband and I went through the recession and we lost our house. We lost our cars. We were rebuilding. We were $300,000 in debt. And in the Midwest at that time, it might as well have been, $3 million. And so I had to figure out how to get really scrappy in order for me to get those people through the door to help me out. So I just want to see type a yes in the chat box if you are like getting so stuck because you think that you need to be the person who has to do all of those things. So for me, that's when we hired somebody in order to help us out and build that email list and start helping us build funnels. And that was just asking around. It was asking anyone who is already doing it. And what actually ended up happening is that we put my brother-in-law through a bunch of these different schools, like let's just say Influencer Summit and different schools that were being offered by these different people. And so he ended up doing it because we couldn't find someone right away. At the time, it wasn't a really popular thing. Now it's a lot more popular. I'm talking like one of the first memberships out there, So it's a lot more popular now, but I will tell you that has always been my strategy is like, okay, how hard can I work at what I know in order to get enough money in to make this next key hire in a skill set that I will not most likely be able to create. So that was another big breakthrough, Brendon. But honestly, I've always, like I was just thinking about, I launched an event, and I had never had a live event before. And I had a goal to get 300 people in the room. And so I want to share that I use social media every single day in order to do that. And here's what I did. I said, okay, so if my event is in 6 months, at the time, I actually think I knew it was coming in a year. So if my event is in a year, what is something I can do that I can get out there on social media and start building an audience specifically with this in mind, that this is coming, knowing that this would also build my other things. So every single day for 1 year, Monday through Friday, I took weekends off. Monday through Friday, I got on Facebook Live, and I would pick a topic that I knew I would be talking about at the event. And what I would do is, just for 10 or 15 minutes, I would sloppily talk about it because I didn't prepare. I would just literally sit and turn my camera on and be like, okay, done is better than perfect. That was my mantra that whole year. Done is better than perfect. I would flip on the camera. I would have an idea of the topic, and I would get on and just start talking about it for the 10 to 15 minutes. And then at the end, I would typically say, I have this event coming up. Here's what it's going to be called. Here's when it is. And I was building this audience specifically to this event. And I actually ended up doing this every year before the event. And I would always sell tickets based off of the Facebook Lives. And so, I would probably sell maybe one ticket maybe one every other. But if I'm doing that every single day for a year, guess how many tickets you're selling? And so this is what you have to think of as, oh God, I'm only selling like one ticket, like every other one, or I poured my heart out. But it's that consistency that when done regular, not only was I was creating content, I was creating audience, and I was building audience and building, audience and people buying the event through these daily things. So, sometimes we get on and we're like, okay, we're consistent, but maybe you're missing that call to action, or maybe you're missing the intentionality around behind why you're putting out what you want to do. And if you haven't picked up yet, kind of everything that I think about on social is, okay, if I have this coming up, what should I be talking about, and where should I be directing them to?
So good. So good. As I think about your story, and you shared about the sort of having to get scrappy to pull yourself out of like a financially difficult situation. But you also, I think, are in a unique position. Like, you are also working with your husband. Mm-hmm. And we got some questions about this last night. I saw in the chat when I looked back at our Facebook comments, like a lot of people are like, how do you work with a partner doing this? Because my partner does want to support, or I do have, someone in the household who wants to help me out. How did you all survive like financial difficulty and working together without like destroying each other? Because I think that's a really hard thing to do.
Oh man. Well, we did kind of destroy each other for a little bit. Like I remember, so I was kind of working this by myself. Like, yes, he was there and helping me sometimes, but he was not at home yet. And when he came home, like I think we were married, a few years at the time, and he came home and I was like, oh my God, I married the wrong person. This man is like a nightmare. And trust me, he probably said the same thing about me. We laugh about this story all of the time, because it's like we had such different working styles. Like, he worked in a very like masculine environment, and he was all about just like drive and numbers and direct to the point. Like, we're not sugarcoating anything. If something sucks, I'm going to tell you that you suck at it. And I'm very like, I was like very, airy, and I wanted to like manifest it and meditate, and I wanted to visualize it if something wasn't working. And he was like, oh, hell no. So we came home and he was like, he essentially gave me a piece of his mind about the style that I was working in. I gave him a piece of my mind about the style he was working in. And we had to, it wasn't working. Like we literally said, this is not working. I'm not enjoying you. Like this is, this is making me look at everything different. So we have to figure this out. And we had the realization that we're speaking different languages. So we started to say, how would you want to be spoken to about this? So like my husband, when he would talk about money or what we would need to get through the door at the time, because he'd say, you need to sell this many tickets like by the end of this week, or you need to do this because we need this money. And I would feel so stressed out around that I would say, okay, when you talk to me in this way about numbers, what happens is I break down and I turn off. Does anybody else know what I'm talking about? Raise your hand if you're like, I shut down. It actually shuts down my creative ability. So I had to share that with him. And he said, okay, well, how do you need to be talked to about the things that we need to actually hit? Like, how do I talk to you about goals? And I would say, here is what really drives me is like setting a goal and getting excited about it. Here's the language that I would need around it. Here's, if we need urgency, maybe we can look at it as something really exciting and we can celebrate it every day. Like, let's look at it in a different way. I can't look at it so fear-based or like this has to happen. It has to be, we have to get really, really excited. We have to talk about it. We have to visualize those people. And so he started to understand that he would see it. I would just shut down if he would talk in a way that was like, this is what you have to do. And then for me with him, he needed me to be more clear and also share different things with him. And so we learned a new language together. And that's what you have to remember is it's not that you guys don't get along. It's that you're speaking a different language and you're translating what they're saying in a way that they don't actually mean. So it takes a lot of communication. And whether you guys have a partner or you have a business partner, I know that I'm going into business right now with a few different partners, and we actually got on a call specifically not only to learn about each other, but to learn about where we break down, where we shut down, where we would start to feel bad or not show up if certain things were said or if the way that we were being spoken to. So we got on to learn each other's best communication style. And this has been the biggest thing for my husband and I, and for any business partners, is saying, what's the best way to communicate with you? This is huge for your team as well. Like to be communicated with, and you will all grow so much faster. Not only that, it'll be a really fun work environment, which just spurs on and inspires creativity.
Oh, so good. Will you give her a round of applause? Just that was so valuable. Oh my gosh. Talking with your team and your partner and the people around you, like what do you need to hear? How do you communicate? Where do you get stuck? Where do you shut down? Why does that happen? How do we share together so that this is an enjoyable process? And it's hard, and you have to work through it. And sometimes you're working through it and you're like, that's not for us, or that's not the right team member, or this team member really doesn't want to be involved in this specific project. And you have to kind of work it through and not get aggressive or mad or bitter. Because as soon as the ego jumps in, those things happen, they crush it. And sometimes you have to make the right decision for that team member or that relationship. I don't know if I ever told you this, Lori, but I had a beach gang, which is like we had this big mastermind. We had everybody out to Puerto Rico. And at the time, Denise and I, we were going to start a podcast together. She was like in transition. She'd sold her exercise studios. She did Bar Method. She'd sold those. And we were trying to figure out like, okay, what's her next thing? And she's such an inspiring woman. It was like, oh, maybe she'll be on this podcast with me and we'll do some episodes together. And we went around the table and we said, hey, if Denise and I are going to start doing this, what would you guys all recommend to us? Many of them had worked together, like the Bill Hughes were there, and Jay and Roddy Shetty were there, and a couple other couples. And many of them said, don't. and then many of them said the same thing you're saying, like, communication is important. Well, so Denise and I go and try. We take all this in. And we did a couple episodes. I can't remember how many. And our styles were so different and both styles were fine. We just found out we didn't enjoy that particular thing together. It was like, we don't enjoy doing podcasts together because for me, if I show up for a podcast, I want to be creative and thoughtful and in the moment and present and flowing and go. And Denise is very like, I want to make sure I'm prepared and thoughtful about this because it really is important to me to get the right message across to people. And I take longer to think through these concepts because you've been teaching them forever. But that for me, I want to make sure I find my voice in this. And we just tried and it didn't work out. And in a good way, we were like, okay, that's not going to be our thing. We do lots of other things. And so I'm sharing this because we got so many questions on it last night, and when you shared about you and Chris, it's like you all think you're at home and you're going through these unique journeys with your spouse about your arguments. You all think, oh, I can't talk to this team member, and you think you're going through unique journeys. One of my goals with Influencer Summit is to tell you, you're not on a unique journey in this industry. We all have to work with our family and figure that out. We all have to figure out how to get online. We have to figure out how to share our message. We have to figure out how to make money. We have to figure out how to do a web page or hire a team. And when you're at home thinking you're the first person to ever go through this, then you don't, buy instruction like Influencer School, or you don't attend things like this because you just think, I'm unique and nobody can. People can help you. They've done this before, and they've experienced breakthroughs, and you can learn from their stories, and that's why we bring this together. So, Lori, thank you for being so vulnerable about that, because that's scary to pull out of financial difficulty, work with the spouse, hire a brother-in-law or whatever. It's like, this is hard. What do you think was so as you got that support, you got a team up, you started building a list. Everyone please hear that. That's why I push Kajabi so often so hard. It's like, if you don't have a tool to collect an email and send emails, like, how do we even start this conversation? So you get the list, you've got your offer, and I know you start getting more momentum. And so what do you think that next level is? What's the next thing that helped kind of break through for you? And by the way, if it wasn't a direct path, tell us that too, because I'm curious how it happened.
It's been a million little things. You're really making me think about, because it's been a while, right? So going back and looking at all of these things and I'm still in building phase. And I guess what I want to share is I'm actually in building phase right now, testing out so many things, because I went from selling courses and memberships and books and events to now I have a physical product. This is very different. And the list that I had built for fitness is no longer a list that is responding to this new physical product, or even for some of the things that I was doing in personal development, right? So even though people have audiences, when you pivot or you do something different, sometimes it's like my fitness list was not responsive. Like I would say 90% of them were not responsive to the new things that I'm doing, because they just wanted me for workouts. So I have had to do this over and over again. And what worked once is no longer working the way that it did.
Right.
So I'm consistently listening to Brendon, listening to Natalie and Danielle, and listening to all the people in our arena, because truly we're all in the same positions. And the more that when we pivot and we grow, we also obviously need to make sure that we are creating new audience around that. So one of the big things that worked for me when I was growing my fitness list, and that was the biggest list that I was able to grow at the time, that was challenges. So I was doing 30-day fitness challenges for free that they could get on, and that would get a lot of people in the door for free, right? And then what ended up happening is 30 days wasn't working anymore because people's attention spans were getting less and less. So on the next challenge, we were like, oh, we did another 30-day and we had way less people sign up. And I was like, okay, I am noticing that people are falling off on day 7 from doing these workouts. So what we did is we turned it into a 14-day challenge, and that got a lot more people into the list. And then what happened is we did another one and not as many people showed up. So then we put it down to a 7-day challenge. And that is really when we started to grow. So as you guys can see, look how many challenges I had to do just to even find out what worked in the challenge world. And the challenges, you guys, this was 4 months that it would take us to launch these challenges and build them. So I didn't just do one and say, oh, that didn't work, right? I would do one, we would gather data from it. We'd say, what could we do better? Where did people start to not show up? Let's ask our audience what they liked about it. Who signed up after this? Like, what does that look like? How long are they staying on the memberships for? So every single one we would just look at. Here's what really helped me. I stopped getting so attached to, oh, do people, is it the content? Was it me? What is it? And really started looking at the data. And again, I want to share with you, like, I'm not a data person. So I had to have somebody sit down with me and help look at the data, right? And say, okay, don't take this personal. It's probably not your post. Sometimes it can be, but I believe a lot of you have great content. It's really just learning about, how are people consuming it? What is the best way to see it? How consistent do you need to be? What time does it need to be at? How often? What does your challenge need to switch to? There is so much learning and importance that comes on the back end of you doing something.
Yes.
So in order, I think about all of the times that even Natalie and Danielle have launched similar products, right? And it goes over and over again, and they keep tweaking and making it better. And who came in and what does this look like? And what do we need to do better? So, the people who are successful in this industry, I have found that they take one thing and they really master it. Like, they work at it longer. And if I could go back and do anything, people ask me this a lot, like, what would I do different? I would have stuck with a product longer before I went and pivoted on to the next one, because I was that person who would launch it twice and say, well, it must not be working. And looking back, our stuff was great. And even though it was working, it could have worked a lot better. And what we could have done is continue to launch it and go back and really dig into the data and just keep tweaking, right? Tweaking the way that I show up on social, tweaking the funnel, tweaking the sales copy page. And from there, that's truly, I think that was the biggest learning for me, and the biggest next step of growth was this aha moment of, oh, the successful people are launching 10 times, 15 times. 20 times. And that's how they're getting so good.
And the same thing.
They don't stop. Mm-hmm.
And the same thing. Will you all write that down? I told you that today. You got to have that core offer. Lori is talking about if she could go back and been launching one thing and sticking at it and promoting it again and again to learn. If you heard Amy Porterfield yesterday, her huge breakthrough, and we're talking about $1 million breakthrough, was simply deciding to focus on one course for the whole year, instead of dozens of other things. And I think it's important. Many of you know I did Experts Academy for a decade. And everyone kept saying, when are you going to change the name? I'm like, why change the name? They're like, well, aren't you going to call it Experts Academy 2.0, 5.0, 6.0? I'm like, it's Experts Academy. We're going to launch it every year. And then it's like with Growth Day, what's the next thing in Growth Day? I'm like, it's Growth Day. We're going to sell Growth Day forever. Just like, see, other companies, they have a product. They keep selling it and updating it, right? They make the product better, but it's still an iPhone. They're making it better, right? It's still like Influencer School this year is so much better than it was last year. Why? Because they had a year of cohorts go through it to make it better, right? Kajabi's still selling the same core offers, just they made the system better. And so I really want you to get over this idea that you have to have 50 things and listen to Lori, because trust me, she and I both, and most of our peers as creators, you'll create 50 things, but in 5, 6, 7 years, you end up kind of still hustling to, well, what's the thing, make the thing, whatever.
Yes.
And it's tiring sometimes if you don't get that focus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to share. I've kind of like taken this thought process, and I want to free people up, because it can feel like you're saying the same thing over and over again. But if we really break it down of who's seeing it each time, it's so few and far between.
Right.
And you really want to be known as that person who talks about that thing. And I can say this is probably the first year in my life where I've actually truly grasped this concept across all boards. Like, I just want to share, I've been doing a talk. I've done the same talk 7 times now. And I've even had one person who's like been at every single talk. And they're like, you know what? I know it's the same talk, but you say something a little bit different every single time. And I love it. Like, I can't hear it enough. And if you would have asked me, you're going to give the same talk 7 different times, I would have been in my head going, oh my God, like I can't say the same thing. And the audience members are crossing over. Like, they're not going to want to hear the same thing over and over. They do.
Yes.
And you finally get good. You finally get so good that you're free, whether you're on stage or whether you're on social. I want you to use this, find yourself in this example. Maybe you don't go and speak, but maybe you podcast, or maybe you're going on people's different podcasts, right? I've had people on my podcast that I've heard them say the same thing on 7 other podcasts, and I get something different from it every time. But these are the people who are so good. They have it dialed in. And I'm finally learning, like, oh, I have this thing where I write all of my texts, because I text message people daily. I actually send out a daily text message. So I start there and I text. I'll write 30 different texts. Then I take those texts and I actually just turn them into social posts. The exact same thing I wrote that's going to go out in text, I turn that into a social post, and I also turn them into reels. So yes, sometimes you'll see a post that says the exact same thing as I'm saying speaking. So it'll be a static post, and then I'm saying the same darn thing, actually speaking it. They both do amazing.
Yeah.
Why? Because people need to see these posts over and over again. And they also need them. Brendon, we were just talking on Growth Day. I got to speak into your group. Some people are kinesthetic learners. Some people need to see it. Some people need to hear it. So you can take that same content and just put it all over the same place. I take those same texts. They're now a social post. They're now reels. And now they're going to be an email. And guess what, you guys? Then I take that topic and turn it into a quick podcast. And this is when I actually understand, like my body understands the content I'm talking about. And nothing feels better than actually feeling so grounded in what you're teaching. And I can say that I hadn't really felt this grounded before. I always felt like I was sporadic and scattered and like, okay, I can talk about that, but I don't totally know about it. And learning comes, understanding comes from being able to say it, write it, speak it, teach it, like have it everywhere. So you don't need as much content, you guys. I just want to share that. Like you don't need as much. You can talk about the same thing over and over and over again. If we look at Tony Robbins, if we look at Mel Robbins, all the Robbins, they truly are just masters at teaching the same thing over and over again. Sometimes they'll talk about the same thing over and over again. I've seen Tony, once I watched Tony, I think like 3 different times in 3 months, he said the same exact thing and everything. The jokes were dialed in, same exact jokes, laughed at them all the same way, loved it. Like I finally learned. So it's really interesting to let yourself off the hook when you're thinking of growing your audience, when you're thinking of growing social, like free yourself to know you could actually go on and say the same thing every single day. And people would thank you for saying what they needed to hear that day again. Because if they knew it, like if they really got it, we wouldn't need any of us, right? And it's the basics. That's another thing it's huge for me is that, if you teach the basics, and also I need the basics every single day. So it's never too basic. You're never, ever too basic. Your content is never too basic, because if we didn't need the basics, right, we'd all be crushing it in life. And ultimately, you've probably heard over and over and over on here that it comes down to the basics. And if you showed up for the basics, then you would be successful.
So good. Woo! So good. Seriously, y'all just got a masterclass. Because I think so many of you think you have to create all these things 24/7, all new, when you realize what most of the major brands are doing out here is our strategy for creation is actually smaller than our strategy for repurposing. And so you've heard me teach this called circular virality, right? It's like most of what you're putting out there should be reposting and repurposing stuff you've already put out there. Change the background, change the font, change the reel, change the music. But if it worked in the past, like we teach to have this win folder, W-I-N, like win folder. Like a win folder is, these are the posts that did really well. Put them in a Dropbox. And then every week, half of your content can come from that Dropbox. Just stuff that already did good. Repost it again, because most of your audience never saw it. Think about this. Yep. On social media, most people never scroll past even 4 hours of content, right? Ever. So whatever you post in this morning, maybe 1% of your audience even saw it. Maybe. on social media. If you sent out an email, maybe 20, 30% opened it, maybe 1 to 2% clicked it. Right? So once you know that, you roll out an episode of your podcast, maybe 10% of your audience downloaded that particular episode. Mm-hmm. So here you are thinking, I got to do all this. I'm like, 90% of your people never even heard the thing. They didn't even hear it the first time, let alone the third or fourth or fifth. And then also, you just more talking about it. That's how you actually develop domain expertise. People are always like, Brendon, how did you get so good about high performance? I'm like, I've been talking about it for 15 years. Mm-hmm. About this with that or that. I'm like, I've been talking about it for so long. When are you ever going to get tired of talking about motivation, Brendon? How many times are you going to say, bring the joy, live intentionally, honor the struggle, live, love, matter? Aren't you ever going to get tired of that? I'm like, no, I still wear a bracelet. It says live, love, matter. You know, it's like 20 years. Like people, don't you get tired of that? I'm like, no, because I'm into mastery. And mastery requires that focus. And it requires that focus where you're repeating, learning, evolving, getting better. It doesn't mean, though, you can't take on lots of other things, because listen to Lori. She's got a fitness thing. She's got a product thing. She's got a challenge thing. She's doing what she can to build the audience and reach them with her message, her products, her services. But most importantly, she's still in the game. She's still building. I'd love to ask you about this, Lori, because we got a lot of questions about it yesterday. And it was actually a really great question last night. It's like, for women, she was saying, well, it's so natural for you guys, this was not true, but this is what they're saying, for you guys to sell. And women really struggle to sell their product, their services. And how do you feel about that? Because you sell your products and programs with excellence, right? You earn very high in this industry. Lori is a great leader in the industry. She's been here a long time. Her and husband crush it. How did you find the confidence, the ability to actually present your things, feel good about it, and sell your product?
Well, this is such a good question. I love selling now. I love it. I love money. I love selling. It is an energy that supports your mission. And I have only been able to get to this place by practicing. And I think in the beginning, Brendon, you know, for people in the, I'll just say, I think especially for women too, this really applies to anyone with your money story. I've worked with a lot of different people, and I can definitely say this applies to anyone. In the beginning, you kind of have to build just a bit of esteem around, you kind of want to know your product works and is good. So in the beginning, sales can feel a little bit tougher, that very first one, because your product isn't necessarily proven yet. But what you have to know is that if you created this product and it's based off of your results, right? Like, these were the things that you did to get a result. Raise your hand if that makes sense. These were the things that you did to get a result, and you did get that result, right? So if you know that, then you can go in knowing that you're selling with an intention of transforming people. Like, if your intentions are good, if your intentions are pure, if your intentions are to transform, if your intentions are to get a result, then you just have to trust that. So in the initial, selling, it's kind of like, okay, it's the whole pricing thing as well. So the very first one is like, you want to price in a way that you can really get behind. Sometimes when we price so high that we're like, oh my God, it just triggers you into not showing up. Have you ever done that, where you're like, okay, I'm going to price it for my worth and it's this much? Then you're like, oh my God, like you go into just like breakdown mode and you don't even show up. So in the beginning, it's kind of selling it to that place where you're like, okay, I feel good. I'm going to get out there. I'm going to sell. Trust me, what's going to happen is you're going to sell it and you're going to be like, okay, now I'm comfortable to go up to that price. So with that said, selling in the beginning is that sweet spot of like understanding that if you don't transform someone, they're going to buy a product from someone else. And I believe that sales is a blessing and a gift. Like, you getting out there, like someone is praying for what you have. And I'm sure that you've heard this on here a million times over, but somebody is literally praying for what you have delivered in the way that you deliver it. So there's a lot of things out there right now. But some of the things I don't relate to. Some people don't have the story that makes me feel like I could do it. Whereas this person over here, this man or this woman, Brendon had a story that I could relate to. I was raised a lot like him. So when I heard him sell, I was so grateful that I was like, if he can do it, that means I can do it too. I wasn't buying from people who were like, Ivy League, this and that, and out there doing all the things that made it look like they just had all the education and it was always like that. I couldn't buy from that person because it didn't empower me. So what's going to happen is when you sell from your place of, your story or whatever that looks like, somebody is waiting and praying for you to sell. So I think it's the combination of, number one, getting right with knowing your intention is pure. So selling from that place will always turn out great. You have to trust that. You have to, even if you don't trust that right now, you have to borrow that trust from me, saying, I have done this over and over. And if you have a really true, pure intention, you can't go wrong. Yes, you might have some people who say something like, oh, you're just in it for the money. You probably needed that lesson, and you probably needed to be able to you never know what you truly stand for until somebody says something against it, right? So when someone said, she's in it for the money, that was the moment for me where I was like, wow, I am like really not in it for the money. I'm in it to transform people. And yes, I'm in it for the money that comes with that, because I want that money to not only transform me, I want to take it and help it transform other people. Like I want them to learn how to make that money to transform their lives and feel empowered. So it's the combination of getting right with knowing if you have the intentionality and your intention is pure and you price it at a place that you'll show up to sell, that doesn't feel so overwhelming that you stop showing up, right? And you know that your next sale or the next time you sell it, you can go up from there. I know that there's many different thoughts, but I'm sharing exactly what worked for me. That is how you can step into that, and knowing that like you have to get really in touch with knowing that someone is praying for what you have. And something else that I do, if you're still struggling with this, is I close my eyes and I picture those people. I picture the struggle that they're in. I picture how they're feeling that day. I picture them crying about feeling so disempowered and not having choices. I picture men or women staying in relationships that are terrible for them because they feel disempowered, that they don't have the money to leave. I picture people staying at a job where they feel trapped. I picture those people and I let it get so visceral that I let it move me to tears. And that is when I'm like, okay, if I can do this, like I have to speak up, because if good people don't sell, if good people don't speak up, they will buy from somebody who doesn't have their best interest at heart. Like they're going to buy. We are all consumers, right? We are all consumers and we all need each other. So that's the combination of the different things that I do in order for me to feel good enough to show up and feel really empowered to sell to those people. Sales is a gift. And if you can master that, it's going to help you get other people's gifts out into the world. So you have to look at sales as just as important as the content that you are creating and the transformation that you want to give, because money is a transformation, you guys. It's the biggest transformation of all, because money is the thing that can back the message. Money is the support that this message is standing on. So it is important that you give your energy and time to getting right with money and trying to figure out how to sell, because that is going to be the biggest service of all for people to break free and have choices.
Woo! Oh my gosh. So good. Will you all please light up the chat for Lori? That was another masterclass. Listen, I think this is more, I love that line. I wish I had my notes on. The sales is a gift, because so many people, you feel like it's a thing to fear when it's actually the very thing that gives you the freedom. It's the thing that has the breakthrough for you, both intellectually, right? You have to kind of mentally get over your thing with money, I think, at some point in your life. But the most important thing is to realize it's getting it over not just for yourself, but for other people. When I figured out, in 2007, that if I didn't have money, I couldn't sustain my career. I couldn't reach more people. I couldn't make my products better. I couldn't hire a team. I couldn't buy Denise and I a house. I couldn't support my little nephews. I couldn't help my mom after my dad died. I couldn't pay to get into a hotel to get the bigger stages. I couldn't pay to get the equipment for a podcast. There were all these little things that I couldn't do when I wasn't earning. And the problem is I had a money problem because of where I grew up. And so I finally had to do exactly what Lori said, is like, let's get emotionally real about the service we're going to have. And you know how you do that? Maybe some of you can't visualize. You know, like Lori she can visualize and feel that and sense that and emote with that. The next level of that is what she's done as well, which is understated, but I know her so well. It's when you actually work with the person and you see their transformation, and you do that over and over and over, and it's real, and you're seeing that, and you're hearing their story, and you're sensing it, and so many people, oh my God, thank you, thank you, thank you. When you walk through an airport, people come, oh my God, I got your book. Or you go to the store, I listen to your podcast. It's transformative to every cell in your body. You go, oh, because sometimes you're in your house, and you're doing your own thing, and there ain't nobody there. Like Lori's going to turn off the Zoom and go back to her life today, right? Like, so are you. So is all of us. But when you see that and you hear it and you experience it and you have that emotional boldness like Lori has to visualize it and conjure it and feel it, now, as all of our friends always say in the industry, it's like you realize that selling is that gateway of service. That selling is that opportunity to earn for your family, to build for your career. And ultimately, if you're here for impact, you care about how many people you reach. Mm-hmm. And the greater resources you have, the more ability you are to serve people. And these are the mentalities that you need to make along the way. And it takes time. You might not develop it. I didn't develop it, honestly, for a long time. It took me I sold a course for maybe like a year before I felt like confident. I'm like, oh, this is working. It took like a year. And I sold that thing every week, by the way. Like I told you, I was just going live, I was teaching, I was selling. And after a year, I was like, hey, you know what? This feels more natural. And it was fun sharing the students' success stories and seeing their transformation. And it would just like brighten my day. I'm like, oh, I get to sell today. And finally one day I was, I'm excited. It's exciting. It's kind of like Lori talked about that she had to do with her husband. Say, hey, these goals we have, this should be exciting for us. This should bring enthusiasm. We should talk about this with, energy. So I think she just gave a masterclass, y'all. I can't wait for you to watch that replay. That was so powerful. Lori, that was amazing. I'm all fired up. I don't know what to do with myself. I forgot what I was supposed to do. You got me fired up, Lori. Ladies and gentlemen, Lori Harder. Go listen to the Earn Your Happy podcast. Lori, thank you so much. That was so phenomenal.
Thank you. It was such an honor and pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. So grateful.
Thank you, Lori. Would you please share in the chat, what was your favorite lesson from Lori today? What was something you learned? What was your aha? Seriously so inspiring. Cindy says, thanks for bringing Lori. Thank Lori for coming. She was amazing. The Earn Your Happy podcast, LoriHarder.com. Please check it out. Break free, have choices, one product. Doing lives, done is better than perfect. She was so real, I agree. She's so fire. Lori's so fire. Sales is a gift. How to communicate effectively with your partner, that was huge. Oh my gosh, what a gift, what a gift. Thank you, Lori. Oh my gosh. Woo, she's so good. She's so good. Pro team, man. Y'all, you see what we're doing here at Influencer Summit? Isn't this fun? It's so good. When you can make that next breakthrough, when you get it's a change. It's a change. I really want to take advantage of this opportunity with you, to encourage you, to cheer you on, to make your product, create your content, sell your stuff. Can you all type in the chat, I'm ready to sell my stuff? Can you just get in let's get the thing going. Let's get the energy going. Let's build the career. Let's make it happen. I'm ready to sell my stuff. Sell your stuff. Do your thing. Get your content going. Create that product. Get encouraged and excited about building that next level of wealth for your family. These things are okay. And I know, listen, if you're new to the industry, it's easy to judge this energy you see here. It's very easy to go, oh, well, look at these people talking about making money. It's like, yeah, yes. Why do we as a society apologize for being an entrepreneur? Why do we apologize for wanting wealth for our kids? Why do we apologize for wanting a better house or home? Because you can succeed and still have your fulfillment, your integrity, your success. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be here after 20 years of doing it if I compromised those things, right? You can enjoy this process. You can be you in this process. You can do it your style with integrity. Sometimes you just need the instruction, as we talked about yesterday. It's like, this is the opportunity, this is the instruction, this is the peer group to help you, these are the strategies, and sometimes you just need a deep dive in that. So I want to remind you, before we have our next teacher up, Trent Shelton is about to be in this house, ladies and gentlemen, and you have no idea about the fire about to hit this room. This guy, one of my favorite teachers in the whole world. I want to give you an opportunity to jump into Influencer School with Boss Babe and myself. The Boss Babe Influencer School program, it is 12 weeks deep dive training that you're going to get. 12 weeks of training and support of how do you create your content? What should you do to build your audience? How do you break through on social media? How do you build your email list? How do you make sales? What should you do on YouTube versus TikTok? For many of you, your next level is like, how do you get a brand deal? How do you make money with ad revenue? What should you focus on in building your team or your support? And then if you sign up for Influencer School, by tonight at midnight is your deadline on Influencer School. If you sign up by midnight tonight, and they have a payment plan, you sign up by midnight tonight, I'm going to jump into Influencer School this year because it's the best program right now, period, for social media content creation and really launching your personal brand. I'm going to jump in there. I'm going to teach 3 classes that I've never taught in any of my own programs, like deep dive, full model breakdowns. What do we do for subscriptions? How do we sell online? What's our focus? And most importantly, I'll be going in and doing hot seats with Influencer School members only that I only do in my $100,000 mastermind now. So I'll be in with Influencer School members, and you get 12 weeks of their support. And the reason I got behind it is because I saw it last year. To Lori's point, it's like these programs, you get better and better and better. Influencer School this year is 4 times better than it was last year. I mean, it's just like learning how to do it. So if you sign up for Influencer School, by tonight at midnight, you get my 3 bonuses along the way. And also, we're going to make sure that when you're in Influencer School, you have that extra 30 days with this replay of the entire Influencer Summit, so you can watch Lori and Natalie and Amy and Lori, myself, my frameworks, and Trent. And if you sign up by midnight tonight, I'm also going to give you last year's Influencer Summit as well. 2 years of Influencer Summit, 3 special classes just to support you in the next 12 weeks. Why? Because the next 12 weeks are critical for next year. Don't wait until next spring or next summer to get in the game. Not after. Get in the game, learn the strategies, build your personal brand, build your audience, make the sales, go to the next level. At some point, you have to invest in yourself, invest in the program. I shared 2 things. This entire summit, for those who want to know, I sell 2 things here. I sell the system. I say, you need Kajabi. Like, we need a place to capture emails, build web pages, create membership sites. In fact, Influencer School is built in Kajabi as well, right? Everything you saw for Influencer Summit, the page, the opt-in, the registration, the emails, that's Kajabi, right? That's a system. You need a system. But then you need a school. You need strategies. Like, what do I do on this social media platform? What do I do to start my show? What do I do to earn money? What do I do? That's Influencer School. And you can go to bossbabe.com/influencer. It's just bossbabe.com/influencer. And let me give a shout out to all the gentlemen on this broadcast right now. You're like, I'm not a boss babe. Why did I sign up for a boss babe thing? I'm like, fellas, you need to learn how these incredible entrepreneurs are marketing their brands. Because if you don't have 3 million fans right now following you, then get yourself signed up, because these women do. How are they doing it? What is their approach? This is not about men versus women. We're way beyond that. We're in a culture right now where we all have to build personal brands. You got to build your personal brand for your business, for your career. Many of you who have corporate jobs, you got to build a personal brand because you're seeing all these layoffs. You're going to be on your own one day, or you're going to be applying for the next job. When you have a following behind the topic, you're more valued in the marketplace. Let me say it again. When you have a following behind your topic, you're more valued in the marketplace. Let alone if you want to do what we do, which is also sell courses or products or programs. Again, just go to bossbabe.com/influencer. Sign up by midnight tonight to get my bonuses and this year's Influencer Summit and last year's Influencer Summit for 30 days as well. I just want to absolutely support you and encouraging you. At some point, you need the system, you need the strategies, and this is the best we've got this year as a program. And I want to support you for that. So what we're going to do as we set up in here to bring on Trent Shelton to close this day with so much motivation fire. How did he reach hundreds of millions of people with his live broadcasts and his famous videos on Facebook? How? He's going to come and break it down with me. We're going to have an awesome time together. I can't even wait to be in the room with him. He's here in person, so I'm getting geeked out about that. So in order to set up for that, we're going to give you a 5-minute session right now to go sign up for Influencer School. Remember, the midnight deadline tonight applies for my bonuses and the Influencer Summit bonuses. Make sure you go to bossbabe.com/influencer. I will see you in 5 minutes with Trent Shelton. Get yourself signed up for Influencer School right now. All right, party people! Who's having a good time at Influencer Summit? Let's go! Oh my goodness. Hi, everybody. What's up, Andrea, David, Julia, Lawrence. Hi, Sherry, Alexandra, Lori. I want to give a big shout out today to Boston Danielle Canty. I want to give a shout out to Lori Harder, who brought the heat today. I hope you enjoy our frameworks, our teaching, our conversations, our stories. What a great day. Your energy is awesome. Woo! All right, I'm nervous. I'm sweating. I'm fired up. I don't even know what to tell you. I'm so excited about this next moment, y'all. Literally, this man, if he knew how much I just absolutely adore him and love him and have watched his stuff over the years get better and better and better. And literally, I've got the sort of the joy of sitting back and watching Trent Shelton continue to reach hundreds of millions of views every single year, like bam, 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 like clockwork, reach millions of people every single day, but also be one of the most consistent guys in the industry when it comes to social media, going live, adding value, loving on his audience, that eventually, as he was doing it and I was watching and we became friends, I've had the blessing of having him speak on some of our stages, and he's always like rated as the top speakers there. If you've never seen him on stage, it's fire. And the blessing of getting to work together too now under the Growth Day Podcast Network. We're supporting his Straight Up with Trent Shelton podcast. If you need a huge dose of motivation in your life, make sure you're listening to Straight Up with Trent Shelton. It's incredible. And I'm sitting, you can't even tell, right off camera, right next to my man right here, Trent Shelton. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
What's up, everybody?
Bro.
This is great.
Oh my God.
Look at all the energy. Look at all the people.
Look at these people.
If you're feeling good, light up the chat. Drop hearts in the chat if you're feeling good. If you're locked in.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Trent Shelton's in that. Look at him go crazy. Look at that. Welcome, Trent, the legend. Fire is coming. Fire's coming up in this place. Oh my gosh, Trent.
Oh, man.
Listen, he flew in for you all. I need you to understand this. Like, he could have beamed in. And he's like, I want to be there. He flew in, like, what, an hour ago, 2 hours ago?
About 2 hours ago. Like, I had to be here. For one, be next to you and support you because what you're doing is incredible. Everybody who came on the stage is incredible. And I just want to say this, like, I hope, understand what you're getting. Like if I'm you, like if I can take myself back 12 years ago, 13 years ago when I first started, I would have died for this information. So I just want to say shout out to everybody who came here and delivered, man, because this is straight fire and value.
Amazing. This is an amazing event. Amazing event. I feel like, you know, it's so weird for us to be sitting down because Trent and I we're used to be on stage just hunting on stage. We love to work that 50-foot stage back and forth in the arenas. He's one of the very few people in the world who can hold an arena stage. Like that's the hard thing, right? Is you get to be a better speaker, going to, you know, hotel conference rooms and then, you know, stadiums. That's a big lever up. It's hard. He's one of the best in the world. So if you ever have an event and you need to hire like someone to bring that fire. But he's also playing a little injured today.
Yeah. I ruptured my Achilles about 5 months ago, so I'm still trying to recover from that, trying to be young and play basketball against my nephew. So that's why I'm sitting and not standing. But you know, it all works for the good. It taught me a lot of patience.
Yeah.
And it's really built some things inside of me that probably wouldn't have happened if I wouldn't have tore it.
Yeah, that's real. That's real. I'm glad you're doing better though.
Thank you, man.
Would you tell the folks a little about your story of like how did you get started in, like, I think you're most well known for content creation because your videos are both like very simple.
Yeah.
Very simple videos, but just authentic and encouraging. I kind of want to let them just zoom in on you and just like share your story of starting and maybe when did you know it was getting like traction, it was going to be a thing?
Absolutely. Man. So 13 years ago, my past life, as I say, I played football, and that was my identity. That's what I was wrapped in. And I don't want to take too much long on this story, but I was in a place in my life where I like to put it like this. Just imagine that you're losing your everything. It's like, what do I do in my life now? And I never got into this space to be a speaker. I didn't think I was qualified. You know, I didn't take the trainings. I didn't have the courses that you guys are having. But I knew that there was something more for my life. I just didn't know what that more was. I hit rock bottom. Has anybody hit rock bottom? Raise your hand. Let me see. Anybody hit rock bottom in their life, right? That's something that we can all probably agree on, or we have similarities. So I hit rock bottom, and I was like, what do I do with my life? One of my best friends committed suicide. So I'm pretty sure somebody has talked about the why. I like to say the deep-rooted reason of why you do what you do. And I just want to reiterate that. Like, get very clear on why you are doing what you're doing. Okay, like I would spend time today, understand, I like to call that magnet, that thing inside of you that connects to people, that allows you to dive into your heart. You know, the thing that you talk about that literally, I'll probably start crying in a minute, that brings tears to your eyes. Every person on this stage has a deep-rooted reason, and that deep-rooted reason is going to keep you going when things don't show up, when you start something, people don't show up. The mission is bigger than any type of failure that could ever show up. And so me promising my best friend at his funeral that I would spend the rest of my life, and I'm saying this, I'm not qualified for it at that time. I'm telling him I'm going to spend the rest of my life helping people know their self-worth, helping people know when they lose something, they don't have to lose themselves. And all I did, Brendon, I didn't have this. You know, I didn't have a high budget camera. I didn't have, you know, you see my lighting on social. I didn't have any of that. All I had was heart, a deep-rooted reason, and a cell phone. And so a lot of us, and I'm not trying to be insensitive or step on your toes, but a lot of us, we give ourselves way too many excuses of why we're not walking into our greatness. I had a cell phone, y'all. I didn't have any type of great background, any type of training, but all I had was a reason. And I took out my cell phone, and the reason I made these short videos is because my attention span, like I didn't like watching long videos at that time. So I said, you know, I'm gonna make 2-minute videos. That's all that I have. And I started my videos with rehabbers across the world. And I started that for my therapy, for my healing. So a lot of those videos, even at times now, it was me talking to other people, but also talking to myself and me building confidence in myself. And I just started being consistent. Day in and day out. I said, I can give myself 2 minutes to record something. And I'm going to be real with you. When I first started, nobody was watching my content. Maybe 10 people will watch it, 20 people will watch it. You know, I might get 5 comments or even no comments. When I first started doing my events, literally it was just my friends and family showing up because they felt sorry for me. But
my first 1,000 views was my mom hitting refresh 995 of them.
Exactly. And that's how it works. But I needed that confidence to say, I'm going to go do this. And you see Brendon now, you see me now, you see speakers now. What you're looking at is over a decade worth of consistency, of showing up, a decade worth of repetition. And over time, I started to realize that, wait a minute, people need my message. And I want to say this to everybody in here while it's on my heart, that each and every one of us, and I believe this, is assigned to reach people that only you can reach. There's people out there, Julie, Chris, I see you, Mark, Lisa. There's people out there that, Dr. Regina, I see you waving. There's people out there that only you can reach. I can't reach, Brendon can't reach. So don't think, oh, it's so many speakers, this market is oversaturated. You have a gift inside of you, literally, that is meant for you to give the world. But what a lot of us do is we keep that gift wrapped up, right? Christmas time is coming. Your birthday is coming. What do you do with those gifts? You show it off on social media, give it to the world, but yet with our spiritual gifts that we've been given, we keep it wrapped up. And so my mother told me that. And so what I did was I stopped finding reasons to not do it, and I locked on, and I had millions of reasons why. I locked on the one reason why I had to do it and why I should do it. And that's kept me consistent for the last 13 years. And to answer your last question, Brendon, like, I started realizing that it was making a difference once people inboxed me. It was like 2, 3 people and said, Trent, I needed that. And that's all that I needed. It didn't have to be 10, 20 people. Because if you focus on, I say this on my podcast, my goal isn't to reach millions. It never was. My goal was to reach you. And so if you focus on reaching that one person that needs you, by default, you're going to reach a lot more people in the world.
Yeah. Ooh. Known Trent so well, I just want to emphasize something. I know you're all taking notes, but it really hit me when he said it. It's like you're uniquely assigned to serve somebody. And I don't know about you, I'm somebody who deeply believes in like serendipity. Like I believe I was in the right place at the right time in my life when I heard Trent. For the first time, I was like, oh, I was supposed to be there. And I don't know, maybe you're watching this right now, and to me, you're like a tile up on a screen, and I don't get to talk with you all the time, but I feel like, oh, maybe you're supposed to be here. Maybe there's a reason you actually opened this link today. Maybe there's a reason you actually chose to be here today. And that reason is completely unknown to you until you just do your thing. And then one day, someone DMs and says, I needed that. You saved my life. I think Trent has experienced this more than most of us in the industry because he talks so openly about suicide, so openly about not giving up on yourself, so openly about not quitting life. And I know you get tons of those, messages saying, hey, you saved my life. And I think another thing of people fear that. They're like, that's a lot of responsibility.
Right.
If I put myself out there and people count on me. So I think that'd be a unique thing none of the other speakers have talked about right now is like, how do you deal with that when the audience needs you?
Yeah.
And you're like literally like on the daily, he gets you save my life messages because his audience, you have to understand, I can't hype the guy enough. He's got 12 million plus fans on Facebook alone. You have to understand he reaches tens of millions of people a day. So his inflow of people saying you changed my life from around the world, but also you saved my life. That's a big responsibility. How do you even internalize and comprehend that? I don't even know how to conceptualize it.
That's a deep question. And it's something that if I'm being transparent and real, like I still struggle with at times. Because like you're saying, like right now, I know if I pick up my phone, there's going to be thousands of people saying, I need this or I need that. Or times when even my last year where I had to disconnect for personal reasons is, Trent, where are you at? I need you. And I think what I've done well is always tell people that you don't need me necessarily. You might need my message, but what you need is you. And I've always tried to tell them, my line is, it all starts with you. And so, yes, I might be there to support you in your journey, but I don't consider myself a life changer, because even right now, like we can say all the things, give you all the tools. Tools are useless unless they're used. So you have to use the tools that we're giving you. So I don't say I'm a life changer necessarily. I just say I'm a seed planter. And I honor myself for doing that. And I have a system where as long as I planted seeds today, then I'm fine. As long as I spent 30 minutes today and actually responding to people and being there for people, I'm fine. Because my life in my inbox every single day helping everybody, I wouldn't be able to help myself.
Yeah.
And so I'm just making sure podcasts, I'm making sure content-wise, I'm making sure I'm giving value, text message community. Long as I do those things, that I know that I can sleep at night and say, man, I gave purpose to the world today. And you have to get to a place where you have that set point, because if not, you will drive yourself crazy by, always being on all the time. And that is a perfect recipe. Trust me, I've been there in 2016. It's a perfect recipe for burnout.
Yeah. What happened in 2016?
2016, man, being on tour. So I had my own tours. I was doing 32.
I remember.
32 cities.
Oh my God.
Even some out the country. And I loved it, by the way, because being on stage is like, it's me. I love it. But all the things that come with it, throwing events, managing different emotions, making sure everything is right is a lot. So I was going from city to city. And
you were filling the venues too.
Filling the venues, yeah.
Driving ticket sales, driving the people there, doing the marketing behind it. That's so hard.
All of that, man. And I got to a point I will never forget. It was in San Francisco. I remember like it was yesterday. I got off stage and I just poured into people and I lit them on fire. But backstage, I was crying. None of my team knew it. I told everybody just to get out, and I was crying because I realized that even though I was giving people my everything, I wasn't giving me anything, and I was hurt. And I remember walking by the Golden Gate Bridge, like not like jumping off or anything like that, but walking by just thinking about my life like, man, if I keep going like this, where am I going to be? So I decided to put boundaries in my life. And I want to say this about boundaries. This is just a side note. Boundaries get a bad rep. Like, boundaries aren't walls. It's not meant to keep people out. It's not meant to keep things out. They're bridges, right? Bridges that lead you to your peace, bridges that make relationships better. And so for me, I said, okay, let me set these boundaries that allows me to be a bridge toward the things that are best for my life. And it was hard decisions. I had to say, we're not doing no more cities. Yeah. I had to say, hey guys, I had to honestly trim down my team a little bit. And it was tough, but I needed to make that decision in order to give my life what it needed at that moment.
Yeah. Listen, it's one of those things that you're all going to face at some point is when your content creation is like, it's so easy to burn out if you don't set the boundaries. It's so easy to burn out if you don't set up the business that it's making money while you're sleeping. Right. If you don't have a core product, recurring revenue, a system, a tool that's running. Otherwise, it's always you, and you got to be on stage, or it's always you. You got to launch the thing, or you got to be on the video. It's like, that's why it's like, so many people resist building the business part. I'm like, you build the business part for your health.
Absolutely.
You get that, right? Because a lot of people are like, oh, you're so good at building the business part, Brendon. You're so a strategic mind. I'm like, I read the business books so my life gets easier, not because I'm Mr. Titan build. It's not like I'm like, I didn't wake up one day like, I'm going to build funnels. Ha ha ha. That's going to be a meme. Damn it. But I'm like, no, I didn't feel like I was like, I need to do that because I'm tired. I want to earn more. I want money to come in when I'm sleeping. And you have to protect that. His famous saying, which I love, love, love. I'd love to hear how you came up with it, by the way. It was our moment of protect your peace. If you follow this guy, you know this phrase and this saying, you have to protect your peace, which, by the way, you all need phrases that people can remember you by. Like mine's bring the joy, or honor the struggle, or live, love, matter, or live with intention, or second chances, or the golden ticket. You have to have these phrases. How did you come up with protect your peace? Was it out of that, or you already had it?
I think I was mentioning it before that, but that was a big part of it. And it really came from, like, I always talk about nature. So get out in nature. I feel like I'm nature's spokesperson. But nature healed for me. And so, like, I wasn't a nature guy. Like, I'm not people hiking, none of that. But that was the moment where I realized that I was able, and I don't take this wrong, to disconnect from the world so I can reconnect to my soul. And some of us, let's be real, like, we're so connected. We live in a world full of connections. And connections are great. But some of us are so connected to everything that we're disconnected from ourselves. And so it's okay to deactivate sometimes from certain things so you can activate what you need in your life. And so for me, it was me getting on the trails and saying, this is me time, right? My wife, Maria, she has the other cell phone that if she calls 3 times, I know it's important. But everybody else, it's a boundary. This is me time. Nothing exists outside of these trails. And I realized I got to listen to my soul. I realized that I gave myself what I needed. I realized that even my thoughts and business and everything flowed so clearly. And so that was the first moment of what protecting my peace meant to me. And so now it's waking up early, and I'm not a morning person, by the way. I'm not.
Me neither.
But waking up catching the sunrise and giving my life what it needs before the world has its pull on me. And so it can mean whatever it means to you, but it's a moment where you're setting up boundaries to be able to give your life what it needs so you can show up in the world as the great person that you are.
I love that. I think another thing you've done uniquely in the industry is you protect your peace, where some people like over-architect the business. They hire too many people. They do this. You know, when you hear like, you know, tens of millions of fans, you automatically, oh man, he must have had to hire, you know, 300 people to support them all and everything else. I think you found a way to uniquely reach a lot of people and still manage it. Like, yeah, you know, without overhiring.
Yeah.
He's not having to go do, you know, layoffs because of it. He said, no, I'm trying to manage it at a right level. So as you reach this many people, how do you manage it all? And I think part of the answer is, I just want to give the gift to you all, is you actually don't have to manage it all. Can you talk about that a little bit? Because I think it's magical what you do, because most of us, we wouldn't be able to, because we have this conceptualization about how you have to manage it. You don't reply to everybody.
No.
You don't reply to every email.
No.
Walk us through, like, how do you do what you do and reach that many people and stay lean?
Yeah, oh, that's such a great question, man. I've never been asked that question, so I'm like geeking out because I love talking about this. Going back, I set boundaries, you know, so I'm good with saying, okay, I have this hour of time to do these things, and outside of that hour, that's it. And we talk about work-life balance and finding balance, and I think the best way to find balance is to make sure you're giving your undivided attention to the actual task that you're doing. Like, some of us, we're all over the place, right? We're with our family and we're on our cell phone, or we're in business and then we worry about everything else. So I make sure that when it's family time, it's family time. And if somebody feels a certain type of way, I'm sorry, but this is how I need to live my life. And even with responses, I'll tell you this, be like, I realize this also too. And this was a big moment for me where I literally spent an hour responding to people. 1 hour. And I got one person hit me up and said, Trent, you don't care about anybody because you don't respond to anybody. And it was that moment that I realized this, that the first step to being unhappy is trying to please everybody.
Oh,
that is mission impossible. Mission impossible. So I said, okay, as long as I spend this time giving back, then I can sleep at night and that I'm good. And as far as hiring, like I'll be honest, like, I probably could be way more successful if I hired more people. But for me, I kind of know what my enough is. You know what I mean? I kind of know what my enough is, and I have a great team. I always say this, and this isn't true, like, don't take it out of context, but I always say strength is not always in numbers, it's in loyalty and alignment. And so I have a small team, but we're all aligned, right? We understand the mission. And I had 10, 15 people, but the team that I have now, we make way more impact because I have aligned people and people that understand the mission. And so having those people in place has been wonderful for me.
Yeah. And I think it's important is that you got to get the support, but you also have to scale in a way that you enjoy your life. Because, you know, some of you might see, a big name in the industry and like, wow, they've got hundreds of team members or tens of team members or 20 team. You have to decide what's right for you and build as you go. Like, don't decide. And here's a mistake people make when they start in our industry. And you've seen this before, because like, okay, hey, I got this chart here. It says I need to hire a graphic designer. I need a video editor. I need a social media manager. I need a social media DM replier. I need a community manager. I need an online marketer. I need an ads guy. And they just start racking it up. And I go, babe, have you created any content yet? Do you have something for sale? Have you sold something yet? Like, start there. Because if you think out there, like if I thought, I need to scale up to, Instagram numbers or, a big company's number, I'd freak out. Meet yourself where you're at.
Yeah.
Hire one at a time.
That's where it's at.
Hire Swiss Army knives who can do everything.
I call them unicorns.
Unicorns, man.
Yep.
One person. Why you think you got to go? You all have some of you have an org chart that someone gave you, some consultant or some marketer who says you need these 15 roles to really make it. And I'm like, Trent and I made it ourselves, and then we started hiring people. Right? I think it's really important to see most of these teachers you saw throughout the entire summit. They made it themselves. They taught themselves the tools. They made the sales. They got the deals. They were hustling to figure out, how do I do a contract? I don't know.
Right.
It's like the first speaking gig I ever got. I asked them, they said, could you send us your contract? I said, I want to make sure I get it just right for you. Could you send me one that you've had before that you guys approved really easily? Because I didn't know how to do a contract. So they sent me one. And that's great. I just copied and paste. So you figure it out yourself, and then you hire as you go. And I think that's really important because people over-architect, they freak out, and they don't just do the work.
And they hire what they don't need at the time. And when you're doing that, you're literally probably putting yourself in debt, and you're not actually being able to make income to be able to go towards the business. And I want to say this. This is funny. I always tell people this. When I started, I might have had a few volunteers, and I did have people who volunteered who believed in the mission. But I will say this, and some of you might be in this place. I'm not saying that you got to stay here for sure, but I was doing everything. It's embarrassing to say this, but if you email me and you got a message from Brenda or whatever name it was at the time, I can't remember, that was me. That was me. I had to act like I had an assistant, you know what I mean? When you email me, that was me. And I have no shame in my game, And so I want to just tell you, I can't believe I said that. I want to just tell you, I emailed you, Trent, back in 2030. It was, that was you. But I had to do that. And then one of the first things that I did was, and Dean taught me this, stand in my unique ability. How can I be where I can just focus on doing what I'm doing? And so and you actually helped me with this too. The first thing that I hired, because I was so man, I don't know if I want to hire somebody. I can do all these things by myself. And I was drained. So I said, what's the first person I can hire that keeps me where I can just focus on content? Where's my influx coming from? Okay, emails and all these things. So I hired an assistant. She's really a unicorn, but I hired an assistant, and that allowed me to stay in my unique ability a little bit. It brought some more revenue to it. Then I hired the next person. Okay, who's the next person I need to hire that even lets me be in my unique ability even more? And so that's how I just, went about my journey, and it really helped.
Yeah, one at a time, y'all. I mean, if you heard the story of the Spanx founder who hired her best friend, or you heard Jamie Kern Lima last year on one of our summits or on our stages talk about how she also had to reply to people from an assistant's name. It's listen, it's what Lori was just talking about. You got to get scrappy. Start. Go. What are you waiting for? And I think that's a big thing, as we're coming to the conclusion of day 2 for most of the audience. The VIPs will stay with us for a little bit. But I'm curious about those folks who've heard all of this. They know the industry's there. They see people crushing it. We've told them what to do. We're going to teach them in influencer school. We're going to help them with Kajabi, with the system, and all of those other things that we do here. But for those who just can't get out of their own head, because there's fear. There's fear of showing who I am. I can't wait for you guys to see one day Trent on a big stage. And arena type stage. Because at the end, he's basically rapping and singing. And listen, it takes a lot of guts to do that.
Yeah.
Right? It really does. When I decided I was going to come out on stage, I was going to clap and do my thing, and I look like an idiot. I can't dance.
I love it, man. That's my favorite part.
I can't find the beat. I'm like, what? And the music is far away in the stadiums and the feedback, and I can never hit the beat right. But I'm going to enjoy that. I'm going to push myself out there to do that. And you have to find that part of you that will push. To serve, to express yourself, to do that. So how do they, for those who are here, a little motivation on them, they got a big fear blocking them from turning on the dang camera, from starting. What do you say to them?
Are y'all ready?
Let's go.
Can I? Okay.
Can you take it?
Can we kick it?
Yes,
can we get real in here? Okay. This is what I want to tell you. And fear is a compass. Right? Fear can guide you, right? There's negative fear that tells you, don't walk across the street because cars are driving, right? Let's not take it out of context. But there's positive fear in your life. Fear often tells you that this is what you should be doing. Because if you feel fear, it's telling you that there's something big for the moment. People always ask, Trent, do you get nervous before you come on camera? Yeah, I do. It's not nervousness that paralyzes me, but it's nervousness that I care. The day that I stop getting nervous before I press live or before I even hear, then that's the day that I don't need to be doing it anymore. And so I want to tell you this with fear. Guys, ladies in here, Stop giving yourself that excuse, okay? Start with what you have. Again, there is somebody out there that needs you. And this might sound a little bit harsh. Hope y'all don't take it like this, but it's real. It is being selfish for you not to walk into that fear, for you not to show up, because there's somebody on the other side that needs your message. Kim, Jenny, that needs your message. Sherry, they need it. And so I want to tell you this, like, you're built for it. I promise you. You're built for everything that comes against you. You might say, how am I going to figure this out? How am I going to do this? Stop worrying about the how so much and start really trusting the why that you want to do it, and start trusting the who if you're in a spiritual walk. Like, you've been called to do something and you know it because you're here. But what do? We discredit ourselves so much because, we're looking at people online and say, I can never be like them, or I don't sound like them, or I don't look like. You're not supposed to. You're you. We live in such a follower society that we literally talk ourselves out of our greatest gift, which is our uniqueness, because we're sitting there trying to compare our life. If I tried to be like everybody else, I wouldn't be who I am now. And yes, it was tough at first. Yes, it was uncomfortable for me to step on stage and look a certain way and talk a certain way. But I understood my true power. I understood that there were people out there that needed to connect with Trent Shelton, just like they didn't need to connect with you. So the excuse that you're giving yourself is that I'm not enough, I'm not this. I would ask you this right now. And y'all can even light up the chat, because I want to take away this excuse. A lot of us say we're not enough. The question I'm going to ask everybody in here is, what's your definition of enough? I ask this all the time and nobody knows. What's your definition of enough? And I'm going to let that just sit in your soul for a little bit. Because the number one thing that I always see, and it comes back down to the root issue, is I'm not enough. And I ask people like, well, what's enough? They don't know. And half the time, enough is a blue check by your name. Enough is 1,000 people showing up on your live. Enough is, a certain amount of money in your bank account. A lot of us, like, when did the process become like a foreign thing? We live in a society now where I guess it's social media. I mean, I don't always want to blame social media, but I guess it is, where we think that, we start this today, we're supposed to be there tomorrow. We start this today, we're supposed to be there next month. Again, how long you been in this, B?
This is 16 years since I've been paid.
16 years.
I started 20 years ago, but I started getting paid 16 ago.
16 years. 20 years, right? 13 years, 2008. And so I'm telling you right now, like, trust the damn process. The process is going to look like you going live and one person shows up.
Yes.
Who cares? Maybe you're not ready for what's being prepared for you. If 1,000 people would have showed up to my first speaking engagement, I probably would have never grew, because it was terrible. But it was also beautiful because I gave myself permission to be able to grow. So stop being afraid to fail. Be afraid to not try. Be afraid to get to the end of your life and look back and you're like, damn, I have so many regrets. I went to my grave site knowing that I didn't give my all. My biggest fear in anything, it ain't dying, it ain't people judging me. It's not living my life to the fullest. Woo! Because I've had people in my life recently that have transitioned that I know for a fact that they had some regrets. So opinions, whatever it is for you, whatever fear, let the fear of not doing it be stronger than the fear of actually going to try. Because I promise you, when you'll try, you'll learn. When you learn, you're going to grow. And when you grow, you're going to become unstoppable. So stop giving yourself that excuse and walk into your greatness. Y'all with me?
We're with you. Oh, my gosh.
All right. I'm going to be checking for y'all. I see y'all clapping up there. I see you, Mark. All right. I want you to walk into it. And I want you to walk into it all in, fully. Because that's what people need. And I don't know if this is true, but it's true for me. Like, the first step to anything, y'all, is just belief in what you do. Belief. Some of us, and I'm not going to tell you don't plan. Like, I don't want you to be unorganized. Like, Trent told me don't plan, it's his fault. But some of us, we're planning ourselves right out of our greatness. And what I mean by that is that we have so many vision boards, which I love. I love it. They look great, sexy, great. I wish I can draw like some of you. You have all these plans and all these things that you're going to, New Year's is coming, so we know that's coming, right? All the things we're going to change. I just want you to focus on one thing you need to do that you haven't been doing, that if you got to 10 years from now, or even 5 years from now, even a year from now, you will regret not doing. Focus on that thing. And let the fear of not doing that be strong. So strong in your soul that you have no, can I say this right quick? Let me break this down with fear, and I'll end with this. Are y'all still with me?
Oh, keep going, baby.
I have a quote that says, and I kind of mentioned it earlier, when the mission, when the reason, when the why is strong enough, the fear will never be great enough. And I talk about this all the time, and I wish I could hear y'all and maybe ask questions, but just think about this. Put an example out there. How many of you in here have children? Raise your hand. All right, cool. A lot of people raise their hand, okay? And then you gotta be, how many of you got nephews and how many of you got people that you care about in here? Right, everybody, hope you do, right? Everybody, okay, cool. How many of you in here, and I know we might have some like animal like lovers, like, but how many of you in here are, if you saw a lion walking down the street, you would like freak out and you would run the other way? How many of you in here? Dang, okay, Francesca, you ain't gonna freak out? I see you right there. She like, she looking at me. I love lions, I'm gonna pet them, right? So you might say, Trent, where am I going with this? This is the point I'm trying to make to that quote. When people say they're afraid, I'm like, you're not afraid, or you might be afraid. But I'll tell you this, when the mission, the reason is strong enough, you'll walk through any fear. I promise you, I know I can speak for myself. I'm afraid of a lion, a tiger, a bear, anything. Like I hike and that's be the first thing I think about. Like, what if a mountain lion pops out? What am I gonna do? But I guarantee you this, if a lion was in my front yard with my baby girls or my baby boy, that lion better watch out. I'm gonna embrace that fear every single time. Why? Because I care about my kids that much. And so I hate to tell you this, and I love to tell you this. Maybe the reason why you're not going to do it is because that reason isn't deep enough. So if fear can control you with that, maybe today when you get off of here, do some soul searching and find a deeper rooted reason that no matter what shows up, you're gonna show up. Y'all got me? All right.
Woo! Yeah, bro. That's it. That's it. Listen, I want you to think about this, y'all. It's this double-sided coin a little bit here of what will motivate you. On one side of this coin, he's talking about your potential and fearing not to realize that. And in that sense of, you know, the way that Oprah would talk about it, of realizing the fullest, truest expression of who we are. And, you know, when I was working with Oprah, that was something she would say all the time. She still says it this day, the fullest, truest expression of who we are. That is a driving force that many of us never connect to. You know, one reason he loves it on stage and I love it on stage is like, it's an opportunity to express ourselves. That, like, do this work because it's creative expression. It is a work that pulls out something inside, but also kind of pulls off some of the veils to get back to our divine nature, which is actually more energized and joyous and present and aware and loving than the facades we build up to be appropriate and professional.
Right.
You know, it's like, no, if you're not motivated, then you haven't tapped in that idea. I want to find out what the full expression of who I am is. I want to be able to go out in front of an audience and geek out and be me and get fired up and enjoy it without being embarrassed because my spouse says, "Why are you being so crazy, honey?" Or because your mom says, "Why do you gotta make it about you?" No. Make it about you. Make it about the fullest, truest expression of who you are. Find joy again. And joy is always living in the external of expression, right? Joy with your baby, it's that interaction right there, right? Joy with a friend doing something, there's an interaction there. But it's you expressing yourself. It's like you gotta let go of the architecture of all this armor you have built up to protect yourself and find joy in expressing who you are to find your full potential. The other side of that coin is what he asked earlier, which I love, which is purpose. He asked, did I serve with purpose today? Did I put some purpose in the world, he said today? Did I give the world some purpose today? That's the contribution side, right? One side of this career, creative expression. I'm gonna find the most authentic, fun, energized, real, vulnerable, caring expression of who I am. Watch his videos on Facebook. You'll see it every dang day. He just does it. He just does it, right? That's creative expression. That's a driver. The other side is contribution. That's the driver. It's your why. I'm going to contribute. I'm going to make a difference because, like you said, you're uniquely assigned to reach somebody, right? I'm getting behind his podcast huge this next year because there's so many people he reached who don't resonate with me. Same thing with Lisa Bilyeu. Same thing with Natalie and Danielle. Same with so many people in our industry that I support. I know they don't resonate with me. Like my kind of dork isn't their kind of dork, you know?
I love it.
Yeah. It's like, it's not, and his fire isn't for everybody either.
Right.
We don't think we have to please everybody. What we think is we have to show up and contribute and express ourselves in an authentic, true way. That's what you have to find. And sometimes, like you said, it's also for family. You'll fight that mountain lion for your family.
Right.
As you know, I wish I had a fancier, this is why I got into business story than what I told on day one, which I watched Denise sleeping under our bills when I was going bankrupt. I wish I could say I had a vision board and I had a vision of wealth and of contribution. And I saw one of those commercials with the kids needing food and I just decided to change my life to earn, to give. And I'm like, no, actually, I was really sad because I was broke and I saw my girlfriend trying to support me. I couldn't stand on my own and she was sleeping under my bills. And that was enough of a why at that moment in my life. I didn't want to be a titan. I didn't want to be a guru. I just was like, you know what? I want to creatively express myself as a writer and as a coach. And I want to support this woman who's supporting me, who loves me. So your why doesn't have to be dramatic, but sometimes I think this is important because I think one reason I love Trent so much is because he and we will fight to protect our family.
Sure.
We will cancel events for our family.
Yep.
We will get offline for our family. If you're not taking care of your family and yourself, like start there. I'd love for you to talk about that because I think you find tremendous motivation in your family, and you found this boundary for your family. Like what is that? I mean, what is that? Because I think there's a lot of dads out there.
Yeah.
They're not great dads.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people in our industry. They got kids. They ain't nowhere with their kids. So what is it internally that says that's going to be something I'm going to build around this too?
Yeah. Man, it's a non-negotiable for me. And why? Because I was blessed enough, and you can use it both ways. I've talked to people who didn't have a father in their life, and it's like, man, I'm gonna make sure that I'm the father that I didn't have, or I'm the mother that I didn't have. And for me, though, I had a father. I had supportive parents. And I'll just speak for my dad, just from a man perspective. My mom was amazing. My dad, he gave me the tools. He was at every football game. My parents, everything that I did, they supported me. And so I said, man, I want to continue that legacy for my kids. My dad, he's been at UPS still now. He doesn't want to retire. I don't know why, but over 50 plus years. And he's always made time to be there and be present. And I had this moment, and I want to say what's on my heart because I'll forget. People always ask, when did I realize I was successful? Now, we all have our own definition of success, y'all. And I can talk about monetary stuff. I could talk about, followers online. But, the fulfillment in my soul when I talk about success was a few weeks ago. It's two things, and I'll just talk about the first one. I was actually at Tristan, my son's football practice. I was sitting there, and I realized, and I looked around, wasn't a lot of parents there, and definitely wasn't a lot of fathers there, and I looked around and said, man, I'm successful. I get to spend, and it might not seem like a big deal, but I'm here, my son looks up, and he sees his dad. And I get emotional about this because so many, and I don't want to go down this rabbit hole with this, but so many kids look up with sports, me being an athlete, they don't see their father there. They don't see their parents there. But my son, he looked up, and all his friends like, oh, your dad's here. And I said, man, this is success, where I've created, and this is why you guys want to get into this business, to be honest with you. The most beautiful thing is time freedom. That's success. Yes, financial freedom is great, but financial freedom don't mean you're free all the time. But time freedom is the greatest success. And so for me, that was a big moment for me. And with my children, I realized that my parents worked so hard. And again, if your parents weren't there, that's okay. But you have the baton in your hands right now. This relay, this race of life, the baton is in your hands. You have breath in your body. You're here. You have the baton. I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with track, but you have the baton. And I realized that my grandmother, my mother, my father, my mother's no longer here. And it really hit me because I realized that my mother ran a hell of a race. And she gave all her kids the lead on life. And I'm grateful for that. I didn't have to play catch up. They gave me the tools to be successful. They gave me the tools spiritually to be successful. And I know sometimes everybody doesn't have that journey. And you got to play catch up. But you have the baton in your hands. And so I said, I want to make sure that when I hand off the baton to my kids, that they're going to have a lead on life. I'm going to make sure they have the tools necessary to be able to conquer through this life. So that was a big moment for me. And then I'll end with this. Like, people always say success and everything. And you kind of mentioned this with people in the industry. And I've been around athletes. I've been around so many people. And I'm not perfect, by the way, neither. But I'm always thinking purposeful. And so for me, one of my biggest fears is being successful to the world, but not successful to my world.
Ooh.
And I'm going to repeat that so y'all get that.
Oh, capture that in the chat.
Being
Please.
successful to the world, but not being successful to my world. What good does it do to have the world praise me and Trent Shelton is all of these things, but yet when I walk into my house, there's no love there. When I walk into my house, my kids don't have a connection with me. And so I'm willing to disconnect from the world to reconnect to my world, because in my priority list, my family is a lot higher than not a lot higher, but it's higher than my business. It's higher than social media. So those are the non-negotiables that I set. So yeah, when Tristan, like speaking wise, I've turned down so many speaking engagements on Tuesdays or during the week on weekends because Tristan has tournaments. I'm like, no, I don't have to think about it. It could be awesome revenue. If I said the revenue, you'd be like, Trent, you're crazy. But it's a no for me.
Yeah.
Because there's no price that can be put on me that will not allow me to be there for the most precious moments of my life and my kid. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Woo! I told you, ladies and gentlemen. I told you. So good. So good. Oh, and you know what? So many of you will fear turning down an opportunity when you lose perspective. You think it's got to happen today. You turn down a speech, they'll be back next year. You turn down that immediate invite to that party to your friend, they'll be there next year. But maybe the kids only got another year in this house. Maybe, your family needed you that day. Maybe, the people who are closest to you, your friends, were suffering with a loss or something. And the moments or the days you take for them, they'll remember that for years. And so, yeah, take care of your internal world, the world closest to you, the circle of influence, your family, your friends, the people around you, because I feel the exact same way. I could care less what strangers on the internet think about me at all. At all. It's like it's not even part of my character to think about that. It's like, I'd love for the world to love my work or love what we do, but some will, some won't. But family's still there. Same thing, I feel that way with Denise. How many things we turn down. It's like, no, my wife needs me or my family needs me. That's important.
I think that's important too. Like I know you're interviewing, but I want to ask you this because I don't know if you talked about it yet, but I think that's important because I think a lot of people, I think I heard you talk about it earlier when I was back there, a lot of people don't start because they're worried about what so many people think of them.
Yeah.
So like for you, and we can talk about this, like how did you get to that place where it doesn't matter? Like even because it's called kind of being even. I learned this in sports, right? Don't let the highs get you too high. Don't let the lows get you too lows. Just stay even kill. So like, how is that for you?
It's just like, did you show up and serve your best?
Yeah.
And everyone else's opinion about it, feeling about it, judgment about it, that's not on my head when my head hits the pillow at night. I learned that from personal development. They said, did you show up and serve today? Did you show up and do your best today? So and if that's the true measure, your sense of your own expression and potential and purpose, if that's what you're sensing at night and connecting with it, that's good. If at night you wonder, do they like me? You'll never go to bed. You'll never go to bed. That what people, listen, I want to be really honest with you guys because this will blow your mind. Trent Shelton flew in today for this. Each of these speakers is coming here to do this to contribute to the culture, to this industry. And guess what? We get people all the time, well, you guys sold something on that thing. I'm like, okay, so we spent an hour out of 3 days, 12 hours of content Dozens of people taking time out of their life, dozens of team, dozens of the speakers going away from their family. 12 hours of content on Influencer Summit. We'll talk about Kajabi or Influencer School collectively for an hour. And people are like, you guys are just after making money and you're after this. People will judge you no matter how generous, no matter what you give, no matter how, they're going to judge you anyway. Some will appreciate it. Some will call you names. Some will spread lies. Some will, negate you. So if you're doing it for everybody, it's just not going to land. It's not going to fulfill you. You have to have your own internal measurements of success. This is what he's really talking about. Your own internal measurement of success. That's what he means when, maybe everyone else thinks I'm successful in the outer world, but my inner world, my inner circle doesn't. So I think having your own measures of success, mine is, did I live? Did I love? Did I matter? Did I do some of that every day? I'm not perfect every day. Some days I didn't live as much, I didn't love as much, I didn't matter as much, but I try every day. So when I ask those questions at night, those are my internal measurements. Did I live, did I love, did I matter? It's not, did I live, did I love, did I matter? Do they like me? Do they accept me? Do they share my message? Will they tell all their friends? Will I make them money? Will I da-da-da? It's like, no, did I live? Did I love? Did I matter? That's personal power. It's personal intention. It's personal success. It's measuring it on my own beat and my own drum. And I don't try to compete with other people. I can't go up and do what this guy does on stage. And I can't go up and do what Marianne Williamson does on stage or Wayne Dyer, who was a great mentor of mine. I can't do that. That's amazing. They're fulfilling their own unique expression. They're contributing in their own unique way. They, I love what you said, took their gift. They, I love what you said, have an assignment. There's someone that they're assigned to maybe to make that difference. They're showing up for it, but they're living their own measure of success, as Oprah taught, their truest, highest expression of themselves. That's the beat of their own drum. I really love that. As you're thinking about this group, many of them, they literally will be equipped by the end of this summit, because we have another day, y'all. It's like, okay, as they're getting equipped, as many of them, tons of you all are going to sign up for Influencer School by midnight tonight, and they're going to have the strategies. They're going to know what to do. They're going to go out and build this career at the next stage for themselves, whether that's the first dollar or the 100,000th or the millionth. As they're going to go out and finish Summit, what's the message you have for them to just go and just, you always say, let's get it. Yeah. What is that mentality? Go get it. Go do this. What would you share with them?
Yeah, I would just tell you, as I said earlier, remember that you're built for it. When you start this journey, it's life. You're going to have ups and downs. You're going to have seasons, right? Always know this, no matter the season will change. I haven't seen one storm that lasts forever, right? Unless our perspective keeps that storm in our life forever. There's a powerful saying that I say, because people have told me this and they love when I talk about it, is in this journey, and make sure of this too, y'all take action. Please don't talk yourself out of taking action. Influencer School, take action with it. Don't wait. And this is not a pitch. Don't wait, because some of us spend our whole entire life waiting. I'll do it next time, next year. And then it turns into never, right? So take action. Action activates whatever it is that you need in your life. But back to perspective, right? Perspective. And this was the quote that I love to tell y'all. In this journey, always protect your perspective. Your perspective can be one or two things. Your power, or it can be your prison. Okay? What's a prison perspective? And I'm sure you got this, Brendon, and it grinds my gears when I hear this. Oh, that's easier said than done, or this or that. Some of you are thinking that. I get it. That was my excuse. And I always say, duh, everything is easier said than done, right? Showing up on here was easier said than done, but you did it. Brushing your teeth is easier said than done, but you do it, right? Because those things matter. Everything is easier said than done. That is I'm going to say this word, that's a weak mindset. It's a limited mindset. If you have a limited mindset, you're going to continue to live in your limitations. So I need you to shift your perspective. And how you shift your perspective in this journey, this is something that I think is profound, and I'm going to share it with you. When something usually happens in your journey, most of us think, what does this mean? And a lot of us, we go to a meaning that doesn't serve us usually. This means that people don't care about me because nobody showed up. This means that, it's never going to happen for me. This means this and that. We go back to, based upon our past experiences, our limited life. I just want to give you something to help you shift your perspective from your prison to your power. The next time an obstacle shows up, because it will, the next time a challenge shows up, because it will, I want you to not say, what does this mean? I want you to say, what is this going to mean? And some of you are like, Trent, that's the same thing. It's totally different. What is this going to mean puts the responsibility and the power in you. And you can determine the meaning from that. You can determine what it's going to be. You're going to determine how you use this. You're going to determine how you continue to show up. So I'm not going to go into my story, but the last few years of my life have been very rough for me. Some of you know me, you know what I've been through. The thing that's got me through it, it says, Trent, what is this going to mean? And I created a meaning that's going to serve me. That's your power perspective. Perspective is a gift that's given to all of us, right? It's a set of glasses. But most of us, we pick up those glasses and we see the world through woe is me, through sympathy, through everything is everybody's fault, blame and complain. Put down those glasses and pick up the power perspective glasses that says, how is this working for me? How is this happening for me? How am I going to use this? What is this going to mean in my life? And if you live in that place of power and you allow the perspective to really serve you, because you might not be in control of things happening. You're not. Things are going to happen. But you are for damn sure in control of how you respond to it. You're for damn sure in control of how you use it. You might not be in control of the experience, but you are in control of how you use the experience. So I want to give that to you. Make sure your perspective stays your power throughout it all. And I promise you, you will be unstoppable and you will be the greatest you that's already inside of you that's waiting for you to actually meet and walk into. That person is waiting for you. You know that, right? Y'all know that? I don't see, some of y'all look confused. Y'all know that, right? There's a you waiting on you that's like, Alexa, like, what's up? I'm waiting on you. And the crazy thing about this, though, and I'll leave with this, that every choice, decision that we make is building and constructing a version of ourselves in the future. Y'all understand that, right? Every choice and decision you make is building and constructing of you in the future. And so ask yourself, are these choices building the me that I want to meet or the me that I wouldn't be proud of? Go live your life.
Woo! Oh, my God, come on.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Trent Shelton, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Oh, my God. Woo! I'm sweating. I'm so fired up over here. Oh, my gosh. I want to see in the chat, what's an aha you got? What's some appreciation you got? What's a lesson you got from Trent? I want to see it over the chat. There's a you waiting on you. All right, all right, all right. I want to thank you all for participating, for being with us today in Influencer Summit. I want to remind you about tonight's midnight deadline. Get yourself signed up for Influencer School to get all of the bonuses as well as the payment plan. Influencer School. You can sign up tonight by midnight. It's bossbabe.com/influencer. Remember, if you want the system, get Kajabi, get that tonight as well. And I want to encourage you to follow what everyone is saying. Get consistent, believe in yourself, put something out there. Be of service to other people. I'll be back in 5 minutes for our VIP Q&A, just for VIPs. I want to give a shout out to so many VIPs who made this unique experience for us by being present. Leilon, Candace, Mandisa, Carmola, Francesca, I see you up there. Thank you, Paige. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate you, Virginia. Thank you so much, Dr. Regina. Thank you, Maria. Your energy kept us encouraged in this room today. We'll be back for VIP Q&A in 5 minutes. Everybody else, thank you for joining us. Get yourself signed up for Influencer School tonight by midnight to enjoy all of our bonuses. I appreciate each and every one of you. We'll see you in 5 minutes, VIPs. Thanks, everybody. So good, brother. Oh, man.
Recording in progress.
All right, party people. Hey, everybody. Oh, my gosh. I hope you enjoyed this watch party of Influencer Summit Day 2. Who got fired up today? Listen, I know I'm in multiple Zooms, but I see your face splayed across somewhere here with me. Whatever room you're in or wherever you're at live watching me, I hope that you are enjoying this session and Influencer Summit. I love going through this process with you. I love being here with you.
I have the blessing of doing some Q&A with you all. So I'll be bouncing around the group I'm in here today. I can't wait to take some questions from you, hear what's on your mind. And also, I'll start today with just a little bit of teaching from some Q&A yesterday, some of the chat that came up as well from you guys in the VIP in the Zooms. My favorite question that came out of yesterday was profound, and I actually had to think about it for a little bit. And when I think about what we just watched with Trent and his ability to just be on fire and present, and how he's just developed such a mindset of being a man of respect and integrity for his family. This question hit me too. I thought it was so dang good. The question was about, that I was reading was, and I'm going to paraphrase this. So for the person who posted, I apologize if I don't get it right, but I'll try to get it right. I'll try to say it in a way that's applicable to everybody. They were asking a specific question. I'll tee it up. And then if you didn't know, there's a reactions button down below, and you're able to ask some questions in the rooms that you're in. I'm in one specific, and we'll make sure I take some questions wherever you're watching this. So first, this question, how powerful is this? Brendon, how do I deal with self-hate? Whoa, what a great question, right? Because be honest, how many of you have ever just, you're discouraged because somewhere inside there's something about yourself you don't like, or maybe even you resent or you despise, you're angry about? Anyone ever been there before? And it just kind of gets in the way of your creativity because maybe you've done something or someone said something, and you internalize it into such a self-criticism that self-criticism became recurrent. And that self-criticism got into a loop in such a way you don't like yourself. Or maybe something failed. You tried to do something, you looked silly, or you got shamed by it, someone said something mean. And because you're in that space, you can't create in flow. Your spontaneity is no good anymore. Your excitement to do anything is no good anymore. And maybe it never really was fully because something that happened to you before. And I think that is something to always be working on. I know the opposite people will say is, self-love. It's hard to go from self-hate to self-love in a Zoom call. So I encourage you who struggle with this, get some assistance, get a therapist, get a coach. But often what has to happen in that bridge between self-hate and self-love is a big session of forgiveness, a big session of resetting expectations, and a big session of realigning to get yourself into integrity, where your words and your actions and your momentum matches the person you want to be. So we'll talk about some of that today, because I think that's the bridge. When you need to go from self-hate to self-love, we've got to get in a place of forgiveness, resetting some expectations, and realigning to some integrity. And until we do that, I think it's hard to be in that state of personal freedom where you really can give and serve at your best. And I don't say that in a preachy way. I think that's a hard journey, and we've all been there. Sometimes it's, big things, and sometimes it's little things. I think of like big moments in my life where I had self-hate was because somebody did something to me and it made me feel like I was less valuable. I wasn't lovable. I wasn't worthwhile. For me, many of you know that origin story in my own personal development journey was my high school sweetheart cheated on me. And when that happened, I didn't have the emotional tools to deal with that. So not only did I feel just like major hurt and anger towards this person, but inside that made me value myself in a certain way. It made me devalue myself. I didn't feel worthy of love. I didn't feel like I was enough because she chose somebody else. I didn't feel like I could trust my mind and my body and my heart anymore, because how could I have given this person so much? Was I a fool? Was my judgment bad? Was I a moron for letting somebody have that much control of my heart, for trusting somebody like that? Who's ever been there before? You start questioning yourself like that. And then you devalue yourself. And you hear me say the phrase all the time, and I know it's, if you've been in my audience for a long time, you know I always go back to this phrase, but it's so true. When that relationship fell apart, I fell apart. My identity. I started a rumination time period of my life where it was a lot of self-loathing. And what did I have to do? Well, just like anyone going through other situations, other major things that happened in my life, I had a principal in when I was maybe kindergarten or something like that, kindergarten or first grade. Where I grew up, they could still paddle kids, right? And they had a board for that. Like you would go to the principal's office if you got in trouble, and they had a board and they'd smack you with the board. I don't know if any of you grew up around that, but that was like a real thing when I grew up. And that principal took a lot of pleasure about beating kids and was excessively violent. And I thought, of course, you devalue yourself, right? I'm not worthy of respect. I'm not worthy of compassion and care. I'm not worthy of even forgiveness to forgive me for the dumb thing I did, whatever it is that got me in trouble, right? So sometimes others can really cause that devaluation of self. And sometimes we devalue ourselves because of our own actions. We did something that was wrong. And it can be simple things, especially in our industry. Listen, I mean, I know this sounds very heavy, but I'll come back to that bridge to get us there on those other topics. But even I remember, I don't know, a couple months ago, one of the topics we were teaching was about relationships. And so, I studied the research, I think about my life, I do a full 2-hour seminar on relationships. I don't know, it wasn't the same day, it was like a day or two later. I'm in my house and I get irritable about something and I spark at my wife, meaning I like get irritated with her and I just say something in a tone that's mean, right? Some of you mean might be condescending. Some of you mean might be, flippant. I just said something just like kind of angry and irritated. Immediately regretted it and thought in my head, oh my God, I just taught a relationship workshop. I'm a jerk. I'm not in integrity with what I just said. And think about how many times you knew something, you thought something, you teach something, and you didn't do it, right? You told a friend to go get healthy, and you're mowing down another bowl of popcorn, another bottle of wine and pizza, right? You told somebody to put up that website, and here you are 2 weeks later, you ain't put up your website, right? All the lack of congruences that can happen when you're a teacher or a mentor. You can get hard on yourself about that without realizing and remembering you're not perfect. You're a human. You have to forgive yourself for your own indiscretions, for your own sins, for the own things that you do. And you have to forgive others. I really believe that when there is self-hate, that we have to start somewhere with forgiveness. It doesn't mean we approve it. It just means we're deciding to let go of its emotional talons in us. We're not going to carry it anymore. That however we felt made sense. That was the feeling. I'm not taking that away. What I'm saying is now, today, as conscious adults who want to move in a new direction, let's make that decision not to carry that around and hate ourselves, because if we hate ourselves, we cannot fully express ourselves. If we cannot fully express ourselves, there's no way we will find a larger and larger audience. We can't scale it. The audience will feel that we're still trapped there. And just as you don't trust yourself because of self-hate, they'll pick up on something. It's hard to trust you. Your job is to find your emotional freedom. When you find emotional freedom, your audience grows. They trust you more. They want to watch you. They want to be with you. Oprah would have never become Oprah if she was self-loathing the entire 25 years. She had to find her own love. She had to go on her own journey. So do you. So start with forgiveness. And I'll tell you what, if somebody did something to you, it sounds so crazy to say to forgive them. But part of maturity will be doing that. It doesn't mean you need to call them and forgive them. It means you need to recognize that they're human and they made a tragic and a terrible mistake. And they were tragically and terribly conditioned or trained or hurt along the way that they would hurt someone else, because hurt people hurt people. And there's probably a chain there somewhere that you might not be aware of that goes back, that caused their actions, or mental trauma or disorder that caused their actions. And it doesn't mean to make it right. It just means that today, forgiveness means you're going to forgive that connection between you and that person so you can be free today. You don't have to forgive even the action. You don't have to forgive their intentions, because maybe they were bad. But the string that's holding your story and their story today, cut that with forgiveness. That string that is holding your story and their story, that past, you got to cut that string and find your own emotional freedom by forgiving the situation even. Because sometimes you already forgave the person, but you still hate yourself. You should have done something. You should have called somebody. You should have taken this other action. You're still mad at yourself for not reacting differently in another time zone of life in the past. You got to forgive yourself. Some people have forgiven the people who are mean to them. They forgive their parents, but they still haven't forgiven their own selves. Still got to clip that story. You got to forgive that connection. Not forget. What happened, happened. You got to forgive. One of the greatest things I ever did, if you ever been to my seminars, maybe hear the end of the story. I don't always tell it. But that person who cheated on me and broke my heart, I called her and forgave her. Because I knew if I didn't, I would carry that forever. I was so angry. So I called her and had a beautiful phone call of apologizing for my own actions. Because when we broke up, I wasn't a saint either. When we broke up, I was mean. I was like, you did this and you did that. That means you're this. And I name called and was angry, did all things. Anyone ever done that before? You're mad at them, so you become a lesser person in acting out towards them. I had done that. So I'd apologize too. End of the call, I was emotionally free since that day. I could tell the story of her cheating on me to millions of people, and I have, without ever naming her, without ever defaming her, without ever being mean, as I described it, just describing it from my first person perspective, not blaming her for it, not pretending I was perfect. Tell the story in an honoring, respectful way for 15 years to millions and millions of people, because there's no emotional tie to it anymore. I forgave her. I forgave myself. Some of you, you've forgiven yourself. You've forgiven the person, but you haven't forgiven the situation, or you haven't forgiven God. And until you do a little of that work, it's hard to find your emotional freedom. And so I know everyone wants me to say, Brendon, teach about building a website and a funnel. I'm like, yeah, but if we could also get you to emotional freedom, we've achieved something more unique, something more powerful. Websites will change. Technology will change. But what's most important is that you change. You find a good place again. You learn not to be so hard on yourself. You forgive past situations. The other piece is about expectations, forgiveness, and then expectations. Some of you are still stuck in a perfectionist mindset because you were rewarded from it, but your perfectionism is driving you into burnout. Your perfectionism is the reason you haven't started anything. Your perfectionism is your favorite excuse, because perfectionism, that's an A-grade quality of excuse, isn't it? Oh, you don't understand. I haven't done anything yet because I'm a perfectionist. I care so much about excellence. I haven't started. We get very high-minded and fancy. I would say fancy, very fancy, smart, articulate, cynical people are so good about blaming their lack of progress on perfectionism. Because, boy, you can respect me if I'm a perfectionist, can't you? And so perfectionism is the great grade A ego coming into play. labeling yourself or labeling your intention to be so perfect is the reason you haven't started, without acknowledging that maybe your expectations are off and maybe you're scared. That where there's perfectionism, there's usually a lot of fear of being vulnerable, of being seen starting small, of being seen pivoting to a new thing you ain't never done before. When they know you for this other thing over here, who am I? What are they going to think of me? I guess I won't do it because perfectionism matters to me. And perfectionism is often a thing of expectation and poor definition. Perfectionism, if you get down to the root of the word, to perfect. Well, if you were actually a perfectionist, you would have looked it up, what to perfect means in the dictionary. That would be real perfectionism. And you would be suddenly shocked to realize that to perfect something is a verb, and that to perfect, you cannot actually perfect anything until you have first released it. You must do the thing first and then work on it to perfect it. And so if you're a perfectionist and you actually haven't put the thing out there and been working on it, you're not a perfectionist, you're a liar. And soon as you can go, oh, whoa, I can't blame, because that's a definition problem, isn't it? If to perfect requires you to let it go and be working on it in an iterative process, well, you can't iterate until you put the first one out. So don't fool yourself. Change your expectations and make those expectations one of the learning mindset. Oh, make your expectations the scientific process. Oh, until I start it, I can't make it better. Until I'm in motion, I can't gain momentum. You got to move. You got to get going. A lot of self-hate is because we know we should be moving and going, and we're not moving and going because either there's self-hate or self-loathing to some past situation, or in the moment, our expectations are completely crazy, that we need to know everything, that everything has to be the right conditions. When in fact, what you need and what's most important is to get going. You gain self-respect as you gain momentum. You start to care for yourself and your results again when you're getting feedback to see how it's going. Otherwise, you're just in your head. And the more you're in your head about it, wondering why you don't, the more you ruminate about things, the more you just drill yourself right in the ground with judgment. When the beauty thing is, once you actually release something and start doing it, you start noticing there's no judgment. It's crickets out there, people. When you first start something, you're like, no one's listening. And then you realize, yeah, and they're not judging either. You're just starting. And then you get hundreds of people on something and they're all saying nice things. Thank you for doing this. Appreciate your time. And you get this external feedback that's very different than what's in your head. I'll give you an example. Most people who go to write a book, they're terrified of getting bad reviews and bad stars. And I can share with you that the data is pretty clear that for every bad review, there's usually 10 fairly neutral or positive reviews. It's usually a 10-to-1 situation that's more positive, but we're terrified everyone's going to hate us. And if you're still terrified everyone's going to hate you, you really need to leave your house more and talk with more people. Once you leave your house and you talk to more people, you realize everyone kind of lets you do your own thing. Go to a cafe tonight, a restaurant tomorrow. Most people there, they're not even going to look at you. They're not going to bother you. They're in their own head, doing their own thing, eating their own omelets. They don't care what you ordered. You know what I'm saying, people? They're letting you have your omelet. They don't care. You're so worried about what your thing is going to be. They don't care. They're eating their own omelet. What are you worried about? Get in motion. Your expectations that everyone has to approve or appreciate or reward, support you. They don't care. Who cares? You, your soul, your integrity. Are you expressing yourself? Are you following your path? That's who cares. Have the expectation that each day you're going to do your best and you're going to learn. Have the expectation each day you're going to try And it's going to be a hot mess, but you're going to try your best. You're going to bring a good attitude to it. I think that's an unfair advantage I've had. Every day, I don't expect I have to get it all done. I don't have to do everything. I don't have to talk to everybody. I don't have to nail it. What I have to do every day is show up, follow my path, have a good attitude, do what I told myself I was going to do that day. Maybe I can't get to all of it, but usually my expectations are pretty small for myself each day. Brendon, focus today, bring some energy today, do 3 things today. If you want a longer list, I'm sorry, I ain't got one. It's pretty simple. My expectations for myself: show up, bring some joy, do your best. Come on, let's go, kid. Every day. Now, if I added 100 more expectations, of course, at the end of the day, I'd be disappointed in myself, wouldn't I? I didn't build the entire campaign and funnel in one day. Jerk, you suck. Some of you are mad that you haven't built a multi-million-dollar business this month. Chill out. Get some realistic expectations. You might have a family or kids, and they like food. It takes time to give them food. There's real time involvement. Some of you forget you have to pay taxes. That takes time. It takes time to write the emails, build the content. You got to not expect that you can do everything in a day or a month. How many of you have a sheet of books you want to write one day? Just a whole sheet. I was with a friend recently, and we were comparing our spreadsheets. We both have, a sheet of books we're going to write. And it was so interesting listening to how she talked about it. She was so mad at herself that she hasn't written those books yet. And I was so excited to find the time to start writing the next one someday. Similar length in lists, completely different attitude. She hates herself. She hasn't written more of them. I'm super pumped to start writing one of them. Different attitude, same list, same idea. So sometimes your expectations are leading you to hate yourself because every day you finish the day disappointed you didn't do it all. Who resonated with what I just said? Sometimes you hate yourself and you're not getting momentum and expressing yourself because you've had so many days you didn't do all the things. You finished the day disappointed in yourself so many times because your expectations were unrealistic. You got all these other things to do. That's why I always come back to the research. High performers only spend 60% of their week on needle moving activities. The other 40%, admin, team meetings, dumb stuff, life, lunch, doing stuff that you just have to do. So don't think that high performers are 100% on, complete, and amazing all day. Really, they're 60% of the day, they're fairly focused getting, the major projects, working on those. But there's 40% of the day, they got to take the dumb calls. They got to reply. They got to help their kids with stuff. So please recalibrate your expectations if you find that you're not expressing yourself well or starting. And then I would say the last piece of this bridge, self-hate to self-love, start with forgiveness, you, others, situation, God, expectations. Stop trying to be a perfectionist. Be realistic in your expectations. Don't try to be perfect. Remember, you're human. And then last now is integrity. Realigning your life to what matters to you. And if you say you're going to do it, show up on more days and do it. I'm going to write a book. Show up on more days and actually write. Because your mind and your body and your soul, they do keep score. And if your scorecard sucks from the past year or 2 years or 3 years, okay. Well, what's cool about golf is every time you go on a new round, they give you a new scorecard. Well, you got a new scorecard today. What's the next round going to look like? So what if your scorecard sucked the last year or 2 or 3? Well, Brendon, I've been not as good because I had a kid, or I went through COVID, or I had this thing, or the government did that. It's like, okay, it's a new day. Realign and honor your word. If you say you're going to do it, do it. If you say you're going to do it, do it. Do that over and over and over and over again. Forgive yourself along the way. Have realistic expectations. And one day, you start to like yourself. You really start to like yourself. You're not carrying emotional baggage anymore. Your mind is clear on just a few things you're going to do each day. You say you're going to do them, you do them, and all of a sudden you start taking some pride and joy in your days. And all of a sudden integrity comes back in, and self-care comes back in, and respect comes back in. And now you can express yourself. And if I may, and this would be the challenging thing, I wasn't talking to the person, I would just coach them, and I'd suggest the same to each of you. If you want to put real rockets on this self-love rocket, sorry, my metaphors got confused in my head for just a minute. I was going to say that it's a self-love train, but I wasn't using that metaphor. But if you really want to care for yourself and have some self-love, get yourself back in that selfless service mode. Sometimes the reason we have self-hate is because we've been selfish for too long. We've been selfish in the way that we live our life. Even if we're service to other people, we take care of our family and stuff. Some people, they're being a martyr. And that's their way of being a selfish person. Some people, it's all about their own wealth. Some people, it's about their own comfort. Some people, never read some spiritual texts that all say the same thing. It comes back to service to others, to putting goodness into the world. If, I could wrap this whole metaphor of the self-hate to self-love, and there's forgiveness and expectations, and there is alignment to integrity, I'd put a big circle around it and just call it service or selfless service. Do something for other people. The more you do stuff for other people, and it's genuine and you're engaged in it, you're excited about it, you can draw some fulfillment from it, that self-respect and self-love comes in as well. Because you realize you're put on this earth not just to, as my mom would say, eat, poop, and pee. It's like you're actually here to be a force of love and compassion and care for others. And when all these things start to come true for you, you can take joy in yourself. Yourself and your soul comes to light. And now you want to express yourself. You want to do things for others. You have more motivation to build the page or film the podcast or shoot the video or do the Zoom because you're unlocked. You got emotional freedom and the intention to serve. And if I could share, that's why I think the people you saw on Influencer Summit are so amazing. Or if you've seen on social media recently, all the people that I've been, mentoring or bringing out into masterminds, it really does come out to be that there are amazing people putting goodness in the world, and they've unlocked themselves to serve. And so if there is any part of you, you're like, man, I have been in self-loathing recently, or I have been hard on myself, or I do hate or despise or resent a certain part of my life, maybe listen to this one 10 times on repeat. Maybe go talk to a therapist or a coach on this topic. Maybe do a deep dive journal activity on it for a couple of days. Maybe even teach on the topic to sound out how you would deal with it. Because I'm here to say you are absolutely worthy of love. You are absolutely worthy of being on this planet. You are absolutely capable of way more than you can possibly imagine. And you absolutely do deserve to cut off those old emotional baggages and connections and stories that no longer serve you at this age and this stage of your life. All right. I care for you. I appreciate you being in this community. And it's an honor to get to do this work with you. I'll bop into one of the Zooms over here and get to take some Q&A. And I just want to say thank you so much for being here. And I hope that serves somebody here today who just needed to hear something. And I'm coming over in this room I'm in right now. Kirsten or Kirsten, she'll have to teach me, is up. I'm going to pin you up with me and let's do some Q&A. What's up?
Oh, what an honor, Brendon.
It's my honor. Nice having you here.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm in Switzerland, located in Switzerland. And,
Amazing.
and I have to say, thank you so much for all your work. It means so much. You're amazing, your energy. And also thank you for the talk before.
Thank you so much.
Been
So
following
kind.
you for a longer time. And now I have finally come to that mindset you were talking about, like, yes, it's just to go. And I have, so I have your, maybe you can't see it, but it's your triangle.
Yes.
So may I ask you a practical question?
I would love it. Any question y'all here, every question is good. No dumb questions. All of them are learning together. And you can ask any technical question, easy question, philosophical question. Let's do it. What's your question?
Yes. So I would like to know, what would you do in my situation? I am a solopreneur.
Yes.
I have a Pilates and health studio that is going well, so I'm working quite a lot. On the other hand, I can schedule my clients, so I could also see it as like investment to, how shall I say, reduce them a little bit in order to take more time for my planned online business. So I would like to do both, have my online, have my offline studio, continue with that, but definitely build an online business.
Yes.
Doing what I'm already doing, helping people get fit with health. And I love what I'm doing, but I would like to have, reach out more. And now, as I am alone with this, what would you do in my situation? I am already on Kajabi. But I must admit, I took a little break now because it was a bit overwhelming starting with the website. I didn't know, shall I do the membership? Can I do that? Commit myself every week? I'm also an influencer with you and so I have studied that. And or shall I just do a course? Like Amy says, I got confused, so I took it a little bit on pause.
That's okay.
And then I got sidetracked, I must say. So I started to look at building an app, not doing the coding, but going on a platform for that, because I thought maybe that minimalizes it a little bit. But now, having had those 2 days, I think, no, I have to go back to Kajabi.
Okay.
And what would you do in my situation?
May I ask a few questions?
Yeah.
When you're thinking of what to sell, is it you teaching Pilates and your form of exercise? Is that what it is? You teaching health? That
is going to be one of them. And then I would go into, I'm also doing a nutrition course. So I would like to combine that. I'm also in a special stretching program for pain that I've finalized. Mm-hmm. So I can, yes, and I'm middle-aged, so, but the age group, I think that will come automatically.
Yes.
But that is a bit, so I have a bit broader than only Pilates, but it's health and fitness.
I love it. Well, first, give her a round of applause because she's running a studio and building a digital empire. Give her a round of applause because that's a lot. That's a lot. Some of you know my wife used to run 2 exercise studios. It's a lot of work. And so I appreciate that you are seeking to find this other way of serving and scaling up your business and revenue by doing it. Based on what you've told me, I think it's really important just to start with one thing, just one thing. And the first choice you really have to make is, do you want to give ongoing support to people? Like you're going to teach them, class or live every month? Or is it more of, you just really want them to have a secondary thing to sell, like a course that your current students or future people online can just buy that course, and you don't want it to be ongoing? It sounds like you mentioned a course, so I'm guessing course, but I just want to verify that.
This is where I'm a bit unsure. First, I thought membership, because I think what you have been saying with the recurring revenue, it makes sense. It really makes sense. I just got a little scared where I thought, like, oh, how much can you commit? Maybe one day you have a cold, you can't do it if you have committed yourself. Then in somewhere you also said, well, go for 3 months in another setting. And I thought that could also be an idea. So I'm really not sure what I should do.
Okay. Well, in your case, it's a little different than most people because you already have recurring revenue because you have a studio and they come back every month. And so I think as an additive measure, to have a course would be the thing to simply start with. And here's why I love courses. As Amy said, in Influencer Summit, courses are great because you get to film it. It's done. It's something singular to sell. People want it right now. And it's a one-time purchase. But also in filming a course and selling a course, you learn everything you have to do if you want to do a membership later.
Yeah.
Content creation, membership site, sales. And you don't have to commit to keep doing something month over month. It's just one and done with a course. And courses, you know, you can, when you create this, I'm selling courses that I filmed. Some courses I filmed those 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago, and they still sell great. So it's a great asset to have and a great thing to build a funnel around. So I would start there, and I would just choose your topic, whether it's going to be nutrition or stretching, whichever one you feel like you're most passionate about and you want to film. Don't worry about which one's going to sell the most, because you can sell anything. I mean, they sell chia pets, ladies and gentlemen. They sell pet rocks. So we can sell anything that we have our heart's desire to if we're passionate about it. So I'd figure out which one will you have the most fun filming.
That's a good one. I would start with Pilates.
Great.
But I would,
Okay, so start with that. Make a course. Get that thing filmed. Get it up in Kajabi. Put up your sales page. And you're off to the races. And then from there, you can determine if there's anything else that you want to do, you know, in terms of your next class or your next course. But I'd start there.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. So you would do the course and then also the web page I need to do as well, right? With Kajabi.
Right. Because you have to sell it. Yeah.
Yeah. I already have the domain in there. I have connected it. So yeah. Okay.
That's it. Everyone needs a sales page and a checkout page.
Yeah.
And a membership site to deliver your digital goods. And that's what we use Kajabi for.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Good seeing you. So good. What a great question. For those who didn't know, by the way, she uses Kajabi. I use Kajabi. It's for those who are new to it or you missed part of Influencer Summit. We have a special whereby if you sign up for midnight with Kajabi, you get me training you on marketing all year long. When you sign up for the Kajabi growth plan, I'll put it in the chats, wherever you're at, in whatever room you should be in, you should be able to see a chat. And if you sign up by midnight tonight, you'll be able to get my training all of this year, where I'll be teaching marketing every single month on the first of the month. And then we'll break out and we will share our goals as a group, hopefully stay accountable, stay on track, keep building together. It'll be awesome. Okay. I'm going to come over. Melissa Rosales is in my room. What's up, Melissa?
Oh my goodness. I'm so glad to finally meet you. Thank you so much, Brendon. How are you?
So great. Nice meeting you. Where are you today?
I'm in Arizona. I'm actually, funny thing, I used to live in Tempe and work in Scottsdale, and I used to drive by Dean's studio. And I was like,
that's awesome.
One day I'm going to be in there.
So
coaching
cool.
With Brendon, with Dean. With
I love it.
Anyway, sorry. Just had to have my little, what is it?
I don't mind at all. It's great to hear. I love that area. I love visiting out there.
It's gorgeous out there. Anyway, Brendon, I'm excited about Kajabi. I'm using Keep and I am so frustrated. And I'm going to grab your bundle, but I was wondering, are you going to be available for Q&As every once in a while? How is your coaching going to work with it?
Yeah. So I go live on the first day of every month.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if that's a Saturday, a Sunday, a Monday, Tuesday, whatever the first day of each month.
Okay.
And what I usually try to do is I share a new marketing campaign that people can do, or I teach a core concept in marketing that people really need to know as they're starting and they're trying to really build. And then I do breakouts. People share their goals.
Okay.
And if there's time, I do Q&A. But honestly, every single month, I read all of the chats.
Okay.
And that tells me what curriculum to create.
Nice.
And so it's usually you guys telling me what curriculum to create. So people say, hey, how do I launch a podcast? Or how do I launch a course? Or like this question of self-hate. They just ask me and I try to teach it. And if it's the first of the month, I try to spend a lot of time helping everyone set their goals and share it. Or if it's really it's a hard topic, it might take sometimes it does take me the entire lesson just to teach the topic.
Yeah.
But it's one of those three things. Either it's just me teaching the whole time, or it's me teaching and breaking them out to talk to goals, or it's teaching in a little Q&A. And that's my intention for this year.
Nice. That sounds awesome. Okay. Super excited about that.
You also, by the way, if you guys didn't know, when you sign up for Kajabi with that link in your chat, you also get Experts Academy unlocked.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
That course is $2,000 and you all get that course unlocked with Kajabi Growth Plan. And that really teaches everything I know about online marketing, from email to email funnels, to how to pick your product, to how to sell it, to how to figure out your own content rhythm. It's still sort of like the OG course that everyone watches. And you get that when you sign up for Kajabi that way too. So you'll have that as well. So it's not just sitting around waiting for me every month. It's like, here's all the training, go.
Cool. Awesome. Perfect. Thank you. So the masterclass that you already had in January, do we get a replay of that by chance?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Anyone in Influencer Pro will have that in their members area, which you get. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, sweet. And what kind of website is it? Because I already have a website, but I'm not happy with my website. I'm wondering if it's like one of those, like with the ClickFunnels thing, or is it like a website?
Yeah, it's a website. Yeah, Kajabi has full website templates.
Oh, okay.
As well as landing page templates. I always use their like regular templates, and then I make them. They have like drag and drop and click and open, and I love their templates. I love their templates. Yeah.
Awesome. Perfect. All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And listen, I'm going to say this to Melissa and everyone here. If you sign up by this link and you don't love it, it comes with a 30-day money back guarantee. Yeah. So if there's any reason you don't love Kajabi, cancel. Like, we don't care. I mean, we just want you to find the platform that you're going to love. We use Kajabi and we recommend it. Faith says, I've been working with Kajabi for a long time. Pre-signed up. That's awesome. For those who else, if you use Kajabi, like most of the people in Influencer Summit use it. But you have a 30-day money back guarantee. And I think that's important. At the new year, as you're trying new things, jumping in, and I know you love it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brendon. I appreciate you taking the time.
These are awesome questions. My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you. Okay. Back up the top. Carrie Amaro, what's up? I'm coming your way.
Hi, how are you?
I'm so good. What's it say in the back? I can't read it.
Oh, that's my son actually made my logo. It's the Wealth Exec. It's,
that's cool. That's
yeah.
cool. I love your flowers too. What's your question?
So first I have to say, don't want to get too emotional. You came into my life at an amazing time. I was trying to figure out what to do with my business, and I bought your 7-day challenge.
Yeah.
And it blew my mind. I was like, this guy's amazing. I think I bought everything you've done.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
I've been
all right.
And Growth Day, love you. I love your messages in the morning. I absorb everything. So love it. You've impacted my life so much. And I just want to thank you so much for everything. So
I appreciate you. My favorite people are the readers of the books and the people who jump in and do the work. So it's so great having you here.
But I must admit, I'm not a journaler and I'm working on it.
I had to as well.
Yeah. And you're like, did you journal today? I'm like, I'm trying.
Hey, listen, Mike, I always tell people, like, if you can journal 3 times a week, the science really supports that outcome is as positive as, 7 days a week, as long as you do it intentionally. So I tell people.
And then you say, just do the sentence, go into Grow Day, just click on the journal, do that sentence, fill out that. So I get you. I'm working on it.
All right. Good for you.
My question is, so I started my business. I have a financial background as a CFO controller, and I worked with business owners, executives, and I built my course basically as a resource to show accounting, because a lot of business owners, don't really pay too much attention to that, which is so key. And at the same time, honing in on emotional intelligence and fitness, and honing those two things together so that they build a company to build profit and to support their people. So my course, and this is where I get very overwhelmed, is I made a course for accounting and for the emotional intelligence aspect, and I'm trying to mirror them. I've been following your steps on social media.
Okay.
I'm posting every day, but now I'm not sure if I should do mini courses to go to my main course, which would be like a subscription course. And I'm not sure how to do the funnels on those. So I didn't know I know you say stick to one thing, but the accounting and the emotional intelligence for me is one, but they're kind of two separate. So I didn't know how to address that.
Yeah. Is the emotional intelligence for business owners specifically, or for anybody?
So I started on business owners, but then I find myself now getting into coaching just people in general.
Right.
So there goes my dilemma.
Okay. It's a very common dilemma. And so I feel like these are two separate things.
Yeah, I know.
And that you want to set up two separate sales pages for them.
Okay.
And that you want, separate goal-oriented social media, email, driving towards those pages.
Okay.
So that each can stand on its own.
Yes.
However,
yes,
for the financial end of it, upselling an emotional intelligence course, please don't think that's weird. Because it's weird if you go by topic, but it's never weird when you do the upsell video. When you say to them, hey, listen, congratulations on getting my accounting course. I have to tell you one thing that business owners really struggle with. Yes, they struggle with the money, but they also struggle with the mindset.
Yeah.
And they, it's not just about the spreadsheets. It's about how they feel and how they endure the difficulties of being a business owner.
Yes.
If you struggled with the stress or the upsets related to business, you constantly feel unsure of yourself, or you don't feel fulfilled along the journey, you won't maintain it and you'll sabotage. And so I have a course on how to become more emotionally well in running your business or running your life. So if you're trying to feel a more positive range of emotions, you're trying to deal with stress better, you're trying to access happiness and fulfillment on your journey, even if you're just trying to be more confident as you build your business, click the button down below and get my emotional intelligence or emotional wellness course to help you on your business journey.
Love that.
So easy, right?
Yes.
That doesn't sound weird at all. That's the most obvious thing. How many business owners resonate with what I just said? Like all of us.
Yes, love that. Love that. Because I was gearing it also in towards, the fact that people make you money. People make you money. Your employees represent you. So how you deal with yourself will transcend and how you deal with everyone around you. So that's another pivot I was doing to go into the emotional intelligence part of it.
That's right. That's exactly right. Well, great having you here today. I appreciate
thank you.
Yeah, it was so good. So good. What a great question. Go get them. And thank you for supporting my book. All right. Let's see. Samantha's up on mine. I don't think we had Samantha yesterday. I don't think we did. Did we have you, Samantha, yesterday? I don't think so. Come on up. I know I'm over time, guys. I apologize. I'll do one more. I know I'm over time. Don't worry. We have tomorrow, day 3 of Influencer Summit too. But you were up next. Hi, Samantha. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to ask you to unmute.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. And I'll try not to take too long either.
It's okay.
So I love this. I don't know. I'm pretty sure everybody agrees with me, but the investment to be in VIP is like, I told my husband, it's the gift that keeps on giving.
I'm so happy.
I'm so grateful for it. And if it's okay, I just want to give like a plug to your high performance coaching.
Yes.
I worked with Eamon last year, and he changed my life.
Oh, that's so good.
And so if you talk to him, tell him how amazing he is. Like, he shifted me from just complacent life to, I mean, my life took a 180 in a good way. So I'm so grateful for that.
I love it. What was a key breakthrough for you?
You know, he was a really good coach. I asked for somebody who would push me because I can motivate myself all day. And he said to me about probably 3/4 of the way through it, he's like, you don't really believe in yourself. You don't believe you're worthy of being in certain environments. And I was like, yeah, I do. And he goes, no, actually, you don't. You're relying on everybody else to give you self-worth, and you don't have any self-worth yourself. And I was like, well, that's kind of rude. And then I went to a 3-day event where people were just like wanting me to pour into them. And I was like, oh, maybe he's kind of right. And I shared it with people. And then I watched that same thing shift in other people's lives that I've been mentoring for 4 years, and just watching them shift. And I was like, I need to self-reflect on this. And then I got, it's like, that was like the key thing for me. I lost 35 pounds working with him because I started to love myself for the first time really ever. And just in such a good place now. So he's amazing. And if you get a chance to have a high performance coach, I tell everybody you need one.
I love that so much. I will tell him that and convey that too. And congratulations. So few people will get coaching, and because they think they're fine. And then they have a break. Their coach says something challenging, and they're like, whoa, me too. I get coaching too. And you think you have it all together, and someone says something, you're like, wow, I never thought about that perspective. That's powerful.
Yeah, it really is. And we weren't financially in a place to do it, but I couldn't keep living the life I was living. I just took the plunge, and I'm so grateful that I did. So my question though today is, he talked a lot about schedules, like how he's like, if Brendon were to come drop by your house, the first thing he'd want to see is your calendar. And I really, really struggle with that. I have 4 little kids, and I'm shifting from being in finance to now I'm getting certified to be a wellness coach and a personal trainer, because that's really where my heart and my passion lies.
I love it.
But I don't know how to schedule it when I have like 4 hours a day to get my certifications, to figure out the marketing. I'm pretty consistent online now. All of my stuff is growing consistently, which is great. But now I need to also be able to feed my kids.
Right.
So, but I don't know how to schedule it. So do you have any advice on how I can be more strategic in that? Because I look at my calendar every week and I'm going, I don't even know what to put. There's too much. So I put nothing.
How old are your children?
11, and then the other 3 are turning 8, 6, and 4.
Okay, so still very young. And what's beautiful is, first and foremost, go lightly on yourself. That's, everyone can understand here that she has to give herself grace with 4 children of that age, correct? So I think first and foremost, I love that you're self-motivated. I love that you're getting it done. And I think what I was sharing today about expectations, make sure you don't now get really hard on yourself because you don't move forward the wellness or the training thing as fast as you want, because you have that primary, role of caring for your children at this age. That's hard. And so the best thing that you can do, I really believe, is every Sunday, look forward to the week and know what time slots you do have that you can predict, even if they're small. Right. Even if they're, after a drop off, or after, the morning, or if it's, before the morning, or even just the 30 minutes, 45 minutes after they all go to bed. Try to find that time. Like, I could probably guess that time is going to be there. So schedule what you can, know what you can do. And then, as everyone here, I'm sure, who are parents, and for those who are parents, if you have advice for her, put it in the chat. Don't just listen disengaged on a Zoom. Parents who figured out how to manage your time and schedule, we've got a lot of collective intelligence here. Make sure you put something in the chat for her if you learned something along the way. But I'd start always with grace. Second, the best that you can, which is scheduling that, where the blocks of time you will have. And the third reality is you're just going to have to stay self-motivated and remind yourself to find those slots during the day when they suddenly arise. You didn't know, you got 15 minutes here, 30 minutes there, and you say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. And know that you'll be interrupted. I think half of the challenge is to learn to be interrupted well. What do I mean by that? I mean, to not get irritated or angry with your spouse or kids or those around you when you're interrupted, because you will 100% of the time be interrupted every week. And I know a lot of parents that get so mad at their kids, they interrupted them. And you just have to know, I always say, never get angry at something you know always happens. Never get angry at something you know always happens. Instead, get more practiced at dealing with that. Just like I tell people, if you have to commute, don't complain about the commute every day. You're right. Don't be angry you have to commute when you have to do it every day. You have to change your attitude towards it. And I think it's how you hold your space when you're interrupted, and that challenge for yourself to get back your focus. Once that interruption is over, can I get back? Then that's the most important thing. Challenge yourself to get back to the thing you were interrupted at faster, without obviously pushing off the kids. But they found in creative research, if somebody gets interrupted, if after their interruption, they don't have a practice discipline going right back at the thing, on average, it will be 2 or 3 or 4 hours before they even think about it again. Not get to it, think about it again. So it's a mental practice of, got interrupted, let me go back to the thing. And I would love to hear, Melissa has some kiddos. Let me come back just to our chat because I think it's so good. I love this. Melissa said she has her kids hold her accountable to her goals, and then they're a little more invested in it. I think that's beautiful. Let's see. Julie says, went through school. I'm sorry, I lost it. It went so fast over here. This is so good, by the way. You guys are so generous. I want to make sure she hears some of these. There's no point trying to get work done when they were awake, when they were babies. It's hard at first and you adjust to the routine. Graduated with honors. Congratulations. She just kind of fit in when she could. That's amazing. This is so great. Kirsten, who I talked to earlier, has 3 children, and she was in banking, and then she went into personal training and wellness, similar to your situation. And she said, I agree with Brendon, take the small time slots you can find, and in the mid and long term, it'll pay off. And good for you to combine both routes. Isn't that cool? I think another aspect that I think is really good is that it's okay for parents to learn. And I'm not a mom, so you can all judge us. And when you judge me, you're totally fair. That it's okay when you have children and they are playing or, sitting silently or watching that movie. It's okay to be there with them. And also, while you're there, they get to see mom working on something she's passionate about. As they're sitting silently doing their homework, it's okay. They get to see mom sitting there with them doing homework, right? Because some parents try to separate those two things and only do it when they're asleep or only do it when they don't see you. And I would say, moms and dads, you don't have to hide your work. In fact, if they can see you doing it while they're doing something else, it says, oh, you're an independent person. You have something that's important to you too. The challenge, again, as a parent, is teach yourself grace when they interrupt you, because they will. But, finding, people are always surprised that they can find 20 minutes of work when their kids are watching an hour-long show. And if you feel like you have to sit next to them as they watch every hour-long show, but your heart is also calling you to these other things, at some point you can resent the child because you believe you have to do the same thing they are doing all the time. When in fact, as they're doing their thing, playing, watching, homework, just hanging out, as they're doing all that, it's okay for you to be doing work. The only reason that becomes a problem later on is when mom or dad gets too irritable and is angry at the interruptions. And then they say later on, well, you always prioritize your work over me. That's not what they're really saying is, whenever you were working and I interrupt you, you got mad and angry at me. And so now they hate your work and they think you put the work first. So the job is find those times, and it's okay if they see you. And just when they interrupt you, no, that's kind of their job. You know, that's kind of what that's kind of what they do. Is any of that helpful for you?
Yes, it's very helpful. I do have one other question really quickly to kind of tie into that. When I'm prioritizing these slots of time, I'm getting my certifications, and then I tried to also simultaneously do the course that we get when we sign up for Kajabi, the one that's 7 weeks. I can't think of what it is.
Right.
You just mentioned it a minute ago.
Experts
and then, Experts Academy. Would you advise where I am pretty limited on time because they're little and I have a part-time job just taking them to a school, so they're in a good place. So I'm really limited.
Right.
Would you?
Oh, you cut out. 1 second. We lost your audio. Let me unmute you again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, sorry. Someone was trying to call me to cut off my audio.
Okay.
So I was asking, would you advise getting through the certifications and then trying to go through Experts Academy, or trying to do, like, I'm in school, I do 2 courses, one on certifications, one on Experts Academy, so that I can put something out there?
Yeah. It's all depending on your time. Whichever one of those answers that does not compromise your sleep or your sanity with your family. If you can, like, for some people, they can do both, you know, and if you find trying to do both is too much, give yourself grace, just go to the certification, get to Experts Academy ready when you're ready. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Never compromise. I think it's important. Don't compromise your sleep or your sanity for education, because if you compromise those 2 things, you don't absorb the education anyway. You're just too, you know, all over the place mentally. So take the time to rest, be with your family, not having guilt, and do the certification first. If you find you can add Experts Academy, great. But you're in here for the long haul. You know, we're going to be talking in 10 years. Some of those kids will be in their 20s. And, you know, you'll be so proud that mom kept chugging along, loving on them, learning and doing her passion. And they got to see mom doing the passion. They'll remember that forever. So you keep at it.
Thank you, Brendon.
All right. I'm cheering you on. That was such a great question. Thank you for the conversation. Thanks everybody today. Obviously, if we didn't get back to you today, come back tomorrow. We'll be right here again, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard tomorrow after day 3 Influencer Summit. If you missed Influencer Summit, the replay will be up at influencersummit.com/replay. Day 1 is already up. Obviously, we've just finished day 2. I'll make sure that we get that one up for you as well. For those who missed out, if you didn't know, I'll put it back up. That Kajabi deadline is tonight, as well as that Influencer School. So make sure you go check those out if you missed them. And we love having you here. And I appreciate each and every one of you. Check my last email if you missed anything. It'll have details and links to all of that as well. My last email from me in your inbox. You can check it out. It'll have links to all this. Midnight deadlines on Kajabi, as well as Influencer School with Boss Babes. You'll find it in that email. I want to thank you all for learning, doing the work. I know you got families, you got things to do, but most importantly, you got a message to share. So keep learning, keep putting yourself out there, and I'll appreciate each and every one of you. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Good night. Appreciate you. Good night, everybody.